Book 4. Canto I. Rama's Lament. The princes stood by Pampa's side, which blooming lilies glorified. With troubled heart and sense o'erthrown, there Rama made his piteous moan. As the fair flood before him lay, the reason of the chief gave way, and tender thoughts within him woke. As to Sumitra's son he spoke. How lovely Pampa's waters show, where streams of lucid crystal flow. What glorious trees o'erhang the flood, which blooms of opening lotus stud. Look on the banks of Pampa where thick groves extend divinely fair, and piles of trees, like hills in size, lift their proud summits to the skies. But thought of Bharat's pain and toil, and my dear spouse the giant's spoil, afflict my tortured heart and press my spirit down with heaviness. Still fair to me though sunk in woe, bright Pampa and her forest show, where cool fresh waters charm the sight, and flowers of every hue are bright. The lotuses in close array their passing loveliness display, and pard and tiger, deer and snake, haunt every glade and dell and brake. Those grassy spots display the hue of topazes and sapphires blue, and, gay with flowers of every dye, with richly broidered housings vie. What loads of bloom the high trees crown, or weigh the bending branches down, and creepers tipped with bud and flower, each spray and loaded limb o'erpower. Now cool delicious breezes blow, and kindle love's voluptuous glow, when balmy sweetness fills the air, and fruit and flowers and trees are fair. Those waving woods, that shine with bloom, each varied tint in turn assume. Like laboring clouds they pour their showers, in rain or ever-changing flowers. Behold, those forest trees, that stand high upon rock and tableland. As the cool gales their branches bend, their floating blossoms downward send. See, Lakshmana, how the breezes play with every floweret on the spray, and sport in merry guise with all the fallen blooms and those that fall. See, brother, where the merry breeze shakes the gay boughs of flowery trees, disturbed amid their toil a throng of bees pursue him, loud in song. The coils, mad with sweet delight, the bending trees to dance invite, and in its joy the wild wind sings. As from the mountain cave he springs, on speed the gales in rapid course, and bend the woods beneath their force, till every branch and spray they bind, in many a tangled knot entwined. What balmy sweets those gales dispense, with cool and sacred influence. Fatigue and trouble vanish, such the magic of their gentle touch. Hark, when the gale the boughs has bent, in woods of honey redolent, through all their quivering sprays the trees are vocal with the murmuring bees. The hills with towering summits rise, and with their beauty charm the eyes. Gay with the giant trees which bright with blossom spring from every height. And as the soft wind gently sways the clustering blooms that load the sprays, the very trees break forth and sing, with startled wild bees murmuring. Thine eyes to yonder cashes turn, whose glorious clusters glow and burn. Those trees in yellow robes behold, like giants decked with burnished gold. Ah me, Sumitra's son, the spring, dear to sweet birds who love and sing, wakes in my lonely breast the flame of sorrow as I mourn my dame. Love strikes me through with darts of fire, and wakes in vain the sweet desire. Hark, the loud coil swells his throat, and mocks me with his joyful note. I hear the happy wild cock call beside the shady waterfall. His cry of joy afflicts my breast, by love's absorbing might possessed. My darling from our cottage heard, One morn in spring this shrill-toned bird, and called me in her joy to hear the happy cry that charmed her ear. See, birds of every varied voice, around us in the woods rejoice. On creeper, shrub, and plant alight, or wing from tree to tree their flight. Each bird his kindly mate has found, and loud their notes of triumph sound, blending in sweetest music like the distant warblings of the shrike. See how the river banks are lined with birds of every hue and kind. Here in his joy the quail sings, there the glad wild cock flaps his wings. The blooms of bright asokas wear, the song of wild bees fills the air, and the soft whisper of the boughs increase my longing for my spouse. The vernal flush of flower and spray will burn my very soul away. What use, what care have I for life, if I no more may see my wife? Soft speaker with the glorious hair, and eyes with silken lashes fair. Now is the time when all day long the koils fill the woods with song, and gardens bloom at spring's sweet touch, which my beloved loved so much. Ah me, Sumitra's son, the fire of sorrow, sprung from soft desire, fanned by the charms the springtime shows, will burn my heart and end my woes. Whose sad eyes look on each fair tree, but my sweet love no more may see. Ah me, from hour to hour, love in my soul will wax in power. And spring, upon whose charms I gaze, whose breath the heat of toil allays, with thoughts of her for whom I strain, my hopeless eyes increase my pain. As fire in summer rages through the forests thick with dry bamboo, so will my fawn-eyed love consume my soul o'erwhelmed with thoughts of gloom. Behold, beneath each spreading tree, the peacocks dance in frantic glee, and, stirred by all the gales that blow, their tails with jeweled windows glow. Each bird, in happy love elate, rejoices with his darling mate. But sights like these of joy and peace my pangs of hopeless love increase. See on the mountain slope above the peahen languishing with love. Behold her now in amorous dance, close to her consort's side advance. He with a laugh of joy and pride displays his glittering pinions wide, and follows through the tangled dell the partner whom he loves so well. Ah, happy bird! No giant's hate has robbed him of his tender mate, and still beside his loved one he dances beneath the shade in glee. Ah, in this month when flowers are fair, my widowed woe is hard to bear. See, gentle love a home may find in creatures of inferior kind. See how the peahen turns to meet her consort now with love-drawn feet. So, Lakshmana, if my large-eyed dear, the child of Janak still were here, she, by love's thrilling influence led, upon my breast would lay her head. These blooms I gathered from the bough, without my love are useless now. 1,000 blossoms fair to see, with passing glory clothe each tree that hangs its cluster-burthened head, now that the dewy months are fled. But, followed by the bees that ply their fragrant task, they fall and die. 1,000 birds in wild delight their rapture-breathing notes unite. Bird calls to bird in joyous strain, and turns my love to frenzied pain. Oh, if beneath those alien skies there be a spring where Sita lies, I know my prisoned love must be touched with like grief, and mourn with me. But ah, methinks that dreary clime knows not the touch of spring's sweet time. How could my black-eyed love sustain without her lord, so dire a pain? Or if the sweet spring come to her in distant lands a prisoner, how may his advent and her met on every side with taunt and threat Ah, if the springtide's languor came with soft enchantment o'er my dame, my darling of the lotus eye, my gently speaking love, would die. For well my spirit knows that she can never live bereft of me. With love that never wavered yet, my Sita's heart on me is set. Who, with a soul that ne'er can stray, with equal love her love repay. In vain the soft wind brings sweet blossoms on his balmy wings, delicious from his native snow. To me like fire he seems to glow. Oh, how I loved a breeze like this, when darling Sita shared the bliss. But now in vain for me it blows, to fan the fury of my woes. That dark-winged bird that sought the skies, foretelling grief with warning cries, sits on the tree where buds are gay, and pours glad music from the spray. That rover of the fields of air will aid my love with friendly care, and me with gracious pity guide to my large-eyed Vidhan's side. Hark, Lakshmana, how the woods around with love-inspiring chants resound, where birds in every bloom-crowned tree pour forth their amorous minstrelsy, as though an eager gallant wooed a gentle maid by love subdued. Enamored of her flowers the bee darts at the wind-rocked tila tree, Asoka, brightest tree that grows, that lends a pang to lovers' woes, hangs out his gorgeous bloom in scorn, and mocks me as I weep forlorn. O Lakshmana, turn thine eye and see each blossom-laden mango tree, like a young lover gaily dressed, whom fond desire forbids to rest. Look, son of Queen Sumitra, through the forest glades of varied hue, where blooms are bright and grass is green, the kinnars with their loves are seen. See, brother, see where sweet and bright those crimson lilies charm the sight, and o'er the flood a radiance throw, fair as the morning's roseate glow. See, Pampa, most divinely sweet, the swans and mallards' loved retreat, shows her glad waters bright and clear, where lotuses their heads uprear from the pure wave, and charm the view with mingled tints of red and blue, each like the morning's early beams, reflected in the crystal gleams. And bees on their sweet toil intent weigh down each tender filament. There with gay lawns the wood recedes, their wildfowl sport amid the reeds, their roeders stand upon the brink, and elephants descend to drink the rippling waves which winds make fleet, against the bending lilies beat, and opening bud and flower and stem gleam with the drops that hang on them. Life has no pleasure left for me, while my dear queen I may not see, who loved so well those blooms that vie with the full splendor of her eye. O tyrant love, who will not let my bosom for 1 hour forget the lost one whom I yearn to meet, whose words were ever kind and sweet. Ah, haply might my heart endure this hopeless love that knows not cure, if spring with all his trees in flower assailed me not with ruthless power. Each lovely scene, each sound and sight, wherein, with her, I found delight, has lost the charms so sweet of yore, and glads my widowed heart no more. On lotus buds I seem to gaze, or blooms that deck palasa sprays, but to my tortured memory rise the glories of my darling's eyes. Cool breezes through the forest stray, gathering odors on their way, enriched with all the rifled scent of lotus flower and filament. Their touch upon my temples falls, and Sita's fragrant breath recalls. Now look, dear brother, on the right of Pampa towers a mountain height, where fairest cassia trees unfold the treasures of their burnished gold. Proud mountain king, his woody side with myriad ores is decked and dyed, And as the wind-swept blossoms fall, their fragrant dust is stained withal. To yon high lands thy glances turn. With pendant fire they flash and burn, wherein their vernal glory blaze. Palasa flowers on leafless sprays. O Lakshma, look! On Pampa's side, what fair trees rise in blooming pride! What climbing plants above them show, or hang their flowery garlands low! See how the amorous creeper rings the wind-rocked trees to which she clings, as though a dame by love impelled, with clasping arms her lover held, drunk with the varied scents that fill the balmy air, from hill to hill, from grove to grove, from tree to tree. The joyous wind is wandering free. These gay trees wave their branches bent by blooms of honey redolent. There, slowly opening to the day, buds with dark luster deck the spray. The wild bee rests a moment where each tempting flower is sweet and fair. Then, colored by the pollen dyes, deep in some odorous blossom lies. Soon from his couch away he springs, to other trees his course he wings, and tastes the honeyed blooms that grow where Pampa's lucid waters flow. See, Lakshma, see, how thickly spread, with blossoms from the trees o'erhead, that grass the weary traveler woos, with couches of 1,000 hues, and beds on every height arrayed, with red and yellow tints are laid. No longer winter chills the earth, 1,000 flowerets spring to birth, and trees in rivalry assume their vernal garb of bud and bloom. How fair they look, how bright and gay, with tasseled flowers on every spray, while each to each proud challenge flings. Born in the song the wild bee sings. That mallard by the river edge has bathed amid the reeds and sedge. Now with his mate he fondly plays, and fires my bosom as I gaze. Mandakini is far renowned. No lovelier flood on earth is found, but all her fairest charms combined in this sweet stream enchant the mind. Oh, if my love were here to look with me upon this lovely brook, never for Ayodhya would I pine, or wish that Indra's lot were mine. If by my darling's side I strayed o'er the soft turf which decks the glade, each craving thought were sweetly stilled, each longing of my soul fulfilled. But, now my love is far away. Those trees which make the woods so gay, in all their varied beauty dressed, wake thoughts of anguish in my breast. That lotus-covered stream behold, whose waters run so fresh and cold. Sweet rill, the wildfowl's loved resort, where curlew, swan, and diver sport, where with his consort plays the drake, and tall deer love their thirst to slake. While from each woody bank is heard the wild note of each happy bird. The music of that joyous choir fills all my soul with soft desire. And, as I hear, my sad thoughts fly to Sita of the lotus eye, whom, lovely with her moon-bright cheek, in vain mine eager glances seek. Now turn, those checkered lawns survey, where heart and hind together stray. Ah, as they wander at their will, my troubled breast with grief they fill, while torn by hopeless love I sigh for Sita of the fawn-like eye. If in those glades where, touched by spring, gay birds their amorous ditties sing, mine own beloved I might see, then, brother, it were well with me, if by my side she wandered still, and this cool breeze that stirs the rill touched with its gentle breath the brows of mine own dear Vaidhan spouse. For, Lakshma, oh how blessed are those on whom the breath of Pampa blows, dispelling all their care and gloom with sweets from where the lilies bloom. How can my gentle love remain alive amid the woe and pain Where prisoned far away she lies. My darling of the lotus eyes. How shall I dare her sire to greet? Whose lips have never known deceit? How stand before the childless king? And meet his eager questioning? When banished by my sire's decree. In low estate, she followed me. So pure, so true to every vow. Where is my gentle darling now? How can I bear my widowed lot? And linger on where she is not? Who followed when from home I fled? Distracted, disinherited? My spirit sinks in hopeless pain. When my fond glances yearn in vain. For that dear face with whose bright eye the worshipped lotus scarce can vie. Ah, when, my brother, shall I hear that voice that rang so soft and clear? When, sweetly smiling as she spoke, from her dear lips gay laughter broke. When worn with toil and love I strayed with Sita through the forest shade. No trace of grief was seen in her, my kind and thoughtful comforter. How shall my faltering tongue relate to Queen Kausalya Sita's fate? How answer when in wild despair she questions, where is Sita, where? Haste, brother, haste, to Bharat high, on whose fond love I still rely. My life can be no longer borne, since Sita from my side is torn. Thus like a helpless mourner, bent by sorrow, Rama made lament. And with wise counsel Lakshmana tried to soothe his care, and thus replied. O best of men, thy grief oppose, nor sink beneath thy weight of woes. Not thus despond the great and pure, and brave like thee, but still endure. Reflect what anguish wrings the heart, when loving souls are forced to part. And, mindful of the coming pain, thy love within thy breast restrain. For earth, though cooled by wandering streams, lies scorched beneath the midday beams. Rava his steps to hell may bend, or lower yet in flight descend. But be thou sure, O Raghu's son, avenging death he shall not shun. Rise, Rama, rise, the search begin, and track the giant foul with sin. Then shall the fiend, though far he fly, resign his prey or surely die. Yea, though the trembling monster hide with Sita close to Dithi's side, e'en there, unless he yield the prize, slain by this wrathful hand he dies. Thy heart with strength and courage stay, and cast this weakling mood away. Our fainting hopes in vain revive, unless with firm resolve we strive. The zeal that fires the twaller's breast, mid earthly powers is first and best. Zeal every check and bar defies, and wins at length the loftiest prize. In woe and danger, toil and care, zeal never yields to weak despair. With zealous heart thy task begin, and thou once more thy spouse shalt win. Cast fruitless sorrow from thy soul, nor let this love thy heart control. Forget not all thy sacred lore, but be thy noble self once more. He heard, his bosom rent by grief, the counsel of his brother chief. Crushed in his heart the maddening pain, and rose resolved and strong again. Then forth upon his journey went, the hero on his task intent. Nor thought of Pampa's lovely brook, or trees which murmuring breezes shook. Though on dark woods his glances fell, on waterfall and cave and dell, and still by many a care distressed, the son of Raghu onward pressed. As some wild elephant elate moves through the woods in pride, so Lakshmana with majestic gait strode by his brother's side. He, for his lofty spirit famed, admonished and consoled, showed Raghu's son what duty claimed, and bade his heart be bold. Then as the brothers strode apace to Rishyamukha's height, the sovereign of the Vana race was troubled at the sight. As on the lofty hill he strayed, he saw the chiefs draw near, Awhile their glorious forms surveyed, and mused in restless fear. His slow majestic step he stayed, and gazed upon the pair. And all his spirit sank dismayed, by fear too great to bear. When in their glorious might the best of royal chiefs came nigh, the Vanars in their wild unrest prepared to turn and fly. They sought the hermit's sacred home, for peace and bliss ordained, and there, where Vanars loved to roam, a sure asylum gained. Canto 2. Sugrava's alarm. Sugrava moved by wondering awe, the high-souled sons of Raghu saw, in all their glorious arms arrayed, and grief upon his spirit weighed. To every quarter of the sky he turned in fear his anxious eye, and roving still from spot to spot, with troubled steps he rested not. He durst not, as he viewed the pair, resolve to stand and meet them there. And drooping cheer and quailing breast, the terror of the chief confessed, while the great fear his bosom shook. Brief counsel with his lords he took, each gain and danger closely scanned. What hope in flight, what power to stand, while doubt and fear his bosom rent. On Raghu's sons his eyes he bent, and with a spirit ill at ease, addressed his lords in words like these. Those chiefs with wandering steps invade the shelter of our pathless shade, and hither come in fair disguise, of hermit garb as Bali's spies. Each lord beheld with troubled heart those masters of the bowman's art, and left the mountain side to seek sure refuge on a loftier peak. The Vanar chief in rapid flight found shelter on a towering height, and all the band with one accord were closely gathered round their lord. Their course the same, with desperate leap, each made his way from steep to steep, and speeding on in wild career, filled every height with sudden fear. Each heart was struck with mortal dread, as on their course the Vanars sped, while trees that crowned the steep were bent, and crushed beneath them as they went. As in their eager flight they pressed for safety to each mountain crest, the wild confusion struck with fear tiger and cat and wandering deer. The lords who watched Sugrava's will were gathered on the royal hill, and all with reverent hands upraised upon their king and leader gazed. Sugrava feared some evil planned, some train prepared by Bali's hand, but, skilled in words that charm and teach, thus Hanuman began his speech. Dismiss thine idle fear, nor dread the power of Bali here. For this is Malaya's glorious hill, where Bali's might can work no ill. I look around but nowhere see the hated foe who made thee flee. Fell Bali, fierce in form and face. Then fear not, lord of Vanar race. Alas, in thee I clearly find the weakness of the Vanar kind, that loves from thought to range. Fix no belief and welcome change. Mark well each hint and sign and scan. Discreet and wise, thine every plan. How may a king, with sense denied, the subjects of his scepter guide? Hanuman, wise in hour of need, urged on the chief his prudent rede. His listening ear Sugrava bent, and spake in words more excellent. Where is the dauntless heart that free from terror's chilling touch can see two stranger warriors, strong as those, equipped with swords and shafts and bows, with mighty arms and large full eyes, like glorious children of the skies? Bali my foe, I ween, has sent these chiefs to aid his dark intent. Hence doubt and fear disturb me still, for thousands serve a monarch's will. In borrowed garb they come, and those who walk disguised are counted foes. With secret thoughts they watch their time, and wound fond hearts that fear no crime. My foe in state affairs is wise. And prudent kings have searching eyes. By other hands they strike the foe. By meaner tools the truth they know. Now to those stranger warriors turn. And, less than king, their purpose learn. Mark well the trick and look of each. Observe his form and note his speech. With care their mood and temper sound. And, if their minds be friendly found, with courteous looks and words begin their confidence and love to win. Then as my friend and envoy speak, and question what the strangers seek. Ask why equipped with shaft and bow, through this wild maze of wood they go. If they, O chief, at first appear pure of all guile, in heart sincere, detect in speech and look the sin and treachery that lurk within. He spoke, the wind god's son obeyed. With ready zeal he sought the shade, and reached with hasty steps the wood, where Raghu's son and Lakshmana stood. Canto 3. Hanuman's speech. The envoy in his faithful breast pondered Sugriva's high behest. From Rishyamukha's peak he hied, and placed him by the prince's side. The wind god's son with cautious art had laid his vanner form apart, and wore, to cheat the stranger's eyes, a wandering mendicant's disguise. Before the hero's feet he bent, and did obeisance reverent, and spoke, the glorious pair to praise. His words of truth in courteous phrase. High honor duly paid, the best of all the vanner kind addressed, with free accord and gentle grace, those glories of their warrior race. O hermits, blessed in vows, who shine like royal saints or gods divine. O best of young ascetics, say how to this spot you found your way, scaring the troops of wandering deer and sylvan things that harbor here, searching amid the trees that grow where Pampa's gentle waters flow, and lending from your brows a gleam of glory to the lovely stream. Who are you, say, so brave and fair, clad in the bark which hermits wear? I see you heave the frequent sigh, I see the deer before you fly, while you, for strength and valor dread, the earth, like lordly lions, tread, each bearing in his hand a bow, like Indra's own, to slay the foe, with the grand paces of a bull. So bright and young and beautiful, the mighty arms you raise appear like trunks which elephants uprear. And as you move this mountain king is glorious with the light you bring. How have you reached, like gods in face, best lords of earth, this lonely place, with tresses coiled in hermit guise, and splendors of those lotus eyes? As gods who leave their heavenly sphere, alike your beauteous forms appear. The lords of day and night might thus stray from the skies to visit us. Heroic youth, so broad of chest, fair with the beauty of the blessed, with lion shoulders, tall and strong, like bulls who lead the lowing throng. Your arms, unmatched for grace and length, with massive clubs may vie in strength. Why do no gods those limbs adorn, where priceless gems were meetly worn? Each noble youth is fit, I deem, to guard this earth, as Lord Supreme, with all her woods and seas, to reign, from Meru's peak to Vindhya's chain. Your smooth bows decked with dyes and gold are glorious in their master's hold, and with the arms of Indra vie, which diamond splendors beautify. Your quivers glow with golden sheen, well stored with arrows fleet and keen, each gleaming like a fiery snake, that joys the foeman's life to take. As serpents cast their sloughs away, and all their new-born sheen display, so flash your mighty swords inlaid with burning gold on hilt and blade. Why are you silent, heroes? Why? My questions hear nor deign reply. Sugriva, lord of virtuous mind. The foremost of the Vanar kind. An exile from his royal state. Roams through the land disconsolate. I, Hanuman, of Vanar race. Sent by the king have sought this place. For he, the pious, just, and true. In friendly league would join with you. Know, godlike youths, that I am one. Of his chief lords, the wind god's son. With course unchecked I roam at will. And now from Rishyamukha's hill. To please his heart, his hope to speed. I came disguised in beggar's weed. Thus Hanuman, well trained in lore. Of language, spoke, and said no more. The son of Raghu joyed to hear. The envoy's speech, and bright of cheer. He turned to Lakshmana by his side. And thus in words of transport cried. The counselor we now behold. Of King Sugriva righteous souled. His face I long have yearned to see. And now his envoy comes to me. With sweetest words in courteous phrase. Answer this mighty lord who slays. His foemen, by Sugriva sent. This Vanar chief most eloquent. For one whose words so sweetly flow. The whole Rigveda needs must know. And in his well-trained memory store. The Yajush and the Saman's lore. He must have bent his faithful ear. All grammar's varied rules to hear. For his long speech how well he spoke. In all its length no rule he broke. In eye, on brow, in all his face. The keenest look no guile could trace. No change of hue, no pose of limb. Gave sign that aught was false in him. Concise, unfaltering, sweet and clear. Without a word to pain the ear. From chest to throat, nor high nor low. His accents came in measured flow. How well he spoke with perfect art. That wondrous speech that charmed the heart. With finest skill and order graced. In words that knew nor pause nor haste. That speech, with consonants that spring. From the three seats of uttering. Would charm the spirit of a foe. Whose sword is raised for mortal blow. How may a ruler's plan succeed? Who lacks such envoy good at need? How fail, if one whose mind is stored with gifts so rare assist his lord? What plans can fail, with wisest speech? Of envoys' lips to further each? Thus Rama spoke. And Lakshmana taught. In all the art that utters thought. To King Sugriva's learned spy. Thus made his eloquent reply. Full well we know the gifts that grace. Sugriva, lord of Vanar race. And hither turn our wandering feet. That we that high-souled king may meet. So now our pleasant task shall be. To do the words he speaks by thee. His prudent speech the Vanar heard. And all his heart with joy was stirred. And hope that league with them would bring. Redress and triumph to his king. Canto 4. Lakshman's reply. Cheered by the words that Rama spoke. Joy in the Vanar's breast awoke. And, as his friendly mood he knew. His thoughts to King Sugriva flew. Again, he mused, my high-souled lord. Shall rule, to kingly state restored. Since one so mighty comes to save. And freely gives the help we crave. Then joyous Hanuman, the best. Of all the Vanar kind, addressed. These words to Rama, trained of yore. In all the arts of speaker's lore. Why do your feet this forest tread? By sylvan life inhabited. This awful maze of tree and thorn. Which Pampa's flowering groves adorn. He spoke, obedient to the eye. Of Rama, Lakshmana made reply. The name and fortune to unfold. Of Raghu's son the lofty-souled. True to the law, of fame unstained. The glorious Dasaratha reigned. And, steadfast in his duty. Long. Kept the four castes. From scathe and wrong. Through his wide realm his will was done. And, loved by all, he hated none. Just to each creature great and small. Like the good sire he cared for all. The Nisham. As priests advised. And various rites he solemnized. Where ample largesse ever paid. The Brahmins for their holy aid. Here Rama stands, his heir by birth. Whose name is glorious in the earth. Sure refuge he of all oppressed. Most faithful to his sire's behest. He, Dasaratha's eldest born. Whom gifts above the rest adorn. Lord of each high imperial sign. The glory of his kingly line. Reft of his right, expelled from home. Came forth with me the woods to roam. And Sita too, his faithful dame. Forth with her virtuous husband came. Like the sweet light when day is done. Still cleaving to her lord the sun. And me his sweet perfections drew. To follow as his servant true. Named Lakshmana, brother of my lord. Of grateful heart with knowledge stored. Most meet is he all bliss to share. Who makes the good of all his care. While, power and lordship cast away. In the wild wood he chose to stay. A giant came, his name unknown. And stole the princess left alone. Then Dithi's son. Who, cursed of yore. The semblance of a Rakshas wore. To King Sugriva bade us turn. The robber's name and home to learn. For he, the Vanar chief, would know. The dwelling of our secret foe. Such words of hope spake Dithi's son. And sought the heaven his deeds had won. Thou hast my tale. From first to last. Thine ears have heard whatever has passed. Rama the mighty Lord and I. For refuge to Sugriva fly. The prince whose arm bright glory gained. O'er the whole earth as monarch reigned. And richest gifts to others gave. Is come Sugriva's help to crave. Son of a king the surest friend. Of virtue, him who loved to lend. His succor to the suffering weak. Is come Sugriva's aid to seek. Yes, Raghu's son whose matchless hand. Protected all this sea-girt land. The virtuous prince, my holy guide. For refuge seek Sugriva's side. His favor sent on great and small. Should ever save and prosper all. He now to win Sugriva's grace. Has sought his woodland dwelling place. Son of a king of glorious fame. Who knows not Dasaratha's name? From whom all princes of the earth. Received each honor due to worth. Heir of that best of earthly kings. Rama the prince whose glory rings. Through realms below and earth and skies. For refuge to Sugriva flies. Nor should the Vanar king refuse. The boon for which the suppliant sues. But with his forest legions speed. To save him in his utmost need. Sumitra's son, his eyes bedewed. With piteous tears, thus sighed and sued. Then, trained in all the arts that guide. The speaker, Hanuman replied. Yea, lords like you of wisest thought. Whom happy fate has hither brought. Who vanquish ire and rule each sense. Must of our Lord have audience. Reft of his kingdom, sad, forlorn. Once Bali's hate now Bali's scorn. Defeated, severed from his spouse. Wandering under forest boughs. Child of the sun, our Lord and King. Sugriva will his succors bring. And all our Vanar hosts combined. Will trace the dame you long to find. With gentle tone and winning grace. Thus spake the chief of Vanar race. And then to Raghu's son he cried. Come, haste we to Sugriva's side. He spoke, and for his words so sweet. Good Lakshmana paid all honor meet. Then turned and cried to Raghu's son. Now deem thy task already done. Because this chief of Vanar kind. Son of the god who rules the wind. Declares Sugriva's self would be. Assisted in his need by thee. Bright gleams of joy his cheek o'erspread. As each glad word of hope he said. And ne'er will one so valiant deign to cheer our hearts with hope in vain. He spoke, and Hanuman the wise cast off his mendicant disguise, and took again his vanner form, son of the god of wind and storm. High on his ample back in haste Raghu's heroic sons he placed, and turned with rapid steps to find the sovereign of the vanner kind. Canto V. The League. From Rishyamukha's rugged side to Malaya's hill the vanner hied, and to his royal chieftain there announced the coming of the pair. See, here with Lakshmana Rama stands, illustrious in 100 lands, whose valiant heart will never quail, although 1,000 foes assail. King Dasaratha's son, the grace and glory of Ikshvaku's race, obedient to his father's will, he cleaves to sacred duty still, with rites of royal pomp and pride. His sire the fire god gratified, 100,000 kine he freed, and priests enriched with ample meed, and the broad land protected, famed for truthful lips and passions tamed. Through woman's guile his son has made his dwelling in the forest shade, where, as he lived with every sense subdued in hermit abstinence, fierce Rava stole his wife, and he is come a suppliant, Lord, to thee. Now let all honor do be paid to these great chiefs who seek thine aid. Thus spake the Vanner prince, and, stirred with friendly thoughts, Sugriva heard the light of joy his face o'erspread. And thus to Raghu's son he said, O prince, in rules of duty trained, caring for all with love unfeigned, Hanuman's tongue has truly shown the virtues that are thine alone, my chiefest glory, gain, and bliss. O stranger prince, I reckon this, that Raghu's son will condescend to seek the Vanner for his friend. If thou my true ally wouldst be, accept the pledge I offer thee. This hand in sign of friendship take, and bind the bond we ne'er will break. He spoke, and joy thrilled Rama's breast. Sugriva's hand he seized and pressed, and, transport beaming from his eye, held to his heart his new ally. In wanderer's weed disguised no more, his proper form Hanuman wore. Then, wood with wood engendering, came 'neath his deft hands the kindled flame. Between the chiefs that fire he placed, with wreaths of flowers and worship graced. And round its blazing glory went the friends with slow steps reverent. Thus each to other pledged and bound, in solemn league new transport found, and bent upon his dear ally the gaze he ne'er could satisfy. Friend of my soul art thou, we share each other's joy, each other's care. Thus in the bliss that thrilled his breast, Sugriva Raghu's son addressed. From a high sal a branch he tore, which many a leaf and blossom bore, and the fine twigs beneath them laid a seat for him and Rama made. Then Hanuman with joyous mind, son of the god who rules the wind, to Lakshmana gave his seat to be the gay branch of a sandal tree. Then King Sugriva with his eyes still trembling with the sweet surprise of the great joy he could not hide, to Raghu's noblest scion cried, O Rama, racked with woe and fear, spurned by my foes, I wander here. Reft of my spouse, forlorn I dwell here in my forest citadel. Or wild with terror and distress, roam through the distant wilderness. Vexed by my brother Bali long, my soul has borne the scathe and wrong. Do thou, whose virtues all revere, release me from my woe and fear. From dire distress thy friend to free is a high task and worthy thee. He spoke, and Raghu's son who knew all sacred duties men should do, the friend of justice, void of guile. Thus answered with a gentle smile. Great Vanner, friends who seek my aid still find their trust with fruit repaid. Bali, thy foe, who stole away thy wife, this vengeful hand shall slay. These shafts which sunlike flash and burn, winged with the feathers of the hern, each swift of flight and sure and dread, with even knot and pointed head, fierce as the crashing firebolt sent by him who rules the firmament, shall reach thy wicked foe and like infuriate serpents hiss and strike. Thou, Vanner king, this day shalt see the foe who long has injured thee lie, like a shattered mountain, low, slain by the tempest of my bow. Thus Rama spake, Sugriva heard, and mighty joy his bosom stirred, as thus his champion he addressed. Now by thy favor, first and best of heroes, shall thy friend obtain his realm and darling wife again, recovered from the foe. Check thou mine elder brother's might, that ne'er again his deadly spite may rob me of mine ancient right, or vex my soul with woe. The league was struck, a league to bring to Sita fiends, and Vanner king apportioned bliss and bale. Through her left eye quick throbbings shot, glad signs the lady doubted not, that told their hopeful tale. The bright left eye of Bali felt an inauspicious throb that dealt a deadly blow that day. The fiery left eyes of the crew of demons felt the throb, and knew the herald of dismay. Canto 6. The tokens. With joy that sprang from hope restored, to Rama spake the Vanner lord. I know, by wise Hanuman taught, why thou the lonely wood hast sought, where with thy brother Lakshmana thou hast sojourned, bound by hermit vow. Have heard how Sita, Janak's child, was stolen in the pathless wild. How by a roving Rakshas she, weeping was reft from him and thee. How, bent on death, the giant slew the vulture king, her guardian true, and gave thy widowed breast to know a solitary mourner's woe. But soon, dear prince, thy heart shall be from every trace of sorrow free. For I thy darling will restore, lost like the prize of holy lore. Yea, though in heaven the lady dwell, or prisoned in the depths of hell, my friendly care her way shall track, and bring thy ransomed darling back. Let this my promise soothe thy care, nor doubt the words I truly swear. Saints, fiends, and dwellers of the skies shall find thy wife a bitter prize, like the rash child who rues too late the treacherous lure of poisoned Kate. No longer, prince, thy loss deplore, thy darling wife will I restore. 'Twas she I saw, my heart infers, that shrinking form was doubtless hers, which Gantrava, fierce and dread, bore swiftly through the clouds o'erhead, still writhing in his strict embrace, like helpless queen of serpent race. And from her lips that sad voice came, shrieking thine own and Lakshmana's name. High on a hill she saw me stand, with comrades twain on either hand. Her outer robe to earth she threw, and with it sent her anklets too. We saw the glittering tokens fall, we found them there and kept them all. These will I bring, perchance thine eyes the treasured spoils will recognize. He ceased, then Raghu's son replied to the glad tale, and eager cried, bring them with all thy speed, delay no more, dear friend, but haste away. Thus Rama spoke. Sugriva hide within the mountain's cavern side, impelled by love that stirred each thought, the precious tokens quickly brought, and said to Raghu's son, behold, this garment and these rings of gold, in Rama's hand with friendly haste, the jewels and the robe he placed. Then, like the moon by mist assailed, the tear-dimmed eyes of Rama failed. That burst of woe unmanned his frame. Woe sprung from passion for his dame. And with his manly strength o'erthrown, he fell and cried, "Ah me! Mine own!" Again, again close to his breast the ornaments and robe he pressed, while the quick pants that shook his frame, as from a furious serpent came, on his dear brother standing nigh. He turned at length his piteous eye, and, while his tears increasing ran, in bitter wail he thus began. "Look, brother, and behold once more the ornaments and robe she wore, dropped while the giant bore away, in cruel Eris his struggling prey, dropped in some quiet spot, I ween, where the young grass was soft and green, for still untouched by spot or stain, their former beauty all retain." He spoke with many a tear and sigh, and thus his brother made reply. "The bracelets thou hast fondly shown, and earrings, are to me unknown. But by long service taught I greet the anklets of her honored feet." Then to Sugriva Rama, best of Raghu's sons, these words addressed. "Say to what quarter of the sky the cruel fiend was seen to fly, bearing afar my captured wife, my darling dearer than my life? Speak, Vanar king, that I may know where dwells the cause of all my woe, the fiend for whose transgression all the giants by this hand shall fall. He who the Maithil lady stole, and kindled fury in my soul, has sought his fate in senseless pride, and opened death's dark portal wide. Then tell me, Vanar lord, I pray, the dwelling of my foe, and he, beneath this hand, today, to Yama's hall shall go." Canto 7. Rama consoled, with longing love and woe oppressed, the Vanar chief he thus addressed. And he, while sobs his utterance broke, raised up his reverent hands and spoke. "O Raghu's son, I cannot tell where now that cruel fiend may dwell, declare his power and might, or trace the author of his cursed race. Still trust the promise that I make, and let thy breast no longer ache. So will I toil, nor toil in vain, that thou thy consort mayst regain. So will I work with might and skill, that joy anew thy heart shall fill. The valor of my soul display, and Rava and his legions slay. Awake, awake! Unmanned no more. Recall the strength was thine of yore. Beseems not men like thee to wear a weak heart yielding to despair. Like troubles, too, mine eyes have seen, lamenting for a long-lost queen. But, by despair unconquered yet, my strength of mind I ne'er forget. Far more shouldst thou of lofty soul thy passion and thy tears control. When I, of Vanar's humbler strain, weep not for her in ceaseless pain. Be firm, be patient, nor forget the bounds the brave of heart have set. In loss, in woe, in strife, in fear, when the dark hour of death is near, up with thine own brave heart advise. Not thus despond the firm and wise, but he who gives his childish heart to choose the coward's weakling part, sinks, like a foundered vessel, deep in waves of woe that o'er him sweep. See, suppliant hand to hand I lay, and, moved by faithful love, I pray. Give way no more to grief and gloom, but all thy native strength resume. No joy on earth, I ween, have they, who yield their souls to sorrow's sway. Their glory fades in slow decline. 'Tis not for thee to grieve and pine. I do but hint with friendly speech. The wiser part one dare not teach. This better path, dear friend, pursue, and let not grief thy soul subdue. Sugriva thus with gentle art And sweet words soothed the mourner's heart, who brushed off with his mantle's hem tears from the eyes bedewed with them. Sugriva's words were not in vain. And Rama was himself again. Around the king his arms he threw, and thus began his speech anew. Whatever a friend most wise and true, who counsels for the best, should do, whatever his gentle part should be, has been performed, dear friend, by thee. Taught by thy counsel, O my lord, I feel my native strength restored. A friend like thee is hard to gain, most rare in time of grief and pain. Now strain thine utmost power to trace the Maythil lady's dwelling place, and aid me in my search to find fierce Rava of the impious mind. Trust thou, in turn, thy loyal friend, and say what aid this arm can lend, to speed thy hopes, as fostering rain quickens in earth the scattered grain. Deem not those words, that seem to spring from pride, are false, O Vanar king. None from these lips has ever heard, none e'er shall hear, one lying word. Again I promise and declare, yea, by my truth, dear friend, I swear. Then glad was King Sugriva's breast, and all his lords their joy confessed, stirred by sure hope of Rama's aid, and promise which the prince had made. Canto 8. Rama's promise. Doubt from Sugriva's heart had fled, and thus to Raghu's son he said, no bliss the gods of heaven deny, each views me with a favoring eye. When thou, whom all good gifts attend, hast sought me and become my friend, leagued, friend, with thee in bold emprise, my arm might win the conquered skies. And shall our banded strength be weak, to gain the realm which now I seek? A happy fate was mine above, my kith and kin and all I love, when, near the witness fire, I won thy friendship, Raghu's glorious son. Thou too in ripening time shall see thy friend not all unworthy thee. What gifts I have shall thus be shown, not mine the tongue to make them known. Strong is the changeless bond that binds the friendly faith of noble minds. In woe, in danger, firm and sure, their constancy and love endure. Gold, silver, jewels rich and rare, they count as wealth for friends to share. Yea, be they rich or poor and low, blessed with all joys or sunk in woe, stained with each fault or pure of blame, their friends the nearest place may claim, for whom they leave, at friendship's call, their gold, their bliss, their homes and all. He spoke by generous impulse moved, and Raghu's son his speech approved, glancing at Lakshmana by his side, like Indra in his beauty's pride. The Vanar monarch saw the pair of mighty brothers standing there, and turned his rapid eye to view the forest trees that near him grew. He saw, not far from where he stood, a sal tree towering o'er the wood. Amid the thick leaves many a bee graced the scant blossoms of the tree, from whose dark shade a bough, that bore a load of leafy twigs, he tore, which on the grassy ground he laid, and seats for him and Rama made. Hanuman saw them sit, he sought a sal tree's leafy bough and brought the burthen, and with meek request entreated Lakshmana, too, to rest there on the noble mountain's brow. Strewn with the young leaves of the bough, sat Raghu's son in placid ease, calm as the sea when sleeps the breeze. Sugriva's heart with rapture swelled, and thus, by eager love impelled, he spoke in gracious tone, that, oft checked by his joy, was low and soft. I, by my brother's might oppressed, by ceaseless woe and fear distressed, mourning my consort far away, on Rishyamukha's mountain stray, expelled by Bali's cruel hate, I wander here disconsolate. Do thou to whom all sufferers flee. From his dread hand deliver me. He spoke, and Rama, just and brave, whose pious soul to virtue clave, smiled as in conscious might he eyed the king of Vanars, and replied, best fruit of friendship is the deed that helps the friend in hour of need. And this mine arm in death shall lay thy robber ere the close of day. For see, these feathered darts of mine, whose points so fiercely flash and shine, and shafts with golden emblem, came from dark woods known by Skanda's name, winged from the pinion of the hern. Like Indra's bolts they strike and burn, with even knots and piercing head. Each like a furious snake is sped. With these, today, before thine eye, shall, like a shattered mountain, lie Bali, thy dread and wicked foe, o'erwhelmed in hideous overthrow. He spoke, Sugrava's bosom swelled with hope and joy unparalleled. Then his glad voice the Vana raised, and thus the son of Raghu praised. Long have I pined in depth of grief. Thou art the hope of all, O chief. Now, Raghu's son, I hail thee friend, and bid thee to my woes attend. For, by my truth I swear it, now, not life itself is dear as thou. Since by the witness fire we met, and friendly hand in hand was set. Friend communes now with friend, and hence I tell with surest confidence how woes that on my spirit weigh consume me through the night and day. For sobs and sighs he scarce could speak, and his sad voice came low and weak, as, while his eyes with tears o'erflowed, the burden of his soul he showed. Then by strong effort, bravely made, the torrent of his tears he stayed, wiped his bright eyes, his grief subdued, and thus, more calm, his speech renewed. By Bali's conquering might oppressed, of power and kingship dispossessed, loaded with taunts of scorn and hate, I left my realm and royal state. He tore away my consort, she was dearer than my life to me, and many a friend to me and mine. In hopeless chains was doomed to pine, with wicked thoughts, unsated still. Me whom he wrongs he yearns to kill. And spies of Vana race, who tried to slay me, by this hand have died. Moved by this constant doubt and fear, I saw thee, prince, and came not near. When woe and peril gather round, a foe in every form is found. Save Hanuman, O Raghu's son. And these, no friend is left me, none. Through their kind aid, a faithful band, who guard their lord from hostile hand, rest when their chieftain rests and bend their steps where'er he lists to wend. Through them alone, in toil and pain, my wretched life I still sustain. Enough, for thou hast heard in brief the story of my pain and grief. His mighty strength all regions know. My brother, but my deadly foe. Ah, if the proud oppressor fell, his death would all my woe dispel. Yea, on my cruel conqueror's fall, my joy depends, my life, my all. This were the end and sure relief, O Rama, of my tale of grief. Fair be his lot or dark with woe, no comfort like a friend I know. Then Rama spoke, O friend, relate whence sprang fraternal strife and hate, that duly taught by thee, I may each foeman's strength and weakness weigh, and skilled in every chance restore the blissful state thou hadst before. For, when I think of all the scorn and bitter woe thou long hast borne, my soul indignant swells with pain, like waters flushed with furious rain. Then, ere I string this bended bow, tell me the tale I long to know. Ere from the cord my arrow fly, and low in death thy foeman lie. He spoke, Sugrava joyed to hear, nor less his lords were glad of cheer. And thus to Rama mighty-souled, the cause that moved their strife he told. Canto 9. Sugrava's Story. My brother, known by Bali's name, had won by might a conqueror's fame. My father's eldest born was he, well honored by his sire and me. My father died, and each sage lord named Bali king with one accord. And he, by right of birth ordained, the sovereign of the Vanars reigned. He in his royal place controlled the kingdom of our sires of old. And I all faithful service lent to aid my brother's government. The fiend Mayavi, him of yore, to Dundubi his mother bore. For woman's love in strife engaged, a deadly war with Bali waged. When sleep had chained each weary frame, to vast Kishkinda gates he came. And, shouting through the shades of night, challenged his foeman to the fight. My brother heard the furious shout, and wild with rage rushed madly out. Though fain would I and each sad wife detain him from the deadly strife, he burned his demon foe to slay, and rushed impetuous to the fray. His weeping wives he thrust aside, and forth, impelled by fury, hied. While, by my love and duty led, I followed where my brother sped. Mayavi looked, and at the sight fled from his foes in wild affright. The flying fiend we quickly viewed, and with swift feet his steps pursued. Then rose the moon, whose friendly ray cast light upon our headlong way. By the soft beams was dimly shown a mighty cave with grass o'ergrown. Within its depths he sprang, and we the demon's form no more might see. My brother's breast was all aglow with fury when he missed the foe. And, turning, thus to me he said, with senses all disquieted, here by the cavern's mouth remain. Keep ear and eye upon the strain, while I the dark recess explore, and dip my brand in foeman's gore. I heard his angry speech, and tried to turn him from his plan aside. He made me swear by both his feet, and sped within the dark retreat. While in the cave he stayed, and I watched at the mouth. A year went by. For his return I looked in vain, and, moved by love, believed him slain. I mourned, by doubt and fear distressed, and greater horror seized my breast, when from the cavern rolled a flood, a carnage stream of froth and blood, and from the depths a sound of fear. The roar of demons smote mine ear, but never rang my brother's shout, triumphant in the battle rout. I closed the cavern with a block, huge as a hill, of shattered rock, gave offerings due to Bali's shade, and sought Kishkinda, sore dismayed. Long time with anxious care I tried from Bali's lords his fate to hide. But they, when once the tale was known, placed me as king on Bali's throne. There for a while I justly reigned, and all with equal care ordained. When joyous from the demon slain, my brother Bali came again. He found me ruling in his stead, and, fired with rage, his eyes grew red. He slew the lords who made me king, and spoke keen words to taunt and sting the kingly rank and power I held. My brother's rage with ease had quelled, but still, restrained by old respect for claims of birth, the thought I checked. Thus having struck the demon down, came Bali to his royal town. With meek respect, with humble speech, his haughty heart I strove to reach. But all my arts were tried in vain. No gentle word his lips would deign. Though to the ground I bent and set his feet upon my coronet, still Bali in his rage and pride all signs of grace and love denied. Canto X, Sugrava's Story. I strove to soothe and lull to rest the fury of his troubled breast. Well art thou come, dear Lord, I cried. by whose strong arm thy foe has died. Forlorn I languished here, but now my saviour and defence art thou. Once more receive this regal shade, like the full moon in heaven displayed. And let the Churis, thus restored, wave glorious o'er the rightful lord. I kept my watch, thy word obeyed, and by the cave a year I stayed. But when I saw that stream of blood rush from the cavern in a flood, my sad heart broken with dismay, and every wandering sense astray, I barred the entrance with a stone. A crag from some high mountain thrown turned from the spot I watched in vain, and to Kishkinda came again my deep distress and downcast mien. By citizen and lord were seen, they made me king against my will. Forgive me if the deed was ill. True as I ever was I see my honored king once more in thee. I only ruled a while the state, when thou hadst left us desolate. This town with people, lords, and lands lay as a trust in guardian hands. And now, my gracious Lord, accept the kingdom which thy servant kept. Forgive me, victor of the foe, nor let thy wrath against me glow. See joining suppliant hands I pray, and at thy feet my head I lay. Believe my words, against my will, the royal seat they made me fill. Unking they saw the city, hence they made me lord for her defence. But Bali, though I humbly sued, reviled me in his furious mood. Out on thee, wretch, in wrath he cried, with many a bitter taunt beside. He summoned every lord, and all his subjects gathered at his call. Then forth his burning anger broke, and thus amid his friends he spoke. I need not tell, for well ye know, how fierce Mayavi, fiend and foe, came to Kishkinda's gate by night, and dared me in his wrath to fight. I heard each word the demon said. Forth from my royal hall I sped, and, foe in brother's guise concealed, Sugriva followed to the field. The mighty demon through the shade beheld me come with one to aid. Then shrinking from unequal fight, he turned his back in swiftest flight. From vengeful foes his life to save, he sought the refuge of a cave. Then when I saw the fiend had fled within that cavern dark and dread, thus to my brother cruel-eyed, impatient in my wrath, I cried, I seek no more my royal town, till I have struck the demon down. Here by the cavern's mouth remain, until my hand the foe have slain. Upon his faith my heart relied, and swift within the depths I hide. A year went by, in every spot I sought the fiend, but found him not. At length my foe I saw and slew, whom long I feared when lost to view, and all his kinsmen by his side beneath my vengeful fury died. The monster, as he reeled and fell, poured forth his blood with roar and yell, and, filling all the cavern, died. The portal with the crimson tide upon my foeman slain at last. One look, one pitying look, I cast. I sought again the light of day. The cave was closed and left no way. To the barred mouth I sadly came, and called aloud Sugriva's name. But all was still, no voice replied, and hope within my bosom died. With furious efforts, vain at first, through bars of rock my way I burst. Then, free once more, the path that brought my feet in safety home I sought. 'Twas thus Sugriva dared despise the claim of brothers' friendly ties. With crags of rock he barred me in, and for himself the realm would win. Thus Bali spoke in words severe, and then, unmoved by ruth or fear, left me a single robe and sent his brother forth in banishment. He cast me out with scathe and scorn, and from my side my wife was torn. Now in great fear and ill at ease, I roam this land with woods and seas, or dwell on Rishyamuka's hill, and sorrow for my consort still. Thou hast the tale how first arose this bitter hate of brother foes. Such are the griefs 'neath which I pine, and all without a fault of mine. O swift to save in hour of fear, my prayer who dread this Bali, hear. With gracious love assistance deign, and mine oppressor's arm restrain. Then Raghu's son, the good and brave, with a gay laugh his answer gave. These shafts of mine which ne'er can fail, before whose sheen the sun grows pale, winged by my fury, fleet and fierce, the wicked Bali's heart shall pierce. Yea, mark the words I speak, so long shall live that wretch who joys in wrong, until these angered eyes have seen the robber of thy darling queen. I, taught by equal suffering, know what waves of grief above thee flow. This hand thy captive wife shall free, and give thy kingdom back to thee. Sugriva joyed as Rama spoke, and valor in his breast awoke. His eye grew bright, his heart grew bold, and thus his wondrous tale he told. Canto 11. Dundubi. I doubt not, Prince, thy peerless might, armed with these shafts so keen and bright, like all-destroying fires of fate, the worlds could burn and devastate. But lend thou first thy mind and ear, of Bali's power and might to hear. How bold, how firm, in battle tried, is Bali's heart, and then decide. From east to west, from south to north, on restless errand hurrying forth, from farthest sea to sea he flies, before the sun has lit the skies. A mountain top he oft will seek, tear from its root a towering peak, hurl it aloft, as 'twere a ball, and catch it ere to earth it fall. And many a tree that long has stood, in health and vigor in the wood, his single arm to earth will throw, the marvels of his might to show. Shaped like a bull, a monster bore the name of Dundubi of yore. He matched in size a mountain height, 1,000 elephants in might. By pride of wondrous gifts impelled, and strength he deemed unparalleled. To ocean, lord of stream and brook, athirst for war, his way he took. He reached the king of rolling waves, whose gems are piled in sunless caves. And threw his challenge to the sea. Come forth, O king, and fight with me. He spoke, and from his ocean bed, the righteous monarch heaved his head, and gave, sedate, his calm reply, to him whom fate impelled to die. Not mine the power, he cried, to cope with thee in battle tried. But listen to my voice, and seek the worthier foe of whom I speak. The Lord of hills, where hermits live, and love the home his forests give. Whose child is Sankar's darling queen. The king of snows is he I mean. Deep caves has he, and dark boughs shade the torrent and the wild cascade. From him expect the fierce delight, which heroes feel in equal fight. He deemed that fear checked ocean's king, and, like an arrow from the string, to the wild woods that clothe the side of Lord Himalaya's hills he hied. Then Dundubi, with hideous roar, huge fragments from the summit tore, vast as Aravat, white with snow, and hurled them to the plains below. Then like a white cloud soft, serene, the Lord of Mountains' form was seen. It sat upon a lofty crest, and thus the furious fiend addressed. Beseems thee not, O virtue's friend, my mountain tops to rive and rend. For I, the hermit's calm retreat, for deeds of war am all unmeet. The demon's eye with rage grew red, and thus in furious tone he said, If thou from fear or sloth decline to match thy strength in war with mine, where shall I find a champion, say? to meet me burning for the fray? He spoke, Himalaya, skilled in lore of eloquence, replied once more. And, angered in his righteous mind, addressed the chief of demon kind. The Vanar Bali, brave and wise, son of the god who rules the skies, sways, glorious in his high renown, Kishkinda his imperial town. Well may that valiant lord who knows each art of war his might oppose to thine, in equal battle set, as Namuhi and Indra met. Go, if thy soul desire the fray, to Bali's city speed away, and that unconquered hero meet, whose fame is high for warlike feat. He listened to the Lord of Snow, and, his proud heart with rage aglow, sped swift away and lighted down by vast Kishkinda, Bali's town, with pointed horns to strike and gore. The semblance of a bull he bore, huge as a cloud that downward bends, ere the full flood of rain descends. Impelled by pride and rage and hate, he thundered at Kishkinda's gate. And with his bellowing, like the sound of pealing drums, he shook the ground. He rent the earth and prostrate threw the trees that near the portal grew. King Bali from the bowers within, indignant heard the roar and din. Then, moonlike mid the stars, with all his dames he hurried to the wall, and to the fiend this speech, expressed, in clear and measured words, addressed. Know me for monarch, Bali styled, of Vanar tribes that roam the wild. Say, why dost thou this gate molest, and bellowing thus disturb our rest? I know thee, mighty fiend, beware, and guard thy life with wiser care. He spoke, and thus the fiend returned, while red with rage his eyeballs burned. What? Speak when all thy dames are nigh, and hero-like thy foe defy. Come, meet me in the fight this day, and learn my strength by bold assay. Or shall I spare thee, and relent, until the coming night be spent? Take then the respite of a night, and yield thee to each soft delight. Then, monarch of the Vanar race, with loving arms thy friends embrace, gifts on thy faithful lords bestow. Bid each and all farewell, and go. Show in the streets once more thy face. Install thy son to fill thy place. Dally a while with each dear dame, and then my strength thy pride shall tame. For, should I smite thee drunk with wine, enamored of those dames of thine, beneath diseases bowed and bent, or weak, unarmed, or negligent, my deed would merit hate and scorn, as his who slays the child unborn. Then Bali's soul with rage was fired. Queen Tara and the dames retired. And slowly, with a laugh of pride, the king of Vanars thus replied. Me, fiend, thou deemest drunk with wine, unless thy fear the fight decline. Come, meet me in the fray, and test the spirit of my valiant breast. He spoke in wrath and high disdain, and, laying down his golden chain, gift of his sire Mahendra, dared the demon, for the fray prepared. Seized by the horns the monster, vast as a huge hill, and held him fast. Then fiercely dragged him round and round, and, shouting, hurled him to the ground. Blood streaming from his ears, he rose, and wild with fury strove the foes. Then Bali, match for Indra's might, with every arm renewed the fight. He fought with fists, and feet, and knees, with fragments of the rock, and trees. At last the monster's strength, assailed by Sakra's conquering offspring, failed. Him Bali raised with mighty strain, and dashed upon the ground again, where, bruised and shattered, in a tide of rushing blood, the demon died. King Bali saw the lifeless corse, and bending, with tremendous force, raised the huge bulk from where it lay. and hurled it full a league away. As through the air the body flew, some blood drops, caught by gales that blew, welled from his shattered jaw and fell by Saint Mithunga's hermit cell. Mithunga saw, illustrious sage, those drops defile his hermitage. And, as he marveled whence they came, fierce anger filled his soul with flame. Who is the villain, evil-souled, with childish thoughts unwise and bold? Who is the impious wretch, he cried, by whom my grove with blood is dyed? Thus spoke Mithunga in his rage, and hastened from the hermitage. When lo, before his wondering eyes, lay the dead bull of mountain size. His hermit soul was nothing slow, the doer of the deed to know. And thus the Vanner in a burst of wild tempestuous wrath he cursed. Ne'er let that Vanner wander here, for, if he come, his death is near. Whose impious hand with blood has dyed the holy place where I abide. Who through this demon course and made a ruin of the pleasant shade. If e'er he plant his wicked feet within 1 league of my retreat. Yea, if the villain come so nigh, that very hour he needs must die. And let the Vanner lords who dwell in the dark woods that skirt my cell obey my words, and speeding hence find them some meeter residence. Here if they dare to stay, on all the terrors of my curse shall fall. They spoil the tender saplings, dear as children which I cherish here. Mar root and branch and leaf and spray, and steal the ripening fruit away. One day I grant, no further hour. Tomorrow shall my curse have power. And then each Vanner I may see a stone through countless years shall be. The Vanners heard the curse and hide from sheltering wood and mountainside. King Bali marked their haste and dread, and to the flying leaders said, Speak, Vanner chiefs, and tell me why from Saint Mithunga's grove ye fly to gather round me. Is it well with all who in those woodlands dwell? He spoke, the Vanner leaders told King Bali with his chain of gold what curse the saint had on them laid, which drove them from their ancient shade. Then royal Bali sought the sage with reverent hands to soothe his rage. The holy man his suppliant spurned, and to his cell in anger turned. That curse on Bali sorely pressed, and long his conscious soul distressed. Him still the curse and terror keep afar from Rishyamukha's steep. He dares not to the grove draw nigh, nay scarce will hither turn his eye. We know what terrors warm him hence, and roam these woods in confidence. Look, Prince, before thee white and dry the demon's bones uncovered lie, who, like a hill in bulk and length, fell ruined for his pride of strength. See those high sal trees 7 in row, that droop their mighty branches low. These at one grasp would Bali seize, and leafless shake the trembling trees. These tales I tell, O Prince, to show the matchless power that arms the foe. How canst thou hope to slay him? How meet Bali in the battle now? Sugriva spoke and sadly sighed, and Lakshmana with a laugh replied, What show of power, what proof and test may still the doubts that fill thy breast? He spoke. Sugriva thus replied, See yonder sal trees side by side. King Bali here would take his stand, grasping his bow with vigorous hand. And every arrow, keen and true, would strike its tree and pierce it through. If Rama now his bow will bend, and through one trunk an arrow send, or if his arm can raise and throw 200 measures of his bow, grasped by a foot and hurled through air, the demon bull that moulders there, my heart will own his might and fame. Believe my foe already slain. Sugriva spoke inflamed with ire, Scanned Rama with a glance of fire. Pondered a while in silent mood. And thus again his speech renewed. All lands with Bali's glories ring. A valiant, strong, and mighty king. In conscious power and used to yield. A hero first in every field. His wondrous deeds his might declare. Deeds gods might scarcely do or dare. And on this power reflecting still, I roam on Rishyamukha's hill. Awed by my brother's might I rove. In doubt and fear, from grove to grove. While Hanuman, my chosen friend, and faithful lords my steps attend. And now, O true to friendship's tie, I hail in thee my best ally. My surest refuge from my foes. And steadfast as the Lord of snows. Still, when I muse how strong and bold is cruel Bali, evil-souled. But ne'er, O chief of Raghu's line, have seen what strength in war is thine. Though in my heart I may not dare doubt thy great might, despise, compare. Thoughts of his fearful deeds will rise, and fill my soul with sad surmise. Speech, form, and trust which naught may move, thy secret strength and glory prove. As smoldering ashes dimly show the dormant fires that live below. He ceased, and Rama answered, while played o'er his lips a gracious smile. Not yet convinced, this clear essay shall drive each lingering doubt away. Thus Rama spoke his heart to cheer. To Dundubi's vast frame drew near. He touched it with his foot in play, and sent it 20 leagues away. Sugriva marked what easy force hurled through the air that demon's course, whose mighty bones were white and dried. And to the son of Raghu cried, my brother Bali, when his might was drunk and weary from the fight, hurled forth the monster body, fresh, with skin and sinews, blood and flesh. Now flesh and blood are dried away. The crumbling bones are light as hay, which thou, O Raghu's son, hast sent flying through air in merriment. This test alone is weak to show, if thou be stronger or the foe. By thee a heap of mouldering bone, by him the recent course was thrown. Thy strength, O prince, is yet untried. Come, pierce one tree, let this decide. Prepare thy ponderous bow and bring close to thine ear the straining string. On yonder sal tree fix thine eye, and let the mighty arrow fly. I doubt not, chief, that I shall see thy pointed shaft transfix the tree. Then come, essay the easy task, and do for love the thing I ask. Best of all lights, the day God fills with glory earth and sky. Himalaya is the lord of hills that heave their heads on high. The royal lion is the best of beasts that tread the earth. And thou, O hero, art confessed first in heroic worth. Canto 12. The palm trees. Then Rama, that his friend might know his strength unrivaled, grasped his bow, that mighty bow the foe's dismay, and on the string an arrow lay. Next on the tree his eye he bent, and forth the hurtling weapon went, loosed from the matchless hero's hold. That arrow, decked with burning gold, cleft the 7 palms in line, and through the hill that rose behind them flew. 6 subterranean realms it passed, and reached the lowest depth at last. Went speeding back through earth and air. It sought the quiver, and rested there. Upon the cloven trees amazed, the sovereign of the Vanars gazed. With all his chains and gold outspread, prostrate on earth he laid his head. Then, rising, palm to palm he laid, in reverent act, obeisance made, and joyously to Rama, best of war-trained chiefs, these words addressed. What champion, Raghu's son, may hope with thee in deadly fight to cope? whose arrow, leaping from the bow, cleaves tree and hill and earth below. Scarce might the gods, arrayed for strife, by Indra's self, escape, with life, assailed by thy victorious hand. And how may Bali hope to stand? All grief and care are passed away, and joyous thoughts my bosom sway, who have in thee a friend, renowned, as Varu or as Indra, found. Then on, subdue, 'tis friendship's claim, my foe who bears a brother's name. Strike Bali down beneath thy feet, with suppliant hands I thus entreat. Sugriva ceased, and Rama pressed the grateful Vanar to his breast, and thoughts of kindred feeling woke in Lakshmana's bosom, as he spoke. On to Kishkinda, on with speed. Thou, Vanar king, our way shalt lead. Then challenge Bali forth to fight, thy foe who scorns a brother's right. They sought Kishkinda's gate and stood, concealed by trees in densest wood. Sugriva, to the fight addressed, more closely drew his cinctured vest, and raised a wild sky-piercing shout, to call the foeman Bali out. Forth came impetuous Bali, stirred to fury by the shout he heard. So the great sun, ere night has ceased, springs up impatient to the east. Then fierce and wild the conflict raged, as hand to hand the foes engaged. As though in battle mid the stars, fought Mercury and fiery Mars, to highest pitch of frenzy wrought. With fists like thunderbolts they fought, while near them Rama took his stand, and viewed the battle, bow in hand. Alike they stood in form and might, like heavenly aspens paired in fight. Nor might the son of Raghu know where fought the friend and where the foe. So, while his bow was ready bent, no life-destroying shaft he sent, crushed down by Bali's mightier stroke. Sugriva's force now sank and broke, who, hoping not from Rama's aid, to Rishyamukha fled dismayed, weary, and faint, and wounded sore. His body bruised and dyed with gore, from Bali's blows. In rage and dread, afar to sheltering woods he fled. Nor Bali farther dared pursue, the curbing curse too well he knew. Fled from thy death, the victor cried, and home the mighty warrior hied. Hanuman, Lakshmana, Raghu's son, beheld the conquered Vanar run, and followed to the sheltering shade, where yet Sugriva stood dismayed. Near and more near the chieftains came. Then, for intolerable shame, not daring yet to lift his eyes, Sugriva spoke with burning sighs. Thy matchless strength I first beheld, and dared my foe, by thee impelled. Why hast thou tried me with deceit, and urged me to a sure defeat? Thou shouldst have said, I will not slay thy foeman in the coming fray. For had I then thy purpose known, I had not waged the fight alone. The Vanar sovereign, lofty-souled, in plaintive voice his sorrows told. Then Rama spake, Sugriva, list. All anger from thy heart dismissed, and I will tell the cause that stayed mine arrow, and withheld thee aid. In dress, adornment, port, and height, in splendor, battle shout, and might, no shade of difference could I see between thy foe, O king, and thee. So like was each, I stood at gaze, my senses lost in wildering maze, nor loosened from my straining bow a deadly arrow at the foe, lest in my doubt the shaft should send to sudden death our surest friend. Oh, if this hand in heedless guilt and rash resolve thy blood had spilt through every land, O Vanar king, my wild and foolish act would ring. Sore weight of sin on him must lie, by whom a friend is made to die. And Lakshmana, I, and Sita, best of dames, on thy protection rest. On, warrior! for the fight prepare. Nor fear again thy foe to dare. Within 1 hour thine eye shall view my arrow strike thy foeman through. Shall see the stricken Bali lie low on the earth, and gasp and die. But come, a badge about thee bind, O monarch of the Vanar kind, that in the battle shock mine eyes the friend and foe may recognize. Come, Lakshmana, let that creeper deck with brightest bloom Sugriva's neck, and be a happy token, twined around the chief of lofty mind. Upon the mountain slope there grew a threading creeper fair to view, and Lakshmana plucked the bloom and round Sugriva's neck a garland wound. Graced with the flowery wreath he wore, the Vanar chief the semblance bore of a dark cloud at close of day, engarlanded with cranes at play. In glorious light the Vanar glowed, as by his comrade's side he strode, and, still on Rama's word intent, his steps to great Kishkinda bent. Canto 13. The Return to Kishkinda. Thus with Sugriva, from the side of Rishyamukha, Rama hied, and stood before Kishkinda's gate, where Bali kept his regal state. The hero in his warrior hold raised his great bow adorned with gold, and drew his pointed arrow bright as sunbeams, finisher of fight. Strong-necked Sugriva led the way, with Lakshmana mighty in the fray. Nala and Nila came behind, with Hanuman of lofty mind, and valiant Tara, last in place, a leader of the Vanar race. They gazed on many a tree that showed the glory of its pendant load, and brook and limpid rill that made sweet murmurs as they seaward strayed. They looked on caverns dark and deep, on bower and glen and mountain steep, and saw the opening lotus stud, with roseate cup the crystal flood, while crane and swan and coot and drake made pleasant music on the lake, and from the reedy bank was heard the note of many a happy bird. In open lawns, in tangled ways, they saw the tall deer stand at gaze, or marked them free and fearless roam, fed with sweet grass, their woodland home. At times 2 flashing tusks between the wavings of the wood were seen, and some mad elephant, alone, like a huge moving hill, was shown, and scarcely less in size appeared great monkeys all with dust besmeared, and various birds that roamed the skies, and sylvan creatures met their eyes, as through the wood the chieftain sped, and followed where Sugriva led. Then Rama, as their way they made, saw near at hand a lovely shade, and, as he gazed upon the trees, spake to Sugriva words like these: Those stately trees in beauty rise, fair as a cloud in autumn skies. I fain, my friend, would learn from thee what pleasant grove is that I see. Thus Rama spake, the mighty-souled, and thus his tale Sugriva told. That, Rama, is a wide retreat that brings repose to weary feet. Bright streams and fruit and roots are there, and shady gardens passing fair. There, 'neath the roof of hanging boughs, the sacred 7 maintained their vows. Their heads in dust were lowly laid, in streams their nightly beds were made. Each 7th night they broke their fast, but air was still their sole repast. And when 700 years were spent, to homes in heaven the hermits went. Their glory keeps the garden yet, with walls of stately trees beset. Scarce would the gods and demons dare, by Indra led, to enter there. No beast that roams the wood is found, no bird of air, within the bound. Or, thither if they idly stray, they find no more their homeward way. You hear at times mid dulcet tones the chime of anklets, rings, and zones. You hear the song and music sound, and heavenly fragrance breathes around. There duly burn the triple fires, where mounts the smoke in curling spires, and, in a dun wreath, hangs above the tall trees, like a brooding dove. Round branch and crest the vapors close, till every tree enveloped shows a hill of lazulite when clouds hang round it with their misty shrouds. With Lakshmana, lord of Raghu's line, in reverent guise thine head incline, and with fixed heart and suppliant hand, give honor to the sainted band, they who with faithful hearts revere the holy seven who harbored here. Shall never, son of Raghu, know in all their lives an hour of woe. Then Rama and his brother bent, and did obeisance reverent, with suppliant hand and lowly head. Then with Sugriva onward sped, beyond the sainted seven's abode. Far on their way the chieftains strode, and great Kishkinda's portal gained, the royal town where Bali reigned. Then by the gate they took their stand, already armed a noble band, and burning every one, to slay in battle, hand to hand, their foeman, Indra's son. Canto 14. The Challenge. They stood where trees of densest green wove round their forms a veiling screen. O'er all the garden's pleasant shade the eyes of King Sugriva strayed, and, as on grass and tree he gazed, the fires of wrath within him blazed. Then like a mighty cloud on high, when roars the tempest through the sky, girt by his friends he thundered out his dread sky-rending battle shout. Like some proud lion in his gait, or as the sun begins his state, Sugriva let his quick glance rest on Rama whom he thus addressed. There is the seat of Bali's sway, where flags on wall and turret play, which mighty bands of Vanars hold, rich in all arms and store of gold. Thy promise to thy mind recall, that Bali by thy hand shall fall. As kindly fruits adorn the bough, so give my hopes their harvest now. In suppliant tone the Vanar prayed, and Raghu's son his answer made. By Lakshmana's hand this flowery twine was wound about thee for a sign. The wreath of giant creeper throws about thy form its brilliant glows, as though about the sun were set the bright stars for a coronet. One shaft of mine this day, dear friend, thy sorrow and thy fear shall end, and, from the bowstring freed, shall be giver of freedom, king, to thee. Then come, Sugriva, quickly show, where'er he lie, thy bitter foe, and let my glance the wretch descry, whose deeds, a brother's name belie. Yea, soon in dust and blood o'erthrown, shall Bali fall and gasp and groan. Once let this eye the foeman see, then, if he live to turn and flee, despise my puny strength, and shame with foul opprobrium Rama's name. Hast thou not seen his hand, O king? Through 7 tall trees one arrow wing. Still in that strength securely trust, and deem thy foeman in the dust. In all my days, though surely tried by grief and woe, I ne'er have lied, and still by duty's law restrained, will ne'er with falsehood's charge be stained. Cast doubt away, the oath I swear, its kindly fruit shall quickly bear, as smiles the land with golden grain, by mercy of the Lord of Rain. O, warrior to the gate I defy thy foe with shout and battle cry, till Bali with his chain of gold comes speeding from his royal hold. Proud hearts, with warlike fire aglow, brook not the challenge of a foe. Each on his power and might relies, and most before his lady's eyes. King Bali loves the fray too well to linger in his citadel, and, when he hears thy battle shout, all wild for war will hasten out. He spoke. Sugriva raised a cry that shook and rent the echoing sky. A shout so fierce and loud and dread, that stately bulls in terror fled. Like dames who fly from threatened stain, in some ignoble monarch's reign. The deer in wild confusion ran, like horses turned in battle's van. Down fell the birds, like gods who fall, when merits fail, at that dread call. So fiercely, boldened for the fray, the offspring of the Lord of Day sent forth his furious shout as loud as thunder from a laboring cloud, or, where the gale blows fresh and free, the roaring of the troubled sea. Canto 15. Terra. That shout, which shook the land with fear, in thunder smote on Bali's ear, wherein the chamber barred and closed, the sovereign with his dame reposed. Each amorous thought was rudely stilled, and pride and rage his bosom filled. His angry eyes flashed darkly red, and all his native brightness fled, as when, by swift eclipse assailed, the glory of the sun has failed. While in his fury uncontrolled, he ground his teeth, his eyeballs rolled. He seemed a lake wherein no gem of blossom decks the lotus stem. He heard, and with indignant pride, forth from the bower the vanner hied. And the earth trembled at the beat and fury of his hastening feet. But Terra to her consort flew, her loving arms around him threw, and trembling and bewildered, gave wise counsel that might heal and save. O dear my lord, this rage control, that like a torrent floods thy soul, and cast these idle thoughts away, like faded wreath of yesterday. O tarry till the morning light. Then, if thou wilt, go forth and fight. Think not I doubt thy valor, no, or deem thee weaker than thy foe. Yet for a while would have thee stay, nor see thee tempt the fight today. Now list, my loving lord, and learn the reason why I bid thee turn. Thy foeman came in wrath and pride, and thee to deadly fight defied. Thou wentest out, he fought, and fled, sore wounded and discomfited. But yet, untaught by late defeat, he comes his conquering foe to meet, and calls thee forth with cry and shout. Hence spring, my lord, this fear and doubt. A heart so bold that will not yield, but yearns to tempt the desperate field. Such loud defiance, fiercely pressed, on no uncertain hope can rest. So lately by thine arm o'erthrown, he comes not back, I ween, alone. Some mightier comrade guards his side, and spurs him to this burst of pride. For nature made the vanner wise, on arms of might his hope relies, and never will Sugrava seek a friend whose power to save is weak. Now listen while my lips unfold the wondrous tale my own God told. Our child the distant forest sought, and, learnt from spies, the tidings brought. 2 sons of Dasaratha, sprung from old Ikshvaku, brave and young, renowned in arms, in war untamed. Rama and Lakshmana are they named. Have with thy foe Sugrava made a league of love and friendly aid. Now Rama, famed for exploit high, is bound thy brother's firm ally. Like fires of doom that ruin all, he makes each foe before him fall. He is the suppliant's sure defense, the tree that shelters innocence. The poor and wretched seek his feet, in him the noblest glories meet. With skill and knowledge vast and deep, his sire's commands he loved to keep. With princely gifts and graces stored, as metals deck the mountain's lord. Thou canst not, O my hero, stand before the might of Rama's hand. For none may match his powers or dare with him in deeds of war compare. Hear, I entreat, the words I say, nor lightly turn my reed away. O let fraternal discord cease, and link you in the bonds of peace. Let consecrating rites ordain Sugrava partner of thy reign. Let war and thoughts of conflict end. And be thou his and Rama's friend. Each soft approach of love begin. And to thy soul thy brother win. For whether here or there he be, thy brother still, dear Lord, is he. Though far and wide these eyes I strain, a friend like him I seek in vain. Let gentle words his heart incline, and gifts and honors make him thine. Till, foes no more, in love allied, you stand as brothers side by side. Thou in high rank wast wont to hold Sugrava, formed in massive mold. Then come, thy brother's love regain. For other aids are weak and vain. If thou would please my soul, and still preserve me from all fear and ill, I pray thee by thy love be wise, and do the thing which I advise. Assuage thy fruitless wrath, and shun the mightier arms of Raghu's son. For Indra's peer in might is he, a foe too strong, my lord, for thee. Canto 16. The Fall of Bali. Thus Tara with the starry eyes her counsel gave with burning sighs. But Bali, by her prayers unmoved, spurned her advice, and thus reproved. How may this insult, scathe, and scorn by me, dear love, be tamely borne? My brother, yea my foe, comes nigh, and dares me forth with shout and cry. Learn, trembler, that the valiant, they, who yield no step in battle fray, will die 1,000 deaths but ne'er an unavenged dishonor bear. Nor, O my love, be thou dismayed, though Rama lend Sugrava aid. For one so pure and duteous, one who loves the right, all sin will shun. Release me from thy soft embrace, and with thy dames thy steps retrace. Enough already, O mine own, of love and sweet devotion shown. Drive all thy fear and doubt away. I seek Sugrava in the fray, his boisterous rage and pride to still, and tame the foe I would not kill. My fury, armed with brandished trees, shall strike Sugrava to his knees. Nor shall the humbled foe withstand the blows of my avenging hand. When, nerved by rage and pride, I beat the traitor down beneath my feet, thou, love, hast lent thine own sweet aid, and all thy tender care displayed. Now by my life, by these who yearn to serve thee well, I pray thee turn. But for a while, dear dame, I go to come triumphant o'er the foe. Thus Bali spake in gentlest tone. Soft arms about his neck were thrown. Then round her lord the lady went, with sad steps slow and reverent. She stood in solemn guise to bless, with prayers for safety and success. Then with her train her chamber sought, by grief and racking fear distraught, with serpents' pantings fierce and fast. King Bali from the city passed. His glance, as each quick breath he drew, around to find the foe he threw, and saw where fierce Sugrava showed his form with golden hues that glowed, and, as a fire resplendent, stayed to meet his foe in arms arrayed. When Bali, long-armed chieftain, found Sugrava stationed on the ground, impelled by warlike rage he braced his warrior garb about his waist, and with his mighty arm raised high, rushed at Sugrava with a cry. But when Sugrava, fierce and bold, saw Bali with his chain of gold, his arm he heaved, his hand he closed, and face to face his foe opposed. To him whose eyes with fury shone, in charge impetuous rushing on, skilled in each warlike art and plan, Bali with hasty words began. My ponderous hand to fight addressed, with fingers clenched and arm compressed, shall on thy death-doomed brow descend, and, crashing down, thy life shall end. He spoke, and wild with rage and pride. The fierce Sugriva thus replied. Thus let my arm begin the strife, and from thy body crush the life. Then Bali, wounded and enraged, with furious blows the battle waged. Sugriva seemed, with blood streams dyed, a hill with fountains in his side. But with his native force unspent, a sal tree from the earth he rent, and like the bolt of Indra smote on Bali's head and chest and throat. Bruised by the blows he could not shield, half vanquished Bali sank and reeled, as sinks a vessel with her freight, borne down by overwhelming weight. Swift as Supra's swiftest flight, in awful strength they rushed to fight. So might the sun and moon on high, encountering battle in the sky. Fierce and more fierce, as fought the foes, the furious rage of combat rose. They warred with feet and arms and knees, with nails and stones and boughs and trees, and blows descending fast as rain, dyed each dark form with crimson stain. While like two thunderclouds they met, with battle cry and shout and threat. Then Rama saw Sugriva quail, marked his worn strength grow weak and fail, saw how he turned his wistful eye to every quarter of the sky. His friend's defeat he could not brook, bent on his shaft and eager look. Then burned to slay the conquering foe, and laid his arrow on the bow. As to an orb the bow he drew, forth from the string the arrow flew, like fate's tremendous discus hurled by Yama forth to end the world. So loud the din that every bird the bowstrings clans with terror heard, and wildly fled the affrighted deer, as though the day of doom were near. So, deadly as the serpent's fang, forth from the string the arrow sprang, like the red lightning's flash and flame. It flew unerring to its aim, and, hissing murder through the air, pierced Bali's breast, and quivered there. Struck by the shaft that flew so well, the mighty Vanner reeled and fell, as earthward Indra's flag they pull, when Asvini's fair moon is full. Canto 17. Bali's speech. Like some proud tree before the blast, brave Bali to the ground was cast, where prostrate in the dust he rolled, clad in the sheen of glistening gold, as when uptorn the standard lies of the great God who rules the skies. When low upon the earth was laid the Lord whom Vanner tribes obeyed, dark as a moonless sky no more, his land her joyous aspect wore. Though low in dust and mire was rolled the form of Bali lofty-souled, still life and valor, might and grace, clung to their well-loved dwelling place. That golden chain with rich gems set, the choicest gift of Sakra, yet preserved his life nor let decay, steal strength and beauty's light away. Still from that chain divinely wrought, his dusky form a glory caught, as a dark cloud, when day is done, made splendid by the dying sun. As fell the hero, crushed in fight, there beamed afar a triple light. From limbs, from chain, from shaft that drank his life blood as the warrior sank. The never-failing shaft, impelled by the great bow which Rama held, brought bliss supreme, and lit the way to Brahma's worlds which ne'er decay. Rama and Lakshmana nearer drew the mighty fallen foe to view. Mahendra's son, the brave and bold, the monarch with his chain of gold, with lustrous face and tawny eyes, broad chest, and arms of wondrous size, like Lord Mahendra fierce in fight, or Vishu's never conquered might, now fallen like Yayati sent from heaven, his store of merit spent, like the bright flame that pales and dies, like the great sun who fires the skies, doomed in the general doom to fall, when time shall end and ruin all. The wounded Bali, when he saw Rama and Lakshmana nearer draw, keen words to Raghu's son, impressed, with justice holy stamp, addressed. What fame, from one thou hast not slain, in front of battle, canst thou gain? Whose secret hand has laid me low, when madly fighting with my foe? From every tongue thy glory rings, a scion of a line of kings, true to thy vows, of noblest race, with every gentle gift and grace, whose tender heart for woe can feel, and joy in every creature's weal, whose breast with high ambition swells, knows duty's claim and ne'er rebels. They praise thy valor, patience, ruth, thy firmness, self-restraint, and truth, thy hand prepared for sin's control, all virtues of a princely soul. I thought of all these gifts of thine, and glories of an ancient line. I set my terrorous tears at naught. I met Sugriva and we fought. O Rama, till this fatal morn, I held that thou wouldst surely scorn to strike me as I fought my foe, and thought not of a stranger's blow. But now thine evil heart is shown, a yawning well with grass o'ergrown. Thou wearest virtue's badge, but guile, and meanest sin thy soul defile. I took thee not for treacherous fire, a sinner clad in saint's attire, nor deemed thou idly wouldst profess the show and garb of righteousness. In fenced town, in open land, ne'er hast thou suffered at this hand, nor canst of proud contempt complain. Then wherefore is the guiltless slain? My harmless life in woods I lead, on forest fruits and roots I feed. My foeman in the field I sought, and ne'er with thee, O Rama, fought. Upon thy limbs, O king, I see the raiment of a devotee. And how can one like thee, who springs from a proud line of ancient kings, beneath fair virtue's mask, disgrace his lineage by a deed so base? From Raghu is thy long descent, for duteous deeds preeminent. Why, sinner clad in saintly dress, roamest thou through the wilderness? Truth, valor, justice free from spot, the hand that gives and grudges not, the might that strikes the sinner down, these bring a prince his best renown. Here in the woods, O king, we live, on roots and fruit which branches give. Thus nature framed our harmless race. Thou art a man supreme in place. Silver and gold and land provoke the fierce attack, the robber's stroke. Canst thou desire this wild retreat? The berries and the fruit we eat? 'Tis not for mighty kings to tread the flowery path, by pleasure led. Theirs be the arm that crushes sin. There's the soft grace to woo and win. The steadfast will that guides the state. Wise favor to the good and great. And for all time are kings renowned, who blend these arts and ne'er confound. But thou art weak and swift to ire, unstable, slave of each desire. Thou tramplest duty in the dust, and in thy bow is all thy trust. Thou carest naught for noble gain, and treatest virtue with disdain, while every sense its captive draws, to follow pleasure's changing laws. I wronged thee not in word or deed, but by thy deadly dart I bleed. What wilt thou, mid the virtuous, say, to purge thy lasting stain away? All these, O king, must sink to hell. The regicide, the infidel, he who in blood and slaughter joys, a Brahmin or a cow destroys, untimely weds in law's despite, scorning an elder brother's right, who dares his teacher's bed ascend, the miser, spy, and treacherous friend. These impious wretches, one and all, must to the hell of sinners fall. My skin the holy may not wear, useless to thee my bones and hair, nor may my slaughtered body be the food of devotees like thee. These five-toed things a man may slay, and feed upon the fallen prey. The mailed rhinoceros may die, and, with the hare his food supply. Iguanas he may kill and eat, with porcupine and tortoise meat. But all the wise account it sin, to touch my bones and hair and skin. My flesh they may not eat, and I, a useless prey, O Rama, die. In vain my terror reasoned well. On dull deaf ears her counsel fell. I scorned her words though sooth and sweet, and hither rushed my fate to meet. Ah, for the land thou rulest! She finds no protection, Lord, from thee. Neglected like some noble dame, by a vile husband dead to shame. Mean-hearted coward, false and vile, whose cruel soul delights in guile. Could Dasaratha, noblest king, beget so mean and base a thing? Alas! An elephant, in form of Rama, in a maddening storm of passion casting to the ground the girth of law that clipped him round. Too wildly passionate to feel the prick of duty's guiding steel, has charged me unawares, and dead I fall beneath his murderous tread. How, stained with this my base defeat, how wilt thou dare, where good men meet, to speak, when every tongue will blame with keen reproach this deed of shame? Such hero strength and valor, shown upon the innocent alone, thou hast not proved in manly strife. On him who robbed thee of thy wife, hadst thou but fought in open field, and met me boldly unconcealed, this day had been thy fate to fall, slain by this hand, to Yama's hall. In vain I strove, and struck by thee, fell by a hand I could not see. Thus bites a snake, for sins of yore, a sleeping man who wakes no more. Sugrava's foeman thou hast killed, and thus his heart's desire fulfilled. But, Rama, hadst thou sought me first, and told the hope thy soul has nursed, that very day had I restored the Maythil lady to her lord, and, binding Rava with a chain, had laid him at thy feet unslain. Yea, were she sunk in deepest hell, or whelmed beneath the ocean's swell, I would have followed on her track, and brought the rescued lady back, as Hayagriva once set free from hell the white Asvatari, that when my spirit wings its flight, Sugrava reign, is just and right. But most unjust, O king, that I, slain by thy treacherous hand, should lie. Be still, my heart, this earthly state is darkly ruled by sovereign fate. The realm is lost and won, defy thy questioners with apt reply. Canto 18. Rama's reply. He ceased, and Rama's heart was stirred at every keen reproach he heard. There Bali lay, a dim dark sun, his course of light and glory run, or like the bed of ocean dried, of his broad floods from side to side, or helpless, as the dying fire, hushed his last words of righteous ire. Then Rama, with his spirit moved, the Vanar king in turn reproved. Why dost thou, Bali, thus revile, and castest not a glance the while on claims of duty, love, and gain, and customs o'er the world that reign? Why dost thou blame me, rash and blind, fickle as all thy Vanar kind, slighting each rule of ancient days, which all the good and prudent praise? This land, each hill and woody chase, belongs to old Ikshvaku's race. With bird and beast and man, the whole is ours to cherish and control. Now Bharat, prompt at duty's call, wise, just, and true, is lord of all. Each claim of law, love, gain he knows, and wrath and favor duly shows. A king from truth who never bends, and grace with vigor wisely blends, with valor worthy of his race. He knows the claims of time and place. Now we and other kings of might, by his ensample taught aright, the lands of every region tread, that justice may increase and spread. While royal Bharat, wise and just, rules the broad earth, his glorious trust. Who shall attempt, while he is Lord, a deed by justice held abhorred? We now, as Bharat has decreed, let justice guide our every deed, and toil each sinner to repress, who scorns the way of righteousness. Thou from that path hast turned aside, and virtue's holy law defied, left the fair path which kings should tread, and followed pleasure's voice instead. The man who cleaves to duty's law regards these three with filial awe. The sire, the elder brother, third, him from whose lips his lore he heard. Thus too, for duty's sake, the wise regard with fond paternal eyes the well-loved younger brother, one. Their lore has ripened, and a son. Fine are the laws which guide the good, abstruse, and hardly understood. Only the soul, enthroned within the breast of each, knows right from sin. But thou art wild and weak of soul, and spurnest, like thy race, control. The true and right thou canst not find, the blind consulting with the blind. Incline thine ear and I will teach the cause that prompts my present speech. This tempest of thy soul assuage, nor blame me in thine idle rage. On this great sin thy thoughts bestow, the sin for which I lay thee low. Thou, Bali, in thy brother's life, hast robbed him of his wedded wife, and keepest, scorning ancient right, his Rama for thine own delight. Thy son's own wife should scarcely be more sacred in thine eyes than she. All duty thou hast scorned, and hence comes punishment for dire offense. For those who blindly do amiss, there is, I ween, no way but this, to check the rash who dare to stray from customs which the good obey. I may not, sprung of Kshatriya line, forgive this heinous sin of thine. The laws for those who sin like thee, the penalty of death decree. Now Bharat rules with sovereign sway, and we his royal word obey. There was no hope of pardon, none, for the vile deed that thou hast done. That wisest monarch dooms to die, the wretch whose crimes the law defy. And we, chastising those who err, his righteous doom administer. My soul account Sugriva dear, e'en as my brother Lakshmana here. He brings me blessing, and I swore his wife and kingdom to restore. A bond in solemn honor bound, when Vanar chieftains stood around. And can a king like me forsake his friend, and plighted promise break? Reflect, O Vanar, on the cause, the sanction of eternal laws. And, justly smitten down, confess thou deedst for thy wickedness. By honor was I bound to lend assistance to a faithful friend, and thou hast met a righteous fate, thy former sins to expiate. And thus wilt thou some merit win, and make atonement for thy sin. For hear me, Vanar king, rehearse what Manu spake in ancient verse. This holy law, which all accept, who honor duty, have I kept. Pure grow the sinners kings chastise, and, like the virtuous, gain the skies. By pain or full atonement freed, they reap the fruit of righteous deed. While kings who punish not incur the penalties of those who err. Mandata once, a noble king, light of the line from which I spring, punished with death a devotee, when he had stooped to sin like thee. And many a king in ancient time has punished frantic sinners' crime, and, when their impious blood was spilt, has washed away the stain of guilt. Cease, Bali, cease, no more complain. Reproaches and laments are vain. For thou art justly punished, we obey our king and are not free. Once more, O Bali, lend thine ear. Another weightiest plea to hear. For this, when heard and pondered well, will all complaint and rage dispel. My soul will ne'er this deed repent. Nor was my shaft in anger sent. We take the sylvan tribes beset with snare and trap and gin and net. And many a heedless deer we smite. From thickest shade, concealed from sight. Wild for the slaughter of the game. At stately stags our shafts we aim. We strike them bounding scared away. We strike them as they stand at bay. When careless in the shade they lie. Or scan the plain with watchful eye. They turn away their heads, we aim. And none the eager hunter blame. Each royal saint, well trained in law of duty, loves his bow to draw. And strike the quarry, e'en as thou hast fallen by mine arrow now. Fighting with him or unaware. A vanner thou dot, I little care. But yet, O best of vanners, know that kings who rule the earth bestow fruit of pure life and virtuous deed, and lofty duty's hard-won meed. Harm not thy lord the king, abstain from act and word that cause him pain. For kings are children of the skies, who walk this earth in men's disguise. But thou, in duty's claims untaught, thy breast with blinding passion fraught, assailest me who still have clung to duty with thy bitter tongue. He ceased, and Bali sore distressed, the sovereign claims of law confessed, and freed, o'erwhelmed with woe and shame, the lord of Ragu's race from blame. Then, reverent palm to palm applied, to Rama thus the vanner cried. True, best of men, is every word that from thy lips these ears have heard. It ill beseems a wretch like me to bandy empty words with thee. Forgive the angry taunts that broke from my wild bosom as I spoke. And lay not to my charge, O king, my mad reproaches' idle sting. Thou, in the truth by trial trained, best knowledge of the right hast gained, and layest, just and pure within, the meetest penalty on sin. Through every bond of law I burst, the boldest sinner and the worst. O let thy right instructing speech console my heart and wisely teach. Like some sad elephant who stands fast sinking in the treacherous sands. Thus Bali raised despairing eyes. Then spake again with sobs and sighs. Not for myself, O king, I grieve. For Tara or the friends I leave. As for sweet Angad, my dear son, my noble, only little one. For, nursed in luxury and bliss, his father he will mourn and miss. And like a stream whose fount is dry, will waste away and sink and die. My own dear child, my only boy, his mother Tara's hope and joy. Spare him, O son of Ragu, spare the child entrusted to thy care. My Angad and Sugriva treat, e'en as thy heart considers meet. For thou, O chief of men, art strong to guard the right and punish wrong. Oh, if thou wilt thine ear incline to hear these dying words of mine. He and Sugriva will to thee as Bharat and as Lakshmana be. Let not my Tara, left forlorn, weep for Sugriva's wrathful scorn. Nor let him, for her lord's offense, condemn her faithful innocence. And well and wisely may he reign, if thy dear grace his power sustain. If, following thee his friend and guide, he turn not from thy hest aside. Thus may he reign with glory, nay, thus to the skies will win his way. Though stayed by Tara's fond recall, by thy dear hand I long to fall. Against my brother rushed and fought, and gained the death I long have sought. Then Rama thus the prince consoled, from whose clear eyes the mists were rolled. Grieve not for those thou leavest thus. Nor tremble for thyself or us. For we will deal with thine and thee, as duty and the laws decree. He who exacts and he who pays is justly slain or justly slays, shall in the life to come have bliss. For each has done his task in this. Thou, wandering from the right, art made pure by the forfeit thou hast paid. Thy weight of sins is cast aside, and duty's claim is satisfied. Then grieve no more, O Prince, but clear thy bosom from all doubt and fear. For fate, inexorably stern, thou hast no power to move or turn. Thy princely Angad still will share my tender love, Sugrava's care. And to thy offspring shall be shown affection that shall match thine own. Canto 19. Tara's grief. No answer gave the Vanar king to Rama's prudent counseling. Battered and bruised by tree and stone, by Rama's arrow overthrown, fainting upon the ground he lay, gasping his troubled life away. But Tara in the Vanar's hall heard tidings of her husband's fall, heard that a shaft from Rama's bow had laid the royal Bali low. Her darling Angad by her side, distracted from her home she hied. Then nigh the place of battle drew the Vanars, Angad's retinue. They saw the bow-armed Rama, dread fell on them, and they turned and fled. Like helpless deer, their leaders slain. So wildly fled the startled train. But Tara saw, and nearer pressed, and thus the flying band addressed. O Vanars, ye who ever stand about our king, a trusty band, where is the lion master? Why forsake ye thus your lord and fly? Say, lies he dead upon the plain, a brother by a brother slain, or pierced by shafts from Rama's bow, that rain from far upon the foe? Thus Tara questioned, and was still. Then, wearers of each shape at will, the Vanars thus with one accord answered the lady of their lord. Turn, Tara, turn, and half undone, save Angad thy beloved son. There Rama stands in death's disguise, and conquered Bali faints and dies. He by whose strong arm, thick and fast, uprooted trees and rocks were cast, lies smitten by a shaft that came resistless as the lightning flame. When he, whose splendor once could vie with Indra's, regent of the sky, fell by that deadly arrow, all the Vanars fled who marked his fall. Let all our chiefs their succors bring, and Angad be anointed king. For all who come of Vanar race will serve him set in Bali's place. Or else our conquering foes today within our wall will force their way, polluting with their hostile feet the chambers of thy loved retreat. Great fear is on us, all and one, those who have wives and who have none. They lust for power, are fierce and bold, or hate us for the strife of old. She heard their speech as, sore afraid, arrested in their flight, they stayed, and gave her answer as became the spirit of so true a dame. Nay, what have I to do with pelf? With son, with kingdom, or with self? When he, my noble lord, who leads the Vanars like a lion, bleeds, his high-souled victor will I meet, and throw me prostrate at his feet. She hastened forth, her bosom rent with anguish, weeping as she went, and striking, mastered by her woes, her head and breast with frantic blows. She hurried to the field and found her husband prostrate on the ground, who quelled the hostile Vanars' might, whose bank was never turned in flight, whose arm a massy rock could throw, as Indra hurls his bolts below, fierce as the rushing tempest, loud as thunder from a laboring cloud. Whene'er he roared his voice of fear, struck terror on the boldest ear. Now slain, as, hungry for the prey, a tiger might a lion slay. Or when, his serpent foe to seek, Supra with his furious beak tears up a sacred hillock, long the reverence of a village throng, its altar with their offerings spread, and the gay flag that waved o'erhead. She looked and saw the victor stand, resting upon his bow his hand, and fierce Sugriva she descried, and Lakshmana by his brother's side. She passed them by, nor stayed to view. Swift to her husband's side she flew. Then as she looked, her strength gave way, and in the dust she fell and lay. Then, as if startled ere the close of slumber, from the earth she rose. Upon her dying husband, round whose soul the coils of death were wound. Her eyes in agony she bent, and called him with a shrill lament. Sugriva, when he heard her cries, and saw the queen with weeping eyes, and youthful Angad standing there, his load of grief could hardly bear. Canto XX. Terra's Lament. Again she bent her to the ground, her arms about her husband wound, sobbed on his breast, and sick and faint, with anguish poured her wild complaint. Brave in the charge of battle, boast, and glory of the Vanar host, why on the cold earth wilt thou lie, and give no answer when I cry? Up, warrior, from thy lowly bed, a meeter couch for thee is spread. It ill beseems a glorious king on the bare ground his limbs to fling. Ah, surely must thy love be strong for her whom thou hast governed long. If thou, my hero, canst recline on her cold breast forsaking mine, or, famed for justice through the land, thou on the road to heaven hast planned some city fairer far than this, to be thy new metropolis. Are all our pleasures ended now, with those delicious hours which thou and I, dear Lord, together spent, in woods that breathed the honey's scent? Whelmed in my sorrow's boundless sea, there is no joy, no hope, for me, when my beloved Lord, who led the Vanars to the fight, is dead. My widowed heart is stern and cold, or, at the sight mine eyes behold, mastered would it end this ache, and in 1,000 fragments break. Ah, noble Vanar, doomed to pay the penalty of all today. Sugriva from his home expelled, and Rama from his arms withheld. Our Vanar race and thee to save, wise counsel for thy will I gave. But thou, by wildest folly stirred, wouldst give no credence to my word, and now wilt woo the nymphs above, and shake their souls with pangs of love. Ah, never could it be that thou beneath Sugriva's power shouldst bow. Thy conqueror is none but fate, whose mandates all who breathe await, and does no thrill of anguish run through the stern breast of Raghu's son, whose base hand dealt a coward's blow, and smote thee fighting with thy foe. Reft of my lord my days, alas, in bitter bitter woe will pass, and I, long blessed with every good, must bear my dreary widowhood. And when his uncle's brow is stern, when his fierce eyes with fury burn, ah, what will be my Angad's fate? So fair and young and delicate. Come, darling, for the last sad sight of thy dear sire who loved the right. For soon thine eyes will long in vain a look at that loved face to gain. And, hero, as thy child draws near, with tender words his spirit cheer. Thy dying wishes gently speak, and kiss him on the brows and cheek. High fame, I ween, has Rama won. By this great deed his hand has done. His debt to brave Sugriva paid, and kept the promise that he made. Be happy, King Sugriva, Lord of Rama, to thine arms restored. Enjoy uninterrupted reign. For he, thy foe, at length is slain. Dost thou not hear me speak, and why? Hast thou no word of soft reply? Wilt thou not lift thine eyes and see these dames who look to none but thee? From their sad eyes, as Tara spoke, the floods of bitter sorrow broke. Then, pressing close to Angad's side, each lifted up her voice and cried, how couldst thou leave thine Angad thus? And go, forever go, from us. Thy child so dear in brave attire, graced with the virtues of his sire. If e'er in want of thought, O chief, one deed of mine have caused thee grief, forgive my folly, I entreat. And with my head I touch thy feet. Again the hapless Tara wept. As to her husband's side she crept, and wild with sorrow and dismay, sat on the ground where Bali lay. Canto XXI. Hanuman's speech. There, like a fallen star, the dame fell by her lord's half-lifeless frame. And Hanuman drew softly near, and strove her grieving heart to cheer. By changeless law our bliss and woe from ancient worth and folly flow. What fruits sower we cull, the seeds were scattered by our former deeds. Why mourn another's mournful fate, and weep, thyself unfortunate? Be calm, O thou whose heart is wise, for none deserves another's sighs. Look up, with idle sorrow strive. Thy child, his heir, is yet alive. Let needful rites be duly done, nor in thy woe forget thy son. Regard the law which all obey. They spring to life, they pass away. Begin the task that bids thee rise, and stay these tears, for thou art wise. Our Lord the King is doomed to die, on whom 10,000,000 hearts rely. Kind, liberal, patient, true, and just was he in whom they placed their trust. And now he seeks the land of those who for the right subdue their foes. Each Vanner lord with all his train, each ranger of this wild domain. And on God here, thy darling, see a governor and friend in thee. These twain, whose hearts with sorrow ache, the funeral rites shall undertake. And on God by his mother's care be king, his father's rightful heir. Now let him pay, as laws require, his sacred duty to his sire, nor one solemnity omit of all that mighty kings befit. And when thy fond eye sees thine own dear Angad on his father's throne, then, lightened of its load of pain, thy spirit will have rest again. She heard his speech, she heaved her head, looked upon Hanuman and said, sweeter my slain lord's limbs to touch than Angad or 100 such. No rule or right, a widowed dame, o'er Angad or the realm I claim. Sugriva is the uncle, he in every act supreme must be. I pray thee, chief, this plan resign, nor claim from me what ne'er is mine. The father with his tender care guards the dear child the mother bare. Where'er I be, no sweeter task, no happier joy I hope or ask, than thus to sit with loving eyes, and watch the bed where Bali lies. Canto XXI. Bali dead. There breathing still with slow faint sighs, lay Bali on the ground, his eyes damp with the tears of death, he raised on conquering Sugriva gazed, and then in clearest speech expressed the tender feelings of his breast. Not to my charge, Sugriva, lay thine injuries avenged today, but rather blame resistless fate, that urged me on infuriate. Fate ne'er agreed our lives to bless with simultaneous happiness, to dwell like brothers side by side. In tender love was still denied. The Vanner's realm is thine today. Begin, O king, thy rightful sway, for I must go at Yama's call to sojourn in his gloomy hall. Must part and leave this very hour. My life, my realm, my kingly power. And go instead of these to gain bright glory free from spot and stain. Now at thy hands one boon I seek. With the last words my lips shall speak. And, though it be no easy thing, perform the task I give thee, king. This son of mine, no foolish boy, worthy of bliss and nursed in joy. See, prostrate on the ground he lies, the hot tears welling from his eyes. The child I love so well, more sweet than life itself, for woe unmeet. To him be kindly favor shown. O guard and keep him as thine own. Retain him ever by thy side. His father, helper, friend, and guide. From fear and woe his young life save. And give him all his father gave. Then Tara's son in time shall be brave, resolute, and famed like thee. And march before thee to the fight, where stricken fiends shall own his might. While yet a tender stripling, fame shall brood abroad his warrior name. And brightly shall his glory shine, for exploits worthy of his line. Child of Sush, my Tara well obscurest lore can read and tell. And, trained in wondrous art, divines each mystery of boding signs. Her solemn warning ne'er despise. Do boldly what her lips advise. For things to come her eye can see. And with her words events agree. And for the son of Ragu's sake, the toil and danger undertake. For breach of faith were grievous wrong. Nor wouldst thou be unpunished long. Now, brother, take this chain of gold, gift of celestial hands of old. Or when I die its charm will flee, and all its might be lost with me. The loving speech Sugriva heard, and all his heart with woe was stirred. Remorse and gentle pity stole each thought of triumph from his soul. Thus fades the light when Rahu mars the glory of the Lord of Stars. All angry thoughts were stayed and stilled, and kindly love his bosom filled. His brother's word the chief obeyed, and took the chain as Bali prayed. On little Angad standing nigh, the dying hero fixed his eye. And, ready from this world to part, spoke the fond utterance of his heart. Let time and place thy thoughts employ. In woe be strong, be meek in joy. Accept both pain and pleasure, still obedient to Sugriva's will. Thou hast, my darling, from the first, with tender care been softly nursed. But harder days, if thou wouldst win Sugriva's love, must now begin. To those who hate him ne'er incline, nor count his foe a friend of thine. In all thy thoughts his welfare seek. Obedient, lowly, faithful, meek. Let no rash suit his bosom pain, nor yet from due requests abstain. Each is a grievous fault, between the two is found the happy mean. Then Bali ceased, his eyeballs rolled in stress of anguish uncontrolled. His massive teeth were bared to view, and from the frame the spirit flew. Their lord and leader dead, the crowd of noblest Vanners shrieked aloud. Since thou, O king, hast sought the skies, all desolate Kishkinda lies. Her woods, where Vanners loved to rove, are empty now, and hill and grove. From every eye the light is fled. Since thou, our mighty lord, art dead. Thine was the unwearied arm that bore the brunt of deadly fight of yore with Golab the Gandharv, when, lasting through 5 long years and 10, the dreadful conflict knew no stay. In gloom of night, in glare of day. And when the 15th year had passed, thy dire opponent fell at last. If such a foeman fell beneath our hero's arm and awful teeth, who freed us from our terror, how is conquering Bali fallen now? Then when they saw their leader slain, Great anguish seized the Vanar train, weeping their mighty chief, as when in pastures near a lion's den the cows by sudden fear are stirred. Slain the bold bull who led the herd, and hapless Tara sank below the whelming waters of her woe. Looked upon Bali's face and fell beside him whom she loved go well. Like a young creeper clinging round a tall tree prostrate on the ground. Canto XXI. Tara's lament. She kissed her lifeless husband's face. She clasped him in a close embrace, laid her soft lips upon his head. Then words like these the mourner said. No words of mine wouldst thou regard. And now thy bed is cold and hard, upon the rude rough ground o'erthrown. Beneath thee naught but sand and stone. To thee the earth is dearer far than I and my caresses are. If thou upon her breast wilt lie, and to my words make no reply. Ah, my beloved, good and brave, bold to attack and strong to save. Fate is Sugriva's thrall, and we in him our lord and master see. Lo, by thy bed, a mournful band, thy Vanar chiefs lamenting stand. O hear thy nobles' groans and cries. O mark thy ungod's weeping eyes. O list to my entreaties, break the chains of slumber and awake. Ah me, my lord, this lowly bed, where rest thy limbs and fallen head, is the cold couch where smitten lay thy foeman in the bloody fray. O noble heart from blemish free, lover of war, beloved by me, why hast thou fled away and left thy Tara of all hope bereft? Unwise the father who allows his child to be a warrior's spouse. For, hero, see thy consort's fate, a widow now most desolate. Forever broken is my pride, my hope of lasting bliss has died, and sinking in the lowest deep of sorrows see I pine and weep. Ah, surely not of earthly mold, this stony heart is stern and cold. Or, in 100 pieces rent, it had not lingered to lament. Dead, dead, my husband, friend, and lord, in whom my loving hopes were stored. First in the field, his foeman's dread, my own victorious Bali, dead. A woman when her lord has died, though children flourish by her side, though stores of gold her coffers fill, is called a lonely widow still. Alas, thy bleeding gashes make around thy limbs a purple lake. Thus slumbering was thy wont to lie on cushions bright with crimson dye. Dark streams of welling blood besmear thy limbs where dust and mire adhere. Nor have I strength, weighed down by woe, mine arms about thy form to throw. The issue of this day has brought Sugriva all his wishes sought. For Rama shot one shaft and he is freed from fear and jeopardy. Alas, alas, I may not rest my head upon thy wounded breast, obstructed by the massive dart, deep buried in thy bleeding heart. Then Nila from his bosom drew the fatal shaft that pierced him through, like some tremendous serpent deep in caverns of a hill asleep. As from the hero's wound it came, shot from the shaft a gleam of flame, like the last flashes of the sun, descending when his course is run. From the wide rent in crimson flood rushed the full stream of Bali's blood, like torrents down a mountain side, with golden ore and copper dyed. Then Tara brushed with tender care the dust of battle from his hair, while her sad eyes poured down their rain upon her lord untimely slain. Once more she looked upon the dead. Then to her bright-eyed child she said, Turn hither, turn thy weeping eyes, where low in death thy father lies. By sinful deed and bitter hate, our Lord has met his mournful fate. Bright as the sun at early morn, To Yama's halls is Bali born. Then go, my child, salute the king, from whom our bliss and honor spring. Obedient to his mother's hest, his father's feet he gently pressed, with twining arms and lingering hands. Father, he cried, here Angad stands. Then Tara, art thou stern and mute, regardless of thy child's salute? Hast thou no blessing for thy son? No word for little Angad, none? Oh, hero, at thy lifeless feet, here with my boy I take my seat, as some sad mother of the herd, by the fierce lion undeterred, lies moaning by the grassy dell, wherein her lord and leader fell. How, having wrought that awful rite, the sacrifice of deadly fight, wherein the shaft by Rama sped, supplied the place of watershed. How hast thou bathed thee at the end, without thy wife her aid to lend? Why do mine eyes no more behold thy bright beloved chain of gold, which, pleased with thee, the immortals' king, about thy neck vouchsafe to fling? Still lingering on thy lifeless face, I see the pride of royal race. Thus when the sun has set, his glow still rests upon the lord of snow. Alas my hero, undeterred, thou wouldst not listen to my word. With tears and prayers I sued in vain. Thou wouldst not listen, and art slain. Gone is my bliss, my glory, I, and Angad now with thee will die. Canto Ziv. Sugriva's lament. But when Sugriva saw her weep, o'erwhelmed in sorrows rushing deep, swift through his bosom pierced the sting of anguish for the fallen king. At the sad sight his eyes beheld, a flood of bitter tears outwelled, and, with his bosom racked and rent, to Rama with his train he went. He came with faltering steps and slow, where Rama held his mighty bow, an arrow like a venomed snake, and to the son of Raghu spake, well hast thou kept, O king, thy vow. The promised fruit is gathered now, but life is marred, my soul today turns sickening from all joy away. For, while this queen laments and sighs, amid a mourning people's cries, and Angad weeps his father slain, how can my heart delight to reign? For outrage, fury, senseless pride, my brother, doomed of yore, has died. Yet, Raghu's son, in bitter woe, I mourn his fated overthrow. Ah, better far in pain and ill to dwell on Rishyamukha still, than gain the heaven of gods and all its pleasures by my brother's fall. Did not he cry, great-hearted foe, go, for I will not slay thee, go? With his brave soul those words agree. My speech, my deeds, are worthy me. How can a brother counterweigh his grievous loss with joys of sway, and see with dull unpitying eye so brave and good a brother die? His lofty soul was nobly blind. My death alas, he ne'er designed. But I, urged blindly on by hate, sought with his life my rage to sate. He smote me with a splintered tree. I groaned aloud and turned to flee. From stern reproaches he forbore, and gently bade me sin no more. Serene and dutiful and good, he kept the laws of brotherhood. I, fierce and greedy, vengeful, base, showed all the vices of our race. Ah me, dear friend, my brother's fate lays on my soul a crushing weight. A sin no heart should e'er conceive, but at the thought each soul should grieve. Sin such as Indra's when his blow laid heavenly Visvarupa low. Yet earth, the waters of the seas, the race of women and the trees, were fain upon themselves to take the weight of sin for Indra's sake. But who a Vanar's soul will free, or ease the load that crushes me? Wretch that I am, I may not claim the reverence due to royal name. How shall I reign supreme, or dare affect the power I should not share? Ah me, I sorrow for my sin, the ruin of my race and kin, polluted by a hideous crime, world hated till the end of time. Alas, the floods of sorrow roll with whelming force upon my soul. So gathers the descending rain in the deep hollow of the plain. Canto XXV. Rama's speech. Then Raghu's son, whose feeling breast shared the great woe that moved the rest, strove with wise charm their grief to ease, and gently spoke in words like these. You ne'er can raise the dead to bliss by agony of grief like this. Cease your lament, nor leave undone the funeral task you may not shun. As nature orders o'er the dead, your tributary tears are shed. But fate, directing each event, is still the Lord preeminent. Yes, all obey the changeless laws of fate, the universal cause. By fate, the lives of all proceed. That governs every word and deed. None acts, none sees his hest obeyed, but each and all by fate are swayed. The world its ordered course maintains, and o'er that course fate ever reigns. Fate ne'er exceeds the rule of fate, is ne'er too swift, is ne'er too late, and making nature its ally, forgets no life, nor passes by. No kith and kin, no power and force, can check or stay its settled course. No friend or client, grace or charm, that victor of the world disarm. So all who see with prudent eyes the hand of fate must recognize. For virtue rules, or love, or gain, as fate's unchanged decrees ordain. Bali has died and won the meed that waits in heaven on noble deed. Throned in the seats the brave may reach by liberal hand and gentle speech. True to a warrior's duty, bold in fight, the hero lofty-souled deigned not to guard his life, he died, and now in heaven is glorified. Then cease these tears and wild despair. Turn to the task that claims your care. For Bali's is the glorious fate, which warriors count most fortunate. When Rama's speech had found a close, brave Lakshmana, terror of his foes, with wise and soothing words addressed Sugriva still with woe oppressed. Arise Sugriva, thus he said. Perform the service of the dead. Prepare with Tara and her son, that Bali's rites be duly done. A store of funeral would provide, which wind and sun and time have dried, and richest sandal fit to grace the pyre of one of royal race. With words of comfort soft and kind, console poor Angad's troubled mind. Nor let thy heart be thus cast down, for thine is now the Vanner's town. Let Angad's care a wreath supply, and raiment rich with varied dye, and oil and perfumes for the fire, and all the solemn rites require. Go, hasten to the town, O king, and Tara's little quickly bring. A virtue is dispatch, and speed is best of all in hour of need. Go, let a chosen band prepare the litter of the dead to bear. For stout and tall and strong of limb must be the chiefs who carry him. He spoke, his friends' delight and pride, then stood again by Rama's side. When Tara heard the words he said, within the town he quickly sped, and brought, on stalwart shoulders laid, the litter for the rites arrayed, framed like a car for gods, complete, with painted sides and royal seat, with latticed windows deftly made, and golden birds and trees inlaid, well joined and wrought in every part, a marvel of ingenious art, where pleasure mounds in carven wood, and many a graven figure stood. The best of jewels o'er it hung, and wreaths of flowers around it clung, and over all was raised on high A canopy of saffron dye. While like the sun of morning shone the brilliant blooms that lay thereon. That glorious litter Rama eyed, and spake to Lakshmana by his side. Let Bali on the bier be placed, and with all funeral service graced. Sugriva then with many a tear drew Bali's body to the bier, whereon, with weeping Angad's aid, the relics of the chief were laid. Neath many a vesture's varied fold, and wreaths and ornaments and gold. Then King Sugriva bade them speed. The obsequies by law decreed. Let vanners lead the way and throw rich gems around them as they go, and be the chosen bearers near, behind them laden with the bier. No costly rite may you deny, used when the proudest monarchs die. As for a king of widest sway, perform his obsequies today. Sugriva gave his high behest. Then princely Tara and the rest, with little Angad weeping, led the long procession of the dead. Behind the funeral litter came, with Tara first, each widowed dame. In tears and shrieks her loss deplored. Ad cried aloud, my lord! My lord! While wood and hill and valley sent in echoes back the shrill lament. Then on a low and sandy isle was reared the hero's funeral pile, by crowds of toiling vanners, where the mountain stream ran fresh and fair. The vanner chiefs, a noble band, had laid the litter on the sand, and stood a little space apart, each mourning in his inmost heart. But Tara, when her weeping eye saw Bali on the litter lie, laid his dear head upon her lap, and wailed aloud her dire mishap. O mighty vanner, lord and king, to whose fond breast I love to cling, of goodly arms, wise, brave, and bold. Rise, look upon me as of old. Rise up, my sovereign, dost thou see a crowd of subjects weep for thee? Still o'er thy face, though breath has fled, the joyous light of life is spread. Thus around the sun, although he set, a crimson glory lingers yet. Death clad in Rama's form today hast dragged thee from the world away. One shaft from his tremendous bow dooms us to widowhood and woe. Hast thou, O Vanner King, no eyes thy weeping wives to recognize, who for the length of way unmeet have followed thee with weary feet? Yet every moon-faced beauty here by thee, O King, was counted dear. Lord of the Vanna race, hast thou no eyes to see Sugriva now? About thee stands in mournful mood a sore afflicted multitude, and Tara and thy lords of state around their monarch weep and wait. Arise, my lord, with gentle speech, as was thy wont, dismissing each. Then in the forest will we play, and love shall make our spirits gay. The Vanner dames raised Tara, drowned in floods of sorrow, from the ground. And Angad with Sugriva's aid, o'erwhelmed with anguish and dismayed, weeping for his departed sire, placed Bali's body on the pyre. Then lit the flame, and round the dead passed slowly with a mourner's tread. Thus with full rites the funeral train performed the service for the slain. Then sought the flowing stream and made libations to the parted shade. There, setting Angad first in place, the chieftains of the Vanna race, with Tara and Sugriva, shed the water that delights the dead. Canto XXVI. The Coronation. Each Vanner counselor and peer in crowded numbers gathered near Sugriva, mournful king, while yet his vesture from the wave was wet. Before the chief of Raghu's seed, unwearied in each arduous deed, they stood and raised the reverent hand, as saints before Lord Brahma stand. Then Hanuman of massive mold, like some tall hill of glistering gold, son of the god whose wild blasts shake the forest, thus to Rama spake. By thy kind favor, O my lord. Sugriva, to his home restored, triumphant, has regained today his rank and power and royal sway. He now will call each faithful friend, enter the city, and attend, with sage advice and prudent care, to every task that waits him there. Then balm and unguent shall anoint our monarch, as the laws appoint, and gems and precious wreaths shall be his grateful offering, king, to thee. Do thou, O Rama, with thy friend, thy steps within the city bend, our ruler on his throne install, and with thy presence cheer us all. Then, skilled in lore and arts that guide, the speaker, Raghu's son, replied, for 14 years I might not break the mandate that my father spake, nor can I, till that time be fled, the street of town or village tread. Let King Sugriva seek the town, most worthy of her high renown. There let him be without delay, anointed, and begin his sway. This answered, to Sugriva then. Thus spake anew the king of men. Do thou who knowest right ordain Prince Angad consort of thy reign. For he is noble, true, and bold, and trained a righteous course to hold. Gifts like his sires that youth adorn. Born eldest to the eldest born. This is the month of Rava. First of those that see the rain clouds burst. For months, thou knowest well, extends the season when the rain descends. No time for deeds of war is this. Seek thou thy fair metropolis, and I with Lakshmana, O my friend, the time upon this hill will spend. An ample cavern opens there, made lovely by the mountain air, and lotuses and lilies fill the pleasant lake and murmuring rill. When Kartik's month shall clear the skies, then tempt the mighty enterprise. Now, chieftain, to thy home repair, and be anointed sovereign there. Sugriva heard, he bowed his head. Within the lovely town he sped, which Bali's royal will had swayed, where 1,000 Vanar chiefs arrayed gathered in order round their king, and led him on with welcoming. Low on the earth the lesser crowd fell in prostration as they bowed. Sugriva looked with grateful eyes, spake to them all and bade them rise. Then through the royal bowers he strode, wherein the monarch's wives abode. Soon from the inner chambers came the Vanar of exalted fame, and joyful friends drew near and shed king-making balm upon his head, like God's anointing in the skies, their sovereign of the 1,000 eyes. Then brought they, o'er their king to hold, the white umbrella decked with gold, and churis with their waving hair, in golden handles wondrous fair, and fragrant herbs and seed and spice, and sparkling gems exceeding price, and every bloom from woods and leas, and gum distilled from milky trees, and precious ointment white as milk, and spotless robes of cloth and silk, wreaths of sweet flowers whose glories gleam in grassy grove, on lake or stream, and fragrant sandal and each scent that makes the soft breeze redolent. Grain, honey, odorous seed, and store of oil and curd and golden ore. A noble tiger's skin, a pair of sandals wrought with costliest care. 8 pairs of damsels drawing nigh brought unguents stained with varied dye. Then gems and cates and robes displayed before the twice-born priests were laid, that they would deign in order do to consecrate the king anew. The sacred grass was duly spread, and sacrificial flame was fed, which scripture-learned priests supplied with oil which texts had sanctified. Then, with all rites ordained of old, high on the terrace bright with gold, whereon a glorious carpet lay, and fresh gold garlands sweet and gay. Placed on his throne, Sugriva bent his looks toward the orient. In horns from forehead of the bull, in pitchers bright and beautiful, in urns of gold the Vanara took pure water brought from stream and brook, from every consecrated strand, and every sea that beats the land. Then, as prescribed by sacred lore, and many a mighty sage of yore, the leaders of the Vanars poured the sacred water on their lord. From every Vanar at the close of that imperial rite arose shouts of glad triumph, loud and long, repeated by the high-souled throng. Sugriva, when the rite was done, obeyed the hest of Raghu's son. Prince Angad to his breast he strained, and partner of his sway ordained. Once more from all the host rang out the loud huzzah and jovel shout. Well done! Well done! Each Vanar cried, and good Sugriva glorified. Then with glad voices loudly raised, were Rama and his brother praised. And bright Kishkinda shone that day, with happy throngs and banners gay. Canto XXVI. Rama on the hill. But when the solemn rite was o'er, and bold Sugriva reigned once more, the sons of Raghu sought the hill, Parava of the rushing rill, where roamed the tiger and the deer, and lions raised their voice of fear, thick set with trees of every kind, with trailing shrubs and plants entwined, home of the ape and monkey, lair of mountain cat and pard and bear. In cloudy gloom against the sky, the sanctifying hills rose high, pierced in their crest, a spacious cave, to Raghu's sons a shelter gave. Then Rama, pure from every crime, in words well suited to the time, to Lakshmana spake, whose faithful zeal watched humbly for his brother's weal. I love this spacious cavern where there breathes a fresh and pleasant air. Brave brother, let us here remain throughout the season of the rain. For in mine eyes this mountain crest is above all, the loveliest, where copper-hued and black and white show the huge blocks that face the height, where gleams the shine of varied ore, where dark clouds hang and torrents roar, where waving woods are fair to see, and creepers climb from tree to tree, where the gay peacock's voice is shrill, and sweet birds carol on the hill, where odorous breath is wafted far from jessamine and cindavar, and opening flowers of every hue give wondrous beauty to the view. See, too, this pleasant water near our cavern home is fresh and clear, and lilies gay with flower and bud are glorious on the lovely flood. This cave that fares north and east will shelter us till rain has ceased, and towering hills that rise behind will screen us from the furious wind. Close by the cavern's portal lies, and level stone of ample size, and sable hue, a mighty block, long severed from the parent rock. Now let thine eye bent northward rest a while upon that mountain crest, high as a cloud that brings the rain, and dark as iron rent in twain. Look southward, brother, now and view a cloudy pile of paler hue, like Mount Kailasa's topmost height, where ores of every tint are bright. See, Lakshman, see before our cave that clear brook eastward roll its wave, as though 'twere Ganga's infant rill, down streaming from the three-peaked hill. See, by the water's gentle flow, Asoka, sal, and sandal grow, and every lovely tree most fair, with leaf and bud and flower is there. See there, beneath the bending trees, that fringe her bank, the river flees, clothed with their beauty like a maid, in all her robes and gems arrayed, while from the sedgy banks are heard The soft notes of each amorous bird. Oh, see what lovely islets stud. Like gems the bosom of the flood. And sarasas and wild swans crowd about her till she laughs aloud. See, lotus blooms the brook o'erspread. Some tender blue, some dazzling red. And opening lilies white as snow. Their buds in rich profusion show. There rings the joyous peacock's scream. There stands the curlew by the stream. And holy hermits love to throng. Where the sweet waters speed along. Ranged on the grassy margin shine. Gay sandal trees in glittering line. And all the wondrous verdure seems the offspring of creative dreams. O conquering prince, there cannot be a lovelier place than this we see. Here sheltered on the beauteous height. Our days will pass in calm delight. Nor is Kishkinda a city, gay, with grove and garden, far away. Thence will the breeze of evening bring sweet music as the minstrels sing. And, when the vanners dance, will come the sound of tabor and of drum. Again to spouse and realm restored. Girt by his friends, the vanner lord. Great glory has acquired, and how can he be less than happy now? This said, the son of Raghu made his dwelling in that pleasant shade. Upon the mountain's shelving side. That sweetly all his wants supplied. But still the hero's troubled mind no comfort in his woe could find. Yet mourning for his stolen wife. Dearer to Rama than his life. Chief when he saw the Lord of Night rise slowly o'er the eastern height. He tossed upon his leafy bed. With eyes by sleep unvisited. Outwelled the tears in ceaseless flow. And every sense was numbed by woe. Each pang that pierced the mourner through smote Lakshmana's faithful bosom too. Who, troubled for his brother's sake, with wisest words the prince bespake. Arise, my brother, and be strong. Thy hero heart has mourned too long. Thou knowest well that tears and sighs will mar the mightiest enterprise. Thine was the soul that loved to dare. To serve the gods was still thy care. And ne'er may sorrow's sting subdue a heart so resolute and true. How canst thou hope to slay in fight the giant cruel in his might? Unwearied must the champion be who strives with such a foe as he. Tear out this sorrow by the root. Again be bold and resolute. Arise, my brother, and subdue the demon and his wicked crew. Thou canst destroy the earth, her seas, her rooted hills and giant trees, unseated by thy furious hand. And shall one fiend thy power withstand? Wait through this season of the rain, till suns of autumn dry the plain. Then shall thy giant foe, and all his host and realm, before thee fall. I wake thy valor that has slept. Amid the tears thine eyes have wept. As drops of oil in worship raise the dormant flame to sudden blaze. The son of Raghu heard, he knew his brother's rede was wise and true. And, honoring his friendly guide, in gentle words he thus replied. Whatever a hero firm and bold, devoted, true, and lofty-souled, should speak by deep affection led. Such are the words which thou hast said. I cast away each pensive thought that brings the noblest plans to naught. And each uninjured power will strain until the purposed end we gain. Thy prudent words will I obey until the close of rain-time stay, when King Sugriva will invite to action, and the streams be bright. The hero saved in hour of need repays the debt with friendly deed. But hated by the good are they who take the boon and ne'er repay. Canto XXVI. The Rains. See, brother, see, thus Rama cried. On Malyavat's dark wooded side. A chain of clouds, like lofty hills, The sky with gathering shadow fills. 9 months those clouds have borne the load. Conceived from sunbeams as they glowed. And, having drunk the seas, give birth. And drop their offspring on the earth. Easy it seems at such a time. That flight of cloudy stairs to climb. And, from their summit, safely won. Hang flowery wreaths about the sun. See how the flash of evening's red fringes the fleecy clouds o'erhead. Till all the sky is streaked and lined with bleeding wounds incarnadined. O'er the wide firmament above shows like a lover sick with love. And, pale with cloudlets, heaves a sigh in the soft breeze that wanders by. See, by the fervent heat embrowned, how drenched with recent showers, the ground pours out in floods her gushing tears. Like Sita wild with torturing fears. So softly blows this cloud-born breeze. Cool through the boughs of camphor trees. That one might hold it in the cup of hollowed hands and drink it up. See, brother, where that rocky steep, where odorous shrubs in raindrops weep, shows like Sugriva when they shed Tne royal balm upon his head. Like students at their task appear these hills whose misty peaks are near. Black deerskin garments wrought of cloud, their forms with fitting mantles shroud. Each torrent from the summit poured supplies the place of sacred chord. And winds that in their caverns moan sound like the voice's undertone. From east to west red lightnings flash. And, quivering 'neath the golden lash, the great sky like a generous steed groans inly at each call to speed. Yon lightning, as it flashes through the giant cloud of sable hue, recalls my votaress Sita pressed mid struggles to the demon's breast. See, on those mountain ridges stand sweet shrubs that bud and bloom expand. The soft rain ends their pangs of grief, and drops its pearls on flower and leaf. But all their raptures stab me through, and wake my pining love anew. Now through the air no wild bird flies. Each lily shuts her weary eyes. And blooms of opening jasmine show. The parting sun has ceased to glow. No captain now for conquest burns, but homeward with his host returns. For Rhodes and kings' ambitious dreams have vanished 'neath descending streams. This is the watery month wherein the Samar's sacred chants begin. Ashada past, now Kosal's lord. The harvest of the spring has stored, and dwells within his palace freed from every care of pressing need. Full is the moon, and fierce and strong. Impetuous Sarju roars along, as though Ayodhya's crowds ran out to greet their king with echoing shout. In this sweet time of ease and rest, no care disturbs Sugriva's breast. The foe that marred his peace o'erthrown, and queen and realm once more his own. Alas, a harder fate is mine, reft both of realm and queen to pine. And, like the bank which floods erode, I sink beneath my sorrow's load. Sore on my soul my miseries weigh, and these long rains our action stay. While Raven seems a mightier foe than I dare hope to overthrow. I saw the roads were barred by rain. I knew the hopes of war were vain. Nor could I bid Sugriva rise, though prompt to aid my enterprise. E'en now I scarce can urge my friend, on whom his house and realm depend. Who, after toil and peril past, is happy with his queen at last. Sugriva after rest will know the hour is come to strike the blow. Nor will his grateful soul forget my succor, or deny the debt. I know his generous heart, and hence await the time with confidence, when he his friendly zeal will show, and brooks again untroubled flow. Canto 6. Hanuman's counsel. No flash of lightning lit the sky, No cloudlet marred the blue on high. The Saras missed the welcome rain. The moon's full beams were bright again. Sugriva, lapped in bliss, forgot the claims of faith, or heeded not, and by alluring joys misled, the path of falsehood learned to tread. In careless ease he passed each hour, and dallied in his lady's bower. Each longing of his heart was stilled, and every lofty hope fulfilled. With royal Rama by his side, or Tara yet a dearer bride, he spent each joyous day and night in revelry and wild delight, like Indra whom the nymphs entice to taste the joys of paradise. The power to courtiers' hands resigned, to all their acts his eyes were blind. All doubt, all fear he cast aside, and lived with pleasure for his guide. But sage Hanuman, firm and true, whose heart the lore of scripture knew, well trained to meet occasion, trained in all by duty's law ordained, strove with his prudent speech to find soft access to the monarch's mind. He, skilled in every gentle art of eloquence that wins the heart, Sugriva from his trance to wake, his salutary counsel spake. The realm is one, thy name advanced, the glory of thy house enhanced, and now thy foremost care should be to aid the friends who succored thee. He who is firm and faithful found, to friendly ties in honor bound, will see his name and fame increase, and his blessed kingdom thrive in peace. Wide sway is his who truly boasts that friends and treasure, self and hosts, all blent in one harmonious whole, are subject to his firm control. Do thou, whose footsteps never stray from the clear bounds of duty's way, assist, as honor bids thee, now, thy friends, observant of thy vow. For if all cares we lay not by, and to our friends' assistance fly, we, after, toil in idle haste, and all the late endeavor waste. Up, nor the promised help delay, until the hour have slipped away. Up, and with Raghu's son renew the search for Sita lost to view. The hour is come, he hears the call, but not on the reproaches fall from him who labors to repress his eager spirit's restlessness. Long joined to thee in friendly ties, he made thy fame and fortune rise. In gentle gifts by none excelled, in splendid might unparalleled. Up, to his succor, king, repay the favor of that prosperous day, and to thy bravest captains send prompt mandates to assist thy friend. The cry for help thou wilt not spurn, although no grace demands return. And wilt thou not thine aid afford to him who realm and life restored? Exert thy power, and thou hast won the love of Dasaratha's son. And wilt thou for his summons wait, and, till he call thee, hesitate? Think not the hero needs thy power to save him in the desperate hour. He with his arrows could subdue the gods and all the demon crew, and only waits that he may see redeemed the promise made by thee. For thee he risked his life and fought, for thee that great deliverance wrought. Then let us trace through earth and skies his lady wheresoe'er she lies. Through realms above, beneath, we flee, and plant our footsteps on the sea. Then why, O Lord of Vanners, still delay us waiting for thy will? Give thy commands, O King, and say what task has each and where the way. Before thee myriad Vanners stand to sweep through heaven, o'er seas and land. Sugriva heard the timely reed that roused him in the day of need, and thus to Nila prompt and brave his hest the imperial Vanner gave. Go, Nila, to the distant hosts that keep in arms their several posts, and all the armies that protect the quarters, with their chiefs, collect. To all the luminaries placed in intermediate regions haste, and bid each captain rise and lead his squadrons to their king with speed. Do thou meanwhile with strictest care all that the time requires prepare. The loitering vanner who delays to gather here ere thrice 5 days shall surely die for his offense, condemned for sinful negligence. Canto XXX. Rama's Lament. But Rama in the autumn night stood musing on the mountain height, while grief and love that scorned control shook with wild storms the hero's soul. Clear was the sky, without a cloud, the glory of the moon to shroud, and bright with purest silver shone each hill the soft beams looked upon. He knew Sugriva's heart was bent on pleasure, gay and negligent. He thought on Janak's child forlorn, from his fond arms forever torn. He mourned occasion slipping by, and faint with anguish heaved each sigh. He sat where many a varied streak of rich shore marked the mountain peak. He raised his eyes the sky to view, and to his love his sad thoughts flew. He heard the saras cry, and faint with sorrow poured his love-born plaint. She who mocked the softest tone of wild birds' voices with her own. Where strays she now, my love who played so happy in our hermit shade? How can my absent love behold the bright trees with their flowers of gold, and all their gleaming glory see, with eyes that vainly look for me? How is it with my darling when from the deep tangles of the glen float carols of each bird elate, with rapture singing to his mate? In vain my weary glances rove from lake to hill, from stream to grove. I find no rapture in the scene, and languish for my fawn-eyed queen. Ah, does strong love with wild unrest, born of the autumn, stir her breast? And does the gentle lady pine till her bright eyes shall look in mine? Thus Raghu's son in piteous tone, o'erwhelmed with sorrow, made his moan. E'en as the bird that drinks the rains to Indra thousand-eyed complains. Then Lakshmana, who had wandered through the copses where the berries grew, returning to the cavern found his brother chief in sorrow drowned, and pitying the woes that broke the spirit of the hero spoke. Why cast thy strength of soul away, and weakly yield to passion's sway? Arise, my brother, do and dare, ere action perish in despair. Recall the firmness of thy heart, and nerve thee for a hero's part. Whose is the hand unscathed to seize the red flame quickened by the breeze? Where is the foe will dare to wrong, or keep the Maythil lady long? Then with pale lips that sorrow dried, the son of Raghu thus replied. Lord Indra thousand-eyed has sent the sweet rain from the firmament, sees the rich promise of the grain, and turns him to his rest again. The clouds with voices loud and deep, veiling each tree upon the steep, up on the thirsty earth have shed their precious burden and are fled. Now in kings' hearts ambition glows, they rush to battle with their foes. But in Sugriva's sloth I see no care for deeds of chivalry. See, Lakshmana, on each breezy height 1,000 autumn blooms are bright. See how the wings of wild swans gleam on every islet of the stream. For months of flood and rain are past, 100 years they seem to last. To me whom toil and trouble tried, my Sita severed from my side. She, gentlest woman, weak and young, still to her lord unwearied clung. Still by the exile's side she stood, in the wild ways of dark wood, like a fond bird disconsolate, if parted from her darling mate. Sugriva, lapped in soft repose, untouched by pity for my woes, scorns the poor exile, dispossessed By Rava's mightier arm oppressed. The wretch who comes to sue and pray. From his lost kingdom far away. Hence falls on me the Vanar's scorn. A suitor friendless and forlorn. The time is come, with heedless eye. He sees the hour of action fly. Unmindful, now his hopes succeed. Of promise made in stress of need. Go seek him sunk in bliss and sloth. Forgetful of his royal oath. And as mine envoy thus upbraid. The monarch for his help delayed. Vile is the wretch who will not pay. The favor of an earlier day. Hope in the supplicant's breast awakes. And then his plighted promise breaks. Noblest, mid all of women born. Who keeps the words his lips have sworn. Yea, if those words be good or ill. Maintains his faith unbroken still. The thankless who forget to aid. The friend who helped them when they prayed. Dishonored in their death shall lie. And dogs shall pass their corpses by. Sure thou wouldst see my strained arm hold. My bow of battle backed with gold. Wouldst gaze upon its awful form. Like lightning flashing through the storm. And hear the clanging bowstring loud. As thunder from a laboring cloud. His valor and his strength I know. But pleasure's sway now sinks them low. With thee, my brother, for ally. That strength and valor I defy. He promised, when the rains should end. The succor of his arm to lend. Those months are past, he dares forget. And, lapped in pleasure, slumbers yet. No thought disturbs his careless breast. For us impatient and distressed. And, while we sadly wait and pine. Girt by his lords he quaffs the wine. Go, brother, go, his palace seek. And boldly to Sugriva speak. Thus give the listless king to know. What waits him if my anger glow? Still open, to the gloomy god. Lies the sad path that Bali trod. Still to thy plighted word be true. Lest thou, O king, that path pursue. I launched the shaft I pointed well. And Bali, only Bali, fell. But, if from truth thou dare to stray. Both thee and thine this hand shall slay. Thus be the Vanar king addressed. Then add thyself what seems the best. Canto XXXI. The envoy. Thus Rama spoke, and Lakshmana then made answer to the prince of men. Yea, if the Vanar, undeterred by fear of vengeance, break his word, loss of his royal power ere long shall pay the traitor for the wrong. Nor deem I him so void of sense to brave the bitter consequence. But if enslaved to joy he lie, and scorn thy grace with blinded eye, then let him join his brother slain. Unmeet were such a wretch to reign. Quick rises, kindling in my breast, the wrath that will not be repressed, and bids me in my fury slay the breaker of his faith today. Let Bali's son thy consort trace with bravest chiefs of Vanar race. Thus spoke the hero, and aglow with rage of battle seized his bow. But Rama thus in gentler mood with fitting words his speech renewed. No hero with a soul like thine to paths of sin will e'er incline. He who his angry heart can tame is worthiest of a hero's name. Not thine, my brother, be the part so alien from the tender heart. Nor let thy feet by wrath misled forsake the path they love to tread. From harsh and angry words abstain. With gentle speech a hearing gain. And tax Sugriva with the crime of failing faith and wasted time. Then Lakshmana, bravest of the brave, obeyed the hest that Rama gave. To whom devoting every thought, the Vanar's royal town he sought. As Mundar's mountain heaves on high, his curved peak soaring to the sky, so Lakshmana showed, his dread bow bent, like Indra's in the firmament. His brother's wrath, his brother's woe, inflamed his soul to fiercest glow. The tallest trees to earth were cast. As furious on his way he passed. And where he stepped, so fiercely fleet, the stones were shivered by his feet. He reached Kishkinda's city deep, embosomed where the hills were steep, where street and open square were lined with legions of the Vanar kind. Then, as his lips with fury swelled, the lord of Raghu's line beheld a stream of Vanar chiefs outpoured to do obeisance to their lord. But when the mighty prince in view of the thick coming Vanars drew, they turned them in amaze to seize crags of the rock and giant trees. He saw, and fiercer waxed his ire, as oil lends fury to the fire. Scarce had the Vanar chieftain seen that wrathful eye, that troubled mien, fierce as the gods who rules the dead, when, turned in wild affright, they fled. Speeding in breathless terror all sought King Sugriva's council hall, and there made known their tale of fear, that Lakshmana wild with rage, was near. The king, untroubled by alarms, held Tara in his amorous arms, and in the distant bower with her, heard not each clamorous messenger. Then, summoned at the Lord's behest, forth from the city portals pressed, each like some elephant or cloud, the Vanars in a trembling crowd, fierce warriors all with massive jaws, and terrors of their tiger claws. Some matched 10 elephants, and some 100 strength could overcome. Some chieftains, mightier than the rest, 10 times 100's force possessed. With eyes of fury Lakshmana viewed the Vanars' tree-armed multitude, thus garrisoned from side to side. The city walls assault defied. Beyond the moat that girt the wall, advanced the Vanar chiefs, and all upon the plain in firm brigade, impetuous warriors, stood arrayed. Red at the sight flashed Lakshmana's eyes. His bosom heaved tumultuous sighs, and forth the fire of fury broke, like flame that flashes through the smoke. Like some fierce snake the hero stood. His bow recalled the expanded hood, and in his shaft head bright and keen, the flickering of its tongue was seen. And in his own all-conquering might, the venom of its deadly bite. Prince Angad marked his angry look, and every hope his heart forsook. Then, his large eyes with fury red, to Angad Lakshmana turned and said, "Go tell the king that Lakshmana waits for audience at the city gates, whose heart, O tamer of thy foes, is heavy with his brother's woes. Bid him to Rama's word attend, and ask if he will aid his friend. Go, let the king my message learn, then hither with all speed return." Prince Angad heard and wild with grief, cried as he looked upon the chief, "'Tis Lakshmana's self, impelled by ire. He seeks the city of my sire." At the fierce words and furious look of Raghu's son he quailed and shook. Back through the city gates he sped, and, laden with the tale of dread, sought King Sugriva, filled his ears, and Ruma's with his doubts and fears. To Rama and the king he bent, and clasped their feet most reverent. Clasped the dear feet of Tara, too, and told the startling tale anew. But King Sugriva's ear was dulled by love and wine and languor lulled. Nor did the words that Angad spake the slumberer from his trance awake. But soon as Raghu's son came nigh, the startled Vanars raised a cry, and strove to win his grace, while dread each anxious heart disquieted. They saw, and, as they gathered round, rose from the mighty throng a sound, like torrents when they downward dash, or thunder with the lightning's flash. The shouting of the Vanars broke Sugriva's slumber, and he woke. Still with the wine his eyes were red, his neck with flowers was garlanded. Roused at the voice of Ongod came 2 Vanar lords of rank and fame. One Yiksha, one Prabha of height. Wise counselors of gain and right. They came and raised their voices high, and told that Raghu's son was nigh. 2 brothers steadfast in their truth, each glorious in the bloom of youth. Worthy of rule, have left the skies, and clothed their forms in men's disguise. One at thy gates, in warlike hands, holding his mighty weapon, stands. His message is the charioteer, that brings the eager envoy near. Urged onward by his bold intent, and by the hest of Rama sent. The gathered Vanars saw and fled, and raised aloud their cry of dread. Son of Queen Tara, Ongod ran to parley with the godlike man. Still fiery-eyed with rage and hate, stands Lakshmana at the city gate, and trembling Vanars scarce can fly, scathed by the lightning of his eye. Go with thy son, thy kith and kin, the favor of the prince to win, and bow thy reverent head that so his fiery wrath may cease to glow. What righteous Rama bids thee, do, and to thy plighted word be true. Canto XXXI. Hanuman's counsel. Sugriva heard, and, trained and tried, in counsel, to his lords replied. No deed of mine, no hasty word, the anger of the prince has stirred. But haply some who hate me still, and watch their time to work me ill, have slandered me to Raghu's son, accused of deeds I ne'er have done. Now, O my lords, for you are wise, speak truly what your hearts advise, and, pondering each event, inquire the reason of the prince's ire. No fear have I of Lakshmana, none. No dread of Raghu's mightier son. But wrath, that fires a friendly breast, without due cause, disturbs my rest. With labor light is friendship gained, but with severest toil maintained. And doubt is strong, and faith is weak, and friendship dies when traitors speak. Hence is my troubled bosom cold, with fear of Rama lofty-souled. For heavy on my spirit weigh, his favors I can ne'er repay. He ceased, and Hanuman of all the Vanars in the council hall, in wisdom first, and rank, expressed the thoughts that filled his prudent breast. No marvel thou rememberest yet, the service thou shouldst ne'er forget. How the brave prince of Raghu's seed, thy days from fear and peril freed, and Bali for thy sake o'erthrew, whom Indra's self might scarce subdue. I doubt not Rama's anger burns, for the scant love thy heart returns. For this he sends his brother, him, whose glory never waxes dim. Sunk in repose thy careless eye marks not the seasons as they fly, nor sees that autumn has begun, with dark blooms opening to the sun. Clear is the sky, no cloudlet mars the splendor of the shining stars. The balmy air is soft and still, and clear and bright are lake and rill. Thou heedest not with blinded eyes the hour for warlike enterprise. Hence Lakshmana hither comes to break thy slothful trance and bid thee wake. Then, monarch, with a patient ear, the high-souled Rama's message hear, which, reft of wife and realm and friends, thus by another's mouth he sends. Thou, Vanar king, hast done amiss, and now I see no way but this. Before his envoy humbly stand, and sue for peace with suppliant hand. High duty bids a courtier seek his master's weal, and freely speak. So by no thought of fear controlled, my speech, O king, is free and bold. For Rama, if his anger glow, can, with the terrors of his bow, this earth with all the gods subdue. Gandharvs, and the demon crew, unwise to stir his wrathful mood, whose favor must again be wooed. And, most of all, unwise for one. Grateful like thee for service done. Go with thy son and kinsman, bend thy humble head and greet thy friend. And, like a fond obedient spouse, be faithful to thy plighted vows. Canto XXXI. Lakshman's entry. Through the fair city Lakshma came, invited in Sugriva's name. Within the gates the guardian bands of Vanars raised their suppliant hands, and in their ordered ranks, amazed, upon the princely hero gazed. They marked each burning breath he drew. The fury of his soul they knew. Their hearts were chilled with sudden fear. They gazed, but dared not venture near. Before his eyes the city, gay with gems and flowery gardens, lay, where fane and palace rose on high, and things of beauty charmed the eye. Where trees of every blossom grew, yielding their fruit in season due, to Vanars of celestial seed, who wore each varied form at need, fair-faced and glorious with the shine of heavenly robes and wreaths divine. Their sandal, aloe, lotus bloomed, and their delicious breath perfumed the city's broad street, redolent of sugary mead and honey scent. There many a lofty palace rose, like Vindhya or the Lord of Snows, and with sweet murmur sparkling rills leapt lightly down the sheltering hills. On many a glorious palace, raised for prince and noble, Lakshma gazed. Like clouds of poly hue they shone, with fragrant wreaths that hung thereon. Their wealth of jewels was enshrined, and fairer gems of womankind there gleamed, of noble height and size, like Indra's mansion in the skies, protected by a crystal fence of rock, the royal residence, with roof and turret high and bright, like Mount Kailasa's loftiest height. Their blooming trees, Mahendra's gift, high o'er the walls were seen to lift their golden fruited boughs, that made with leaf and flower delicious shade. He saw a band of Vanars wait, wielding their weapons, at the gate, where golden portals flashed between celestial garlands red and green. Within Sugriva's fair abode, unchecked the mighty hero strode, as when the sun of autumn shrouds his glory in a pile of clouds. Through 7 wide courts he quickly passed, and reached the royal tower at last, where seats were set with couch and bed of gold and silver richly spread. While the young chieftain's feet drew near, the sound of music reached his ear, as the soft breathings of the flute came blending with the voice and lute. Then beauty showed her youth and grace, and varied charm of form and face. Soft bright-eyed creatures, fair and young, gay garlands round their necks were hung, and greater charms to each were lent by richest dress and ornament. He saw the calm attendants wait about their lord in careless state, heard women's girdles chime in sweet accordance with their tinkling feet. He heard the anklets' silvery sound. He saw the calm that reigned around. And o'er him, as he listened, came a rush of rage, a flood of shame. He drew his bowstring, with the clang. From east to west the welkin rang. Then in his modest mood withdrew a little from the lady's view, and sternly silent stood apart, while wrath for Rama filled his heart. Sugriva knew the sounding string, and at the call the Vanar king sprang swiftly from his golden seat, and feared the coming prince to meet. Then with cold lips that terror dried, to beauteous Tara thus he cried, "What cause of anger, O my spouse, fair with the charm of lovely brows, sets Lakshma's gentle breast on fire, and brings him in unwonted ire? Say, canst thou see, O faultless dame, a cause to fill his soul with flame? For there must be a reason when Such fury stirs the king of men. Reveal the sin, if sin of mine. Anger the lord of Raghu's line. Or go thyself, his rage subdue. And with soft words his favor woo. Soon as on thee his eyes are set, his heart this anger will forget. For men like him of lofty mind are never stern with womankind. First let thy gentle speech disarm his fury, and his spirit charm. And I, from fear of peril free, the conqueror of his foes will see. She heard, with faltering steps and slow, with eyes that shone with trembling glow, with gold-girt body gently bent, to meet the stranger prince she went. When Lakshmana saw the Vanar queen, with tranquil eyes and modest mien, before the dame he bent his head, and anger, at her presence, fled. Made bold by draughts of wine, and cheered by Lakshmana's look no more she feared, and in the trust his favor lent. She thus addressed him eloquent. Whence springs thy burning fury? Say, who dares thy will to disobey? Who checks the maddened flames that seize on forests full of withered trees? Then Lakshmana spoke, her mind to ease. His kind reply in words like these. Thy lord his days in pleasure spends, heedless of duty and of friends. Nor dost thou mark, though fondly true, the evil path his steps pursue. He cares not for affairs of state, nor us forlorn and desolate, but sits a mere spectator still, a sensual slave to pleasure's will. For months were fixed, the time agreed, when he should help us in our need. But, bound in toils of pleasure fast, he sees not that the months are past. Where beats the heart which draughts of wine to virtue or to gain incline? Hast thou not heard those draughts destroy virtue and gain and love and joy? For those who, helped at need, refuse their aid in turn, their virtue lose. And they who scorn a friend disdain a treasure not may buy again. Thy Lord has cast his friend away, nor feared from virtue's path to stray. If this be true, declare, O dame, who knowest duty's every claim, what further work remains for us? Deceived and disappointed thus, she listened, for his words were kind, where virtue showed with gain combined. And thus in turn the prince addressed, as hope was rising in his breast. No time, no cause of wrath I see, with those who live and honor thee. And thou shouldst bear without offense thy servant's fitful negligence. I know the seasons glide away, while Rama maddens at delay. I know what deed our thanks has earned. I know that grace should be returned. But still I know, whatever befall, that conquering love is Lord of all. Know where Sugriva's thoughts, possessed by one absorbing passion, rest. But he whom sensual joys debase heeds not the claim of time and place, and sees not with his blinded sight his duty or his gain aright. Oh, pardon him who loves me. Spare the Vanar caught in pleasure's snare, and once again let Rama grace with favor him who rules our race. E'en royal saints, whose chief delight was penance and austerest rite, at love's commandment have unbent, beguiled by sweetest blandishment. And know, Sugriva, roused at last, the order to his lords has passed, and, long by love and bliss delayed, wakes all on fire your hopes to aid. A countless host his city fills, new gathered from 1,000 hills. Impetuous chiefs, who where at need, each varied form, his legions lead. Come then, O hero, kept aloof by modest awe, nor fear reproof. A faithful friend untouched by blame may look upon another's dame. He passed within, by terror pressed, and by his own impatient breast refulgent there in sun-like sheen. Sugriva on his throne was seen. Gay garlands round his neck were twined. And Rama by her lord recline. Canto XXXIV. Lakshman's speech. Sugriva started from his rest. With doubt and terror in his breast. He heard the prince's furious tread. He saw his eyes glow fiercely red. Swift sprang the monarch to his feet. Upstarting from his golden seat. Rose Rama and her fellows, too. And closely round Sugriva drew. As round the moon's full glory stand. Attendant stars in glittering band. Sugriva glanced with reddened eyes. Raised his joined hands in suppliant guise. Flew to the door, and rooted there. Stood like the tree that grants each prayer. And Lakshmana saw, and, fiercely moved. With angry speech the king reproved. Famed is the prince who loves the truth. Whose soul is touched with tender ruth. Who, liberal, keeps each sense subdued. And pays the debt of gratitude. But all unmeet a king to be. The meanest of the mean is he. Who basely breaks the promise made. To trusting friends who lent him aid. He sins who for a steed has lied. As if 100 steeds had died. Or if he lie, a cow to win. Tenfold as heavy is the sin. But if the lie a man betray. Both he and his shall all decay. O Vanar king, the thankless man. Is worthy of the general ban. Who takes assistance of his friends. And in his turn no service lends. This verse of old by Brahma sung. Is echoed now by every tongue. Hear what he cried in angry mood. Bewailing man's ingratitude. For draughts of wine, for slaughtered cows. For treacherous theft, for broken vows. A pardon is ordained, but none. For thankless scorn of service done. Ungrateful, Vanar king, art thou. And faithless to thy plighted vow. For Rama brought thee help, and yet. Thou shunnest to repay the debt. Or, grateful, thou hadst surely pressed. To aid the hero in his quest. Thou art, in vulgar pleasures drowned. False to thy bond in honor bound. Nor yet has Rama's guileless heart. Discern thee for the thing thou art. A snake who holds the frogs that cries. And lures fresh victims as it dies. Brave Rama, born for glorious fate. Has set thee in thy high estate. And to the Vanar's throne restored. Great-souled himself, their mean-souled lord. Now if thy pride disown what he, high-thoughted prince, has done for thee. Struck by his arrows shalt thou fall. And Bali meet in Yama's hall. Still open, to the gloomy god. Lies the sad path thy brother trod. Then to thy plighted word be true. Nor let thy steps that path pursue. Methinks the shafts of Rama, shot. Like thunderbolts, thou heedest not. Who canst, absorbed in sensual bliss. Thy promise from thy mind dismiss. Canto XXXV. Tara's speech. He ceased, and Tara starry-eyed. Thus to the angry prince replied. Not to my lord shouldst thou address. A speech so fraught with bitterness. Not thus reproached my lord should be. And least of all, O prince, by thee. He is no thankless coward, no. With spirit dead to valor's glow. From paths of truth he never strays. Nor wanders in forbidden ways. Ne'er will Sugriva's heart forget. By Rama saved, the lasting debt. Still in his grateful breast will live. The succor none but he could give. Restored to fame by Rama's grace. To empire o'er the Vanar race. From ceaseless dread and toil set free. Restored to Rama and to me. By grief and care and exile tried. New to the bliss so long denied. Like Visvamitra once, alas. He marks not how the seasons pass. That saint 10,000 years remained. By sweet Kritachi's love enchained. And deemed those years, that flew away. So lightly, but a single day. Oh, if those years unheeded flew. By him who times and seasons knew. Unequaled for his lofty mind. What marvel mean our eyes are blind? Then be not angry, Raghu's son. And let thy brother feel for one. Who many a weary year has spent. Stranger to love and blandishment. Let not this wrath thy soul inflame. Like some mean wretch unknown to fame. For high and noble hearts like thine. Love mercy and to ruth incline. Calm and deliberate and slow. With anger's raging fire to glow. At length, O righteous prince, relent. Nor let my words in vain be spent. This sudden blaze of fury slake. I pray thee for Sugriva's sake. He would renounce at Rama's call. Ruma and Angad, me and all. Who call him lord, his gold and grain. The favor of his friend to gain. His arm shall slay the fiend more base. In soul than all his impious race. And happy Rama reunite. To Sita, rival in delight. Of the triumphant moon when he rejoins his darling Rohi. 10 million demons guard. The gates of Lanka firmly barred. All hope until that host be slain. To smite the robber king is vain. Nor with Sugriva's aid alone. May king and host be overthrown. Thus ere he died, for well he knew. Spake Bali, and his words are true. I know not what his proofs might be. But speak the words he spake to me. Hence far and wide our lords are sent. To raise the mightiest armament. For their return Sugriva waits. Ere he can sally from his gates. Still is the oath Sugriva swore. Kept firmly even as before. And the great host this day will be. Assembled by the king's decree. 10,000 troops, who wear the form of monkey and of bear. Prepared for thee the war to wage. Then let thy wrath no longer rage. The matrons of the Vana race. See marks of fury in thy face. They see thine eyes like blood are red. And will not yet be comforted. Canto XXXVI. Sugriva's speech. She ceased, and Lakshmana gave assent. Won by her gentle argument. So Tara's pleading, just and mild. His softening heart had reconciled. His altered mood Sugriva saw. And cast aside the fear and awe. Like raiment heavy with the rain. Which on his troubled soul had lain. Then quickly to the ground he threw. His flowery garland, bright of hue. Which round his royal neck he wore. And, sobered, was himself once more. Then turning to the princely man. In soothing words the king began. My glory, wealth, and royal sway. To other hands had passed away. But Rama to my rescue came. And gave me back my power and fame. O Lakshmana, say, whose grateful heart could nurse the hope to pay in part. By service of a life, the deed of Rama sprung of heavenly seed. His foeman Rava shall be slain. And Sita shall be his again. The hero's side I will not leave. But he the conquest shall achieve. What need of help has he who drew his bow, and one great arrow flew through 7 tall trees, a mountain rent, and cleft the earth with force unspent? What aid needs he who shook his bow? And at the sound the earth below, with hill and wood and rooted rock, quaked feverous with the thunder shock. Yet all my legions will I bring, and follow close the warrior king, marching on his impetuous way, fierce Rava and his hosts to slay. If I be guilty of offense, careless through love or negligence, let him his loyal slave forgive. For error cleaves to all who live. Thus King Sugriva, good and brave, in humble words his answer gave. Softened was Lakshmana's angry mood, who thus his friendly speech renewed. My brother, Vanar king, will see a champion and a friend in thee. So strong art thou, so brave and bold, so pure in thought, so humble-souled, that thou deservest well to reign, and all a monarch's bliss to gain. Lend thou my brother aid, and all his foes beneath his arm will fall. Full well the words thou speakest suit a chieftain wise and resolute, with grateful heart that loves the right, and foot that never yields in fight. O come, and my sad brother cheer, who mourns the wife he holds so dear. O pardon, friend, my harsh address, and Rama's frantic bitterness. Canto XXXVI. The gathering. He ceased, and King Sugriva cried to sage Hanuman by his side, summon the Vanar legions, those who dwell about the Lord of Snows, those who in Vindhyan groves delight, Kailasas, or Mahendra's height, dwell on the 5 bright peaks, or where Mundar's white summit cleaves the air, wherever they are wandering free, in highlands by the western sea, on that east hill whence springs the sun, or where he sinks when day is done. Call the great chiefs whose legions fill the forests of the Lotus Hill, where every one in strength and size with the stupendous Anjan vies. Call those, with tints of burnished gold, whom Mahasala's caverns hold, those who on Dumra roam, or hide in the wild woods on Meru's side. Call those who, brilliant as the sun, on high Maru leap and run, quaffing sweet juices that distill from odorous trees upon the hill. Call those whom tranquil haunts delight, where dwell the sage and anchorite, in groves that through their wide extent exhale 1,000 blossoms scent. Send out, from coast to coast. Assemble all the Vanar host. With force, with words, with gifts of price. Compel, admonish and entice. Already envoys have been sent to warn them of their Lord's intent. Let others urged by thee repeat my mandate that their steps be fleet. Those lords who yielding to the sway of love's delight would fain delay, urge hither with the utmost speed, or with thee to my presence lead. And those who linger to the last, until 10 days be come and past, and dare their sovereign to defy, for their offense shall surely die. Thousands, yea millions, shall there be, obedient to their king's decree. The lions of the Vanar race, assembled from each distant place, forth shall they haste like hills in size, or mighty clouds that veil the skies, and swiftly speeding on their way, bring all our legions in array. He ceased, the son of Vayu heard, submissive to his sovereign's word, and sent his rapid envoys forth, to east and west and south and north. They bent their airy course afar, along the paths of bird and star, and sped through ether farther yet, where Vishu's splendid sphere is set. By sea, on hill, by wood and lake, they called to arms for Rama's sake, as each with terror in his breast obeyed his awful king's behest. 3,000,000 Vanars, fierce and strong, as Anjan's self, a wondrous throng, sped from the spot where Rama still gazed restless from the woody hill. 10,000,000 others, brave and bold, with coats that shone like burning gold, came flying from the mountain crest, where sinks the weary sun to rest, impetuous from the northern skies, where Mount Kailasa's summits rise. 10,000 millions hasted, hued, like manes of lions, ne'er subdued, the dwellers on Himalaya's side, whose food his roots and fruits supplied, with rangers of the Vindhyan chain, and neighbors of the milky main. Some from the palm groves where they fed. Some from the woods of beetle sped. In countless numbers, fierce and brave. They came from mountain, lake, and cave. As on their way the Vanars went, to rouse each distant armament, they chanced that wondrous tree to view, that on Himalaya's summit grew. Of old upon that sacred height was wrought Mahesvar's glorious rite, which every god in heaven beheld, and his glad heart with triumph swelled. There from pure seed at random sown, bright plants with luscious fruit had grown, and, sweet as amrit to the taste, the summit of the mountain graced. Who once should eat the virtuous fruit that sprang from so divine a root? One whole revolving moon should be from every pang of hunger free. The Vanars culled the fruit they found, ripe on the sacrificial ground, with rare celestial odors sweet, to lay them at Sugriva's feet. Those noble envoys scoured the land, to summon every Vanar band. Then swiftly homeward at the head of countless armaments they sped. They gathered by Kishkinda's wall. They thronged Sugriva's palace hall, and, richly laden, bare within that fruit of heavenly origin. Their gifts before their king they spread, and thus in tones of triumph said, through every land our way we took, to visit hill and wood and brook, and all thy hosts from east to west flock hither at their lord's behest. Sugriva with delighted look the present of his envoys took, then bade them go, with gracious speech, rewarding and dismissing each. Canto XXXVI. Sugriva's departure. Thus all the princely Vanars, true to their appointed tasks, withdrew. Sugriva deemed already done the work he planned for Raghu's son. Then Lakshmana gently spoke and cheered Sugriva, for his valor feared. Now, chieftain, if thy will be so, forth from Kishkinda let us go. Sugriva's heart swelled high with pride. As to the prince he thus replied, come, speed we forth without delay. 'Tis mine thy mandate to obey. Sugriva bade the dames adieu, and Tara and the rest withdrew. Then at their chieftain's summons came the Vanars first in rank and fame, a trusty brave and reverent band. Meet e'en before a queen to stand. They at his call made haste to bring the litter of the glorious king. Mount, O my friend, Sugriva cried, and straight Sumitra's son complied. Then took by Lakshmana's side his place, the sovereign of the woodland race, upraised by Vanars, fleet and strong, who bore the glittering load along. On high above his royal head a poly canopy was spread, and churis white in many a hand the forehead of the monarch fanned, and shell and drum and song and shout pealed round him as the king passed out. About the monarch went a throng of Vanar warriors brave and strong, as onward to the mountain shade, where Rama dwelt his way he made. Soon as the lovely spot he viewed, where Rama lived in solitude, the Vanar monarch, far renowned, with Lakshmana, lightly stepped to ground, and to the son of Raghu went, joining his raised hands reverent. As their great leader raised his hands, so suppliant stood the Vanar bands. Well pleased the son of Raghu saw those legions, hushed in reverent awe, stand silent like the tranquil floods that raise their hands of lotus buds. But Rama, when the king, to greet his friend, had bowed him at his feet, raised him who ruled the Vanar race, and held him in a close embrace. Then, when his arms he had unknit, besought him by his side to sit, and thus with gentle words the best of men the Vanar king addressed. The prince who well his days divides, and knows aright the times and tides, to follow duty, joy, or gain. He, only he, deserves to reign. But he who wealth and virtue leaves, and every hour to pleasure cleaves, falls from his bliss like him who wakes from slumber on a branch that breaks. True king is he who smites his foes, and favor to his servants shows, and of that fruit makes timely use, which virtue, wealth, and joy produce. The hour is come that bids thee rise, to aid me in my enterprise. Then call thy nobles to debate, and with their help deliberate. Lost was my power, the king replied. All strength had fled, all hope had died. The Vanars owned another lord, but by thy grace was all restored. All this, O conqueror of the foe, to thee and Lakshmana's aid I owe. And his should be the villain's shame, who durst deny the sacred claim. These Vanar chiefs of noblest birth have at my bidding roamed the earth, and brought from distant regions all our legions at their monarch's call. Fierce bears with monkey troops combined, and apes of every varied kind, terrific in their forms, who dwell in grove and wood and bosky dell. The bright Gandharvs brood, the seed of gods. They change their shapes at need, each with his legions in array. Hither, O prince, they make their way. They come, and tens of millions swell, to numbers that no tongue may tell. For thee their armies will unite, with chiefs, Mahendra's peers in might. From Meru and from Vindhya's chain, they come like clouds that bring the rain. These round thee to the war will go, to smite to earth thy demon foe. Will slay the Rakshas and restore thy consort when the fight is o'er. Canto XXXAX. The Vanar host. Then Rama, best of all who guide their steps by duty, thus replied. What marvel if Lord Indra send the kindly rain, O faithful friend? If, thousand raid, the god of day, drive every darksome cloud away. Or, rising high, the lord of night, flood the broad heaven with silver light. What marvel, king, that one like thee the glory of his friends should be? No marvel, O my lord, that thou hast shown thy noble nature now. Thy heart, Sugriva, well I know, not from thy lips but truth may flow. With thee for friend and champion all, my foes beneath my arm will fall. The Rakshas, when my queen he stole, brought sure destruction on his soul. Like Anulada who beguiled Queen Sachi called Puloma's child. Yes, near, Sugriva, is the day when I my demon foe shall slay. As conquering Indra in his ire slew Queen Palomia's haughty sire. He ceased, thick clouds of dust rose high to every quarter of the sky. The very sun grew faint and pale behind the darkly gathering veil. The mighty clouds that hung o'erhead from east to west thick darkness spread, and earth to her foundations shook, with hill and forest, lake and brook. Then hidden was the ground beneath fierce warriors armed with fearful teeth, hosts numberless, each lord in size, a match for him who rules the skies. From many a sea and distant hill, from rock and river, lake and rill, some like the morning sun were bright, some, like the moon, were silver white. These green as lotus fibers, those white-coated from their native snows. Then Satabali came in view, girt by a countless retinue, like some gold mountain high in air. Tara's illustrious sire was there, their Ruma's father, far renowned, with tens of thousands ranged around. There, tinted like the tender green of lotus filaments, was seen, compassed by countless legions, one whose face was as the morning sun. Hanuman's father good and great, Kesari, wisest in debate. There the proud king Gavaksha, feared. For his strong warrior arm, appeared. There Dumra, mighty lord, the dread of foes, his ursine legions led. There Panis, first for warlike fame, with 20 million warriors came. There glorious Nila, dark of hue, arrayed his countless troops in view. There moved Lord Gavaya brave and bold, resplendent like a hill of gold. And near him Daramukha stood, with millions from the hill and wood. And Dwivid famed for strength and speed, and Manda, both of Asvan seed. There Gaja, strong and glorious, led the countless troops around him spread. And Jambavan, the king whose sway the bears delighted to obey, with swarming myriads onward pressed, true to his lord Sugrava's hest. And princely Ruman, dear to fame, led millions whom no hosts could tame. All these and many a chief beside came onward fierce in warlike pride. They covered all the plain, and still pressed forward over wood and hill. In rows for many a league around, they rested on the grassy ground, or to Sugrava made their way, like clouds about the Lord of Day. And to the king their proud heads bent, in power and might preeminent. Sugrava then to Rama sped, and raised his reverent hands, and said, that every chief from coast to coast was present with his warrior host. Canto XL. The army of the East. With practiced eye the king reviewed the Vanar's countless multitude, and, joying that his hest was done, thus spake to Raghu's mighty son. See, all the Vanar hosts who fear my sovereign might are gathered here. Chiefs strong as Indra's self, who speed where'er they list, these armies lead. Fierce and terrific to the view, as Daityas or the Danav crew, famed in all lands for souls afire. With lofty thoughts, they never tire. O'er hill and vale they wander free, and islets of the distant sea. And these gathered myriads, all will serve thee, Rama, at thy call. Whatever thy heart advises, say. Thy mandates will the host obey. Then answered Rama, as he pressed the Vanar monarch to his breast. O search for my lost Sita, strive to find her if she still survive. And in thy wondrous wisdom trace fierce Rava to his dwelling place. And when by toil and search we know where Sita lies and where the foe, with thee, dear friend, will I devise fit means to end the enterprise. Not mine, not Lakshmana's is the power to guide us in the doubtful hour. Thou, sovereign of the Vanars, thou must be our hope and leader now. He ceased, at King Sugrava's call. Near came a Vanar strong and tall, huge as a towering mountain, loud as some tremendous thunder cloud. A prince who warlike legions led. To him his sovereign turned and said, Go, take 10,000 of our race, well trained in lore of time and place, and search the eastern region. Through groves, woods, and hills thy way pursue. There seek for Sita, trace the spot where Rava hides, and weary not. Search for the captive in the caves of mountains, and by woods and waves. To Sarju, Kausaki, repair. Bhagyaratha's daughter, fresh and fair. Search mighty Yamun's peak, explore. Swift Yamuna's delightful shore. Sarasvati, and Sindhu's tide, and rapid Sona's pebbly side. Then roam afar by Mahi's bed, where Kalamahi's groves are spread. Go where the silken tissue shines. Go to the land of silver mines. Visit each isle and mountain steep, and city circled by the deep, and distant villages that high about the peaks of Mundar lie. Speed over Yavadvipa's land. And see Mount Sisir proudly stand. Uplifting to the skies his head. By gods and Danavs visited. Search each ravine and mountain pass. Each tangled thicket deep in grass. Search every cave with utmost care. If haply Rama's queen be there. Then pass beyond the sounding sea. Where heavenly beings wander free. And Sona's waters swift and strong. With ruddy billows foam along. Search where his shelving banks descend. Search where the hanging woods extend. Try if the pathless thickets screen the robber and the captive queen. Search where the torrent floods that rend the mountain to the plains descend. Search dark abysses where they rave. Search mountain slope and wood and cave. Then on with rapid feet and gain the inlands of the fearful main. Where, tortured by the tempest's lash, against rude rocks the billows dash. An ocean like a sable cloud, whose margent monstrous serpents crowd. An ocean rising with a roar, to beat upon an iron shore. On, onward still, your feet shall tread. Shores of the sea whose waves are red. Where spreading wide your eyes shall see the guilt-tormenting cotton tree. And the wild spot where Geru dwells. Which gems adorn an ocean shells. High as Kailasa, nobly decked. Wrought by the heavenly architect. Huge giants named Mandihas. There. In each foul shape they love to wear. Numbing the soul with terror's chill. Hang from the summit of the hill. When darts the sun his earliest beam. They plunge them in the ocean stream. New vigor from his rays obtain. And hang upon the rocks again. Speed onward still, your steps shall be. At length beside the milky sea. Whose every ripple as it curls. Gleams glorious with its wealth of pearls. Amid that sea like pale cloud spread. The white Mount Rishabh rears his head. About the mountain's glorious waste. Woods redolent of bloom are braced. A lake where lotuses unfold their silver buds with threads of gold. Sudarsan ever bright and fair. Where white swans sport, lies gleaming there. The wandering Kinnar's dear resort. Where heavenly nymphs and yakshas sport. On. Leave the milky sea behind. Another flood your search shall find. A waste of waters, wild and drear. That chills each living heart with fear. There see the horse's awful head. Wrath-born, that flames in ocean's bed. There rises up a fearful cry. From the sea things that move thereby. When, helpless, powerless for flight. They gaze upon the horrid sight. Pass to the northern shore, and then. Beyond the flood 3 leagues and 10. Your wondering glances will behold. Mount Jatarupa. Bright with gold. There like the young moon pale of hue. The monstrous serpent will ye view. The earth supporter, whose bright eyes resemble lotus leaves in size. He rests upon the mountain's brow. And all the gods before him bow. Ananta with 1,000 heads. His length in robes of azure spreads. A triple-headed palm of gold. Meet standard for the lofty souled. Springs towering from the mountain's crest. Beneath whose shade he loves to rest. So that in eastern realms each god may use it as a measuring rod. Beyond, with burning gold aglow, the eastern steep his peaks will show. Which in unrivaled glory rise. 100 leagues to pierce the skies. And all the neighboring air is bright. With golden trees that clothe the height. A lofty peak uprises there. 10 leagues in height and 1 league square. Samanas, wrought of glistering gold. Ne'er to be loosened from its hold. There his first step Lord Vishu placed. When through the universe he paced. And with his second lightly pressed. The loftiest peak of Meru's crest. When north of Jambudwip the sun, a portion of his course has run, and hangs above this mountain height. Then creatures see the genial light. Vaikunases, saints far renowned, and Balakilias love the ground, wherein their glory half divine. Touched by the morning glow, they shine. The light that flashes from that steep illumines all Sudarsandwip. And on each creature, as it glows, the sight and strength of life bestows. Search well that mountain's woody side, if Rava there his captive hide. The rising sun, the golden hill, the air with growing splendors fill, till flashes from the east the red of morning with the light they shed. This, where the sun begins his state, is earth and heaven's most eastern gate. Through all the mountain forest seek, by waterfall and cave and peak. Search every nook and bosky dell, if Rava there with Sita dwell. There, Vanners, there your steps must stay. No farther eastward can ye stray. Beyond no sun, no moon gives light, but all is sunk in endless night. Thus far, O Vanner lords, may you o'er sea and land your search pursue. But wild and dark and known to none is the drear space beyond the sun, that mountain whence the sun ascends. Your long and weary journey ends. Now go, and in a month return, and let success my praises earn. He who beyond tho month shall stay, will with his life the forfeit pay. Canto XLI. The army of the south. He gathered next a chosen band, for service in the southern land. He summoned Nila son of fire, and, offspring of the eternal sire, Jambavan bold and strong and tall, and Hanuman, the best of all, and many a valiant lord beside, with Angad for their chief and guide. Go forth, he cried, with all this host, exploring to the southern coast, the 1,000 peaks that Vindhya shows, where every tree and creeper grows, where Nirmadaya's sweet waters run, and serpents bask them in the sun, where Krishaviya's currents flee, and sparkles fair Godavari, through Mekal Pass and Utkal's land. Go where Daraya's cities stand, Avanti seek, of high renown, and Abravanti's glorious town. Search every hill and brook and cave, where Daukas woods their branches wave. Ayamuka's woody hill explore, whose sides are bright with richest ore, lifting his glorious head on high, from bloomy groves that round him lie. Search well his forests where the breeze blows fragrant from the sandal trees. Then will you see Kaveri's stream, whose pleasant waters glance and gleam, and to the lovely banks entice the sportive maids of paradise. High on the top of Malaya's hill, in holy musing, calm and still, sits, radiant as the Lord of Light, Agastya, noblest anchorite. Soon as that lofty-thoughted Lord his high permission shall accord, past Mrepares, flood whose isles are loved by basking crocodiles, the sandal woods that fringe her side, those islets and her waters hide, while, like an amorous matron, she speeds to her own dear Lord the sea. Thence hasting on your way behold the Piyas, gates of pearl and gold. Then, with your task maturely planned, on ocean's shore your feet will stand, where, by Agastya's high decree, Mahendra, planted in the sea, with tinted peaks against the tide, rises in solitary pride, and glorious in his golden glow, spurns back the waves that beat below. Fair mountain, bright with creepers bloom, and every tint that trees assume, where Yiksha, God, and heavenly maid meet wandering in the lovely shade, at changing moon and solemn tide, by Indra's presence glorified. 100 leagues in fair extent. An island fronts the continent. No man may tread its glittering shore. With utmost heed that I'll explore. For the fair country owns the sway of Rava whom we burn to slay. A mighty monster stands to keep the passage of the southern deep. Lifting her awful arms on high, she grasps eon shadows as they fly. Speed through that isle, and onward still, where in mid-sea the flowery hill raises on high his bloomy head. By saints and angels visited. There, with 100 gleaming peaks, bright as the sun, the sky he seeks. One glorious peak the Lord of day gilds ever with his loving ray. Thereon ne'er yet the glances fell of thankless wretch or infidel. Bow to that hill in reverence due, and then once more your search pursue. Beyond that glorious mountain high, and Suryavan, proud hill is nigh. Your rapid course yet farther bend, where Vaidyuts airy peaks ascend. Their trees of noblest sort, profuse of wealth, their kindly gifts produce. Their precious fruits, O Vanners, taste. The honey sip, and onward haste. Next will ye see Mount Kunja rise, who cheers with beauty hearts and eyes. There is Agastya's mansion, decked by heaven's all-moulding architect. Near Bhagavati stands, the place where dwell the hosts of serpent race. A broad-wayed city, walled and barred, which watchful legions keep and guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venomed tooth. Enthroned in his imperial hall is Vasuki who rules them all. Explore the serpent city well. Search town and tower and citadel. And scan each field and wood that lies around it, with your watchful eyes. Beyond that spot your way pursue. A noble mountain shall ye view, named Rishab, like a mighty bull, with gems made bright and beautiful. All trees of sandal flourish there, of heavenly fragrance, rich and rare. But, though they tempt your longing eyes, avoid to touch them, and be wise. For Rohitas, a guardian band of fierce Gandharvas, round them stand, who 5 bright sovereign lords obey, in glory like the god of day. Here by good deeds a home is won, with shapes like fire, the moon, the sun. Here they who merit heaven by worth dwell on the confines of the earth. There stay, beyond it, dark and drear, lies the departed spirit's sphere. And, girt with darkness, far from bliss, is Yama's sad metropolis. So far, my lords, o'er land and sea, your destined course is plain and free. Beyond your steps you may not set, where living thing ne'er journeyed yet. With utmost care these realms survey, and all you meet upon the way. And, when the lady's course is traced, back to your king, O Vanners, haste. And he who tells me he has seen, after long search, the Maythil queen, shall gain a noble guerdon, he in power and bliss shall equal me, dear as my very life, above his fellows in his master's love. I call him, yea though stained with crime, my kinsman from that happy time. Canto XLI. The army of the West. Then to Sush Sugriva bent, and thus addressed him reverent. 200,000 of our best, with thee, my lord, shall seek the west. Explore Surshrayas, distant plain. Explore Valika's wild domain, and all the pleasant brooks that flee through mountains to the western sea. Search clustering groves on mountain heights, and woods the home of anchorites. Search where the breezy hills are high. Search where the desert regions lie. Search all the western land beset with woody mountains like a net. The country's farthest limit reach, and stand upon the ocean beach. There wander through the groves of palm, Where the soft air is full of balm. Through grassy dell and dark ravine. Seek Rava and the Maythil queen. Go visit Samagiri's steep. Where Sindha mingles with the deep. There lions, borne on swift wings, roam the levels of their mountain home. And elephants and monsters bear, caught from the ocean, to their lair. Yuvanars, changing forms at will, with rapid search must scour the hill, and his sky-kissing peak of gold, where loveliest trees their blooms unfold. Their golden peaked, ablaze with light, uprises Periyatra's height. Where wild Gandharvs, fierce and fell, in bands of countless myriads dwell. Pluck ye no fruit within the wood. Beware the impious neighborhood. Where, very mighty, strong, and hard, to overcome, the fruit they guard. Yet search for Janak's daughter still. For Vanars there need fear no ill. Near, bright as turkeys, Vajra named. There stands a hill of diamond framed, soaring 100 leagues in pride, with trees and creepers glorified. Search there each cave and dark abyss, by waterfall and precipice. Far in that sea the wild waves beat, on Shukravans, firm-rooted feet. Where the great discus, thousand-rayed, by Visvakarma's art was made. When Panchajan the fiend was slain, and Hayagriva, fierce in vain, thence taking shell and discus went. Lord Vishu, God preeminent, on 60,000 hills of gold, with wondering eyes shall ye behold, wherein his glory every one is brilliant as the morning sun. Full in the midst King Meru, best of mountains, lifts his lofty crest, on whom of yore, as all have heard, the sun well pleased this boon conferred. On thee, O King, on thee and thine, light, day and night, shall ever shine. Gandharvs, gods who love thee well, and on thy sacred summits dwell, undimmed in luster, bright and fair, the golden sheen shall ever share. The Visvas, Vasus, they who ride the tempest, every god beside, draw nigh to Meru's lofty crest, when evening darkens in the west, and to the parting Lord of Day the homage of their worship pay. Ere yet a while, unseen of all, behind Mount Asta's peaks he fall, wrought by the heavenly artist's care. A glorious palace glitters there, and round about it sweet birds sing. Where the gay trees are blossoming, the home of Varu, high-souled lord, wrist-girded with his deadly cord, with 10 tall stems, a palm between. Meru and Asta's hill is seen, pure silver from the base it springs, and far and wide its luster flings. Seek Rava and the dame by brook, in pathless glen, in leafy nook. On Meru's crest a hermit lives, bright with the light that penance gives. Svari is he named, renowned, as Brahma's peer, with glory crowned. There bowing down in reverence speak, and ask him of the dame you seek. Thus far the splendid Lord of Day pursues through heaven his ceaseless way, shedding on every spot his light. Then sinks behind Mount Asta's height. Thus far advance, the sunless sea. Beyond is all unknown to me. Such of mighty arm, long tried, in peril, shall your legions guide. Receive his words with high respect, and ne'er his lightest wish neglect. He is my consort's sire, and hence deserves the utmost reverence. Canto XLI. The army of the north. Forth went the legions of the west, and wise Sugriva addressed. Satable, summoned from the crowd, to whom the sovereign cried aloud. Go forth, O Vanar chief, go forth. Explore the regions of the north. Thy host 100,000 be. And Yama's sons attend on thee. With dauntless courage, strength, and skill. Search every river, wood, and hill. Through every land in order go. Right onward to the hills of snow. Search mid the peaks that shine afar. In woods of Lod and Deodar. Search if with Janak's daughter, screened. By sheltering rocks, there lie the fiend. The holy grounds of Soma tread. By gods and minstrels visited. Reach Kala's mount, and flats that lie. Among the peaks that tower on high. Then leave that hill that gleams with ore. And fair Siddharsan's heights explore. Then on to Devasaka high. Loved by the children of the sky. A dreary land you then will see. Without a hill or brook or tree. 100 leagues, bare, wild, and dread. In lifeless desolation, spread. Pursue your onward way, and haste. Through the dire horrors of the waste. Until triumphant with delight. You reach Kailasa's glittering height. There stands a palace decked with gold. For King Kuvera wrought of old. A home the heavenly artist planned. And fashioned with his cunning hand. There lotuses adorn the flood. With full-blown flower and opening bud. Where swans and mallards float, and gay. Apsarases come down to play. There King Vairava's self, the Lord. By all the universe adored. Who golden gifts to mortals sends. Lives with the Guhyakas. His friends. Search every cavern in the steep. And green glens where the moonbeams sleep. If haply in that distant ground. The robber and the dame be found. Then on to Crouch's hill, and through. His fearful pass your way pursue. Though dark and terrible the vale. Your wonted courage must not fail. There through abyss and cavern seek. On lofty ridge, and mountain peak. On. Pursue your journey still. By valley, lake, and towering hill. Reach the North Kuru's land, where rest. The holy spirits of the blessed. Where golden buds of lilies gleam. Resplendent on the silver stream. And leaves of azure turkeys throw. Soft splendor on the waves below. Bright as the sun at early morn. Fair pools that happy clime adorn. Where shine the loveliest flowers on stems. Of crystal and all-valued gems. Blue lotuses through all the land. The glories of their blooms expand. And the resplendent earth is strown. With peerless pearl and precious stone. Their stately trees can scarce uphold. The burthen of their fruits of gold. And ever flaunt their gay attire. Of flower and leaf like flames of fire. All their sweet lives untroubled spend. In bliss and joy that know not end. While pearl-decked maidens laugh, or sing. To music of the silvery string. Still on your forward journey keep. And rest you by the northern deep. Where springing from the billows high. Mount Samagiri seeks the sky. And lightens with perpetual glow. The sunless realm that lies below. There, present through all life's extent. Dwells Brahma Lord preeminent. And round the great God, manifest. In Rudra forms high sages rest. Then turn, O Vanners, search no more. Nor tempt the sunless, boundless shore. Canto XLIV. The ring. But special counseling he gave. To Hanuman the wise and brave. To him on whom his soul relied. With friendly words the monarch cried. O best of Vanners, naught can stay. By land or sea thy rapid way. Who through the air thy flight canst bend. And to the immortals' home ascend. All realms, I ween, are known to thee. With every mountain, lake, and sea. In strength and speed which naught can tire. Thou, worthy rival of thy sire. The mighty monarch of the wind. Where'er thou wilt a way canst find. Exert thy power, O swift and strong. Bring back the lady lost so long. For time and place, O thou most wise, lie open to thy searching eyes. When Rama heard that special hest, to Hanuman above the rest, he from the monarch's favor drew hope of success and trust anew, that he on whom his lord relied, in toil and peril trained and tried, would to a happy issue bring the task commanded by the king. He gave the ring that bore his name, a token for the captive dame, that the sad lady in her woe the missive of her lord might know. This ring, he said, my wife will see, nor fear an envoy sent by me. Thy valor and thy skill combined, thy resolute and vigorous mind, and King Sugriva's high behest, with joyful hopes inspire my breast. Canto XLV. The Departure. Away, away the Vaners sped, like locusts o'er the land outspread, to northern realms where rising high, the king of mountains cleaves the sky. Fierce Satyabal with vast array of Vanar warriors led the way, far southward, as his lord decreed. Wise Hanuman, the wind god seed, with Angad his swift way pursued, and Tara's warlike multitude. Strong Vinata with all his band betook him to the eastern land, and brave Sush in eager quest sped swiftly to the gloomy west. Each Vanar chieftain sought with speed the quarter by his king decreed, while from his legions rose on high the shout and boast and battle cry. We will restore the dame and beat the robber down beneath our feet. My arm alone shall win the day. From Rava met in single fray, shall rob the robber of his life, and rescue Rama's captive wife, all trembling in her fear and woe. Here, comrades, rest, no farther go, for I will vanquish hell, and she shall by this arm again be free. The rooted mountains will I rend, the mightiest trees will break and bend, earth to her deep foundations cleave, and make the calm sea throb and heave. 100 leagues from steep to steep, in desperate bound my feet shall leap, my steps shall tread unchecked and free, through woods, o'er land and hill and sea, range as they list from flood to fell, and wander through the depths of hell. Canto XLVI. Sugriva's Tale. How, king, cried Rama, didst thou gain thy lore of sea and hill and plain? I told thee how, Sugriva said. From Bali's arm Mayavi fled to Malaya's hill, and strove to save his life by hiding in the cave. I told how Bali sought to kill his foe, the hollow of the hill. Nor need I, king, again unfold the wondrous tale already told. Then, wandering forth, my way I took by many a town and wood and brook. I roamed the earth from place to place, till, like a mirror's polished face, the whole broad disk, that lies between its farthest bounds, mine eyes had seen. I wandered first to eastern skies, where fairest trees rejoiced mine eyes, and many a cave and wooded hill, where lilies robed the lake and rill, their metal dyes that hill adorn, whence springs the sun to light the morn. There, too, I viewed the milky sea, where nymphs of heaven delight to be. Then to the south I made my way, from regions of the rising day, and roamed o'er Vindhya, where the breeze is odorous of sandal trees. Still in my fear I found no rest. I sought the regions of the west, and gazed on Asta, where the sun sinks when his daily course is run. Then from that noblest hill I fled, and to the northern country sped. Saw Himavan, and Meru's steep, and stood beside the northern deep. But when, by Bali's might oppressed, e'en in those wilds I could not rest, came Hanuman the wise and brave, And thus his prudent counsel gave. I told thee how Mathinga cursed thy tyrant, that his head should burst in pieces, should he dare invade the precincts of that tranquil shade. There may we dwell in peace and be from thy oppressor's malice free. We went to Rishyamukha's hill, and spent our days secure from ill, where, with that curse upon his head, the cruel Bali durst not tread. Canto XLVI. The Return. Thus forth in quest of Sita went the legions King Sugriva sent. To many a distant town they hied, by many a lake and river's side, as their great sovereign's order taught. Through valleys, plains, and groves they sought. They toiled unresting through the day. At night upon the ground they lay, where the tall trees, whose branches swayed beneath their fruit, gave pleasant shade. Then, when a weary month was spent, back to Parava's hill they went, and stood with faces of despair before their king Sugriva there. Thus, having wandered through the east, great Vinata his labors ceased, and weary of the fruitless pain, returned to meet the king again. Brave Satabali to the north had led his Vanar legions forth. Now to Sugriva he sped, with all his host dispirited. Such the western realms had sought, and homeward now his legions brought. All to Sugriva came, where still he sat with Rama on the hill, before their sovereign humbly bent, and thus addressed him reverent. On every hill our steps have been, by wood and cave and deep ravine, and all the wandering brooks we know, throughout the land that seaward flow. Our feet by thy command have traced the tangled thicket and the waste, and dens and dingles hard to pass, for creeping plants and matted grass. Well have we searched with toil and pain, and monstrous creatures have we slain. But Hanuman of noblest mind, the Maithil lady yet will find. For to his quarter of the sky, the robber fiend was seen to fly. Canto XLVI. The Asur's death. But Hanuman still onward pressed, with Tara, Angad, and the rest. Through Vindhya's pathless glens he sped, and left no spot unvisited. He gazed from every mountain height. He sought each cavern dark as night, and wandered through the bloomy shade, by pool and river and cascade. But, though they sought in every place, of Sita yet they found no trace. On fruit and woodland berries fed, through many a lonely wild they sped, and reached at last, untouched by fear, a desert terrible and drear, a fruitless waste, a land of gloom, where trees were bare of leaf and bloom, where every scanty stream was dried, and niggard earth her roots denied. No elephants through all the ground, no buffaloes or deer are found. There roams no tiger, pard, or bear. No creature of the wood is there. No bird displays his glittering wings. No tree, no shrub, no creeper springs. There rise no lilies from the flood, resplendent with their flower and bud, where the delighted bees may throng about the fragrance with their song. There lived a hermit Kata named, for truth and wealth of penance famed, whom fervent zeal and holy rite had dowered with all-surpassing might. His little son, a 10-year child, so chanced it, perished in the wild. His death with fury stirred the sage, who cursed the forest in his rage, doomed from that hour to shelter none, a waste for bird and beast to shun. They searched by every forest edge, they searched each cave and mountain ledge, and thickets whence the water fell, wandering through the tangled dell, striving to do Sugriva's will. They roamed along each leafy rill, but vain were all endeavors, vain the careful search, the toil and pain. Through one dark grove they scarce could wend. So thick were creepers intertwined. There as they struggled through the wood, before their eyes an Asur stood. High as a towering hill, his pride the very gods in heaven defied. When on the fiend their glances fell, each braced him for the combat well. The demon raised his arm on high, and rushed upon them with a cry. Him Angad smote, for, sure, he thought, this was the fiend they long had sought. From his huge mouth by Angad felled, the blood in rushing torrents welled, as, like a mountain from his base, uptorn, he dropped upon his face. Thus fell the mighty fiend, and they through the thick wood pursued their way. Then, weary with the toil, reclined where leafy boughs to shade them twined. Canto 49. Angad's speech. Then Angad spake, we Vanars well have searched each valley, cave, and dell, and hill, and brook, and dark recess, and tangled wood, and wilderness. But all in vain, no eye has seen the robber or the Maythil queen. A dreary time has passed away, and stern is he we all obey. Come, cast your grief and sloth aside. Again be every effort tried. So haply may our toil attain the sweet success that follows pain. Laborious effort, toil, and skill, the firm resolve, the constant will, secure at last the ends we seek. Hence, O my friends, I boldly speak. Once more then, noble hearts, once more. Let us today this wood explore. And, languor and despair subdued, purchase success with toil renewed. Sugriva is a king austere, and Rama's wrath we needs must fear. Come, Vanars, ye think it wise, and do the thing that I advise. Then Gandhamadan thus replied, with lips that toil and thirst had dried. Obey his words, for wise and true is all that he has counselled you. Come, let your hosts their toil renew, and search each grove and desert through, each towering hill and forest glade, by lake and brook and white cascade, till every spot, as our great Lord commanded, be again explored. Uprose the Vanars one and all, obedient to the chieftain's call, and over the southern region sped, where Vindhya's tangled forests spread. They clomb that hill that towers on high, like a huge cloud in autumn's sky, where many a cavern yawns, and streaks of radiant silver deck the peaks. In eager search they wandered through the forests where the laud trees grew, where the dark leaves were thick and green, but found not Rama's darling queen. Then faint with toil, their hearts depressed, descending from the mountain's crest, their weary limbs a while to ease, they lay beneath the spreading trees. Canto L. The Enchanted Cave. Angad and Tara by his side. Again rose Hanuman and tried each mountain cavern, dark and deep, and stony pass and wooded steep, the lion's and the tiger's home, by rushing torrents white with foam. Then with new ardor, south and west, o'er Vindhya's height the search they pressed. The day prescribed was near and they still wandered on their weary way. They reached the southern land beset with woody mountains like a net. At length a mighty cave they spied, that opened in a mountain side, where many a verdant creeper grew, and o'er the mouth its tendrils threw. Thence issued crane, and swan, and drake, and trooping birds that love the lake. The Vanars rushed within to cool their fevered lips in spring or pool. Vast was the cavern dark and dread, where not a ray of light was shed. Yet not the more their eyesight failed, their courage sank or valor quailed. On through the gloom the Vanars pressed, with hunger, thirst, and toil distressed. Poor helpless wanderers, sad, forlorn, with wasted faces wan and worn. At length, when life seemed lost for aye, they saw a splendor as of day. A wondrous forest, fair and bright, where golden trees shot flamy light, and lotus-covered pools were there, with pleasant waters fresh and fair, and streams their rippling currents rolled, by seats of silver and of gold. Fair houses reared their stately height, of burnished gold and lazulite, and glorious was the lustre thrown, through lattices of precious stone. And there were flowers and fruit on stems, of coral decked with rarest gems, and emerald leaves on silver trees, and honeycomb and golden bees. Then as the vanners nearer drew, a holy woman met their view. Around her form was duly tied a garment of the black deer's hide. Pure votaress she shone with light of fervent zeal and holy rite. Then Hanuman before the rest, with reverent words the dame addressed. Who art thou? Say, and who is Lord of this vast cave with treasures stored? Canto Li, Svayamprabha. Assailed by thirst and hunger, dame, within a gloomy vault we came. We saw the cavern opening wide, and straight within its depths we hide. But utterly amazed are we at all the marvels that we see. Whose are the golden trees that gleam with splendor like the morning's beam? These cates of noblest sort, these roots, this wondrous store of rarest fruits. Whose are these calm and cool retreats, these silver homes and golden seats, and lattices of precious stones? Who is the happy lord that owns the golden trees, of rarest scent, 'neath loads of fruit and blossom bent? Who, strong in holy zeal, had power to deck the streams with richest dower, and bathe the lilies bright with gold, the glory of their blooms unfold, where fish and living gold below the sheen of changing colors show? Thine is the holy power, I ween, that beautified the wondrous scene. But if another's, lady, deign to tell us, and the whole explain, to him the lady of the cave in words like these her answer gave. Skilled Maya framed in days of old this magic wood of growing gold. The chief artificer in place was he of all the Danav race. He, for his wise enchantments famed, this glorious dwelling planned and framed. He for 1,000 years endured the sternest penance, and secured from Brahma of all boons the best, the knowledge Usanas possessed. Lord, by that boon, of all his will, he fashioned all with perfect skill, and, with his blissful state content, in this vast grove a season spent. By Indra's jealous bolt he fell, for loving Hema's charms too well, and Brahma on that nymph bestowed the treasures of this fair abode, wherein her tranquil days to spend, in happiness that ne'er may end. Sprung of a lineage old and high, Marisvarya's daughter, I guard ever for that heavenly dame. This home, Svayamprabha, my name, for I have loved the lady long, so skilled in arts of dance and song. But say what 'cause your steps has led the mazes of this grove to tread? How, strangers, did ye chance to spy the wood concealed from wanderer's eye? Tell clearly why ye come, but first eat of this fruit and quench your thirst. Canto Ai. The exit. Rama, he cried, a prince whose sway all peoples of the earth obey, to Dauka's tangled forest came, with his brave brother and his dame. From that dark shade of forest boughs, the giant Rava stole his spouse. Our king Sugrava's orders send these vanners forth to aid his friend, that so the lady be restored, uninjured to her sorrowing lord. With Angad and the rest, this band has wandered through the southern land. With careful search in every place, the lady and the fiend to trace. We roamed the southern region o'er, and stood upon the ocean's shore. By hunger pressed our strength gave way. Beneath the spreading trees we lay, and cried, worn out with toil and woe. No farther, comrades, can we go. Then as our sad eyes looked around, we spied an opening in the ground, where all was gloomy dark behind. The creeping plants that o'er it twined, forth trooping from the dark recess, came swans and mallards numberless, with drops upon their shining wings, as newly bathed where water springs. On, comrades, to the cave, I cried, and all within the portal hide, each clasping fast another's hand. Far onward pressed the Vanner band, and still, as thirst and hunger drove, we traced the mazes of the grove. Here thou with hospitable care hast fed us with the noblest fare, preserving us, about to die, with this thy plentiful supply. But how, O pious lady, say, may we thy gracious boon repay? He ceased, the ascetic dame replied, well, Vanners, am I satisfied. A life of holy works I lead, and from your hands no service need. Then spake again the Vanner chief, we came to thee and found relief. Now listen to a new distress, and aid us, holy votaress. Our wanderings in this vasty cave exhaust the time Sugriva gave. Once more then, lady, grant release, and let thy suppliants go in peace. Again upon their errand sped, for King Sugriva's ire we dread, and the great task our sovereign set, alas, is unaccomplished yet. Thus Hanuman their leader prayed, and thus the dame her answer made. Scarce may the living find their way, returning hence to light of day. But I will free you through the might of penance, fast, and holy rite. Close for a while your eyes, or ne'er may you return to upper air. She ceased, the Vanners all obeyed. Their fingers on their eyes they laid, and, ere a moment's time had fled, were through the mazy cavern led. Again the gracious lady spoke, and joy in every bosom woke. Lo, here again is Vindhya's hill, whose valleys trees and creepers fill. And, by the margin of the sea, Purava where you fain would be. With blessings then she bade adieu, and swift within the cave withdrew. Canto Li. On God's counsel, they looked upon the boundless main, the awful seat of Varu's reign, and heard his waters roar and rave, terrific with each crested wave. Then, in the depths of sorrow drowned, they sat upon the bosky ground, and sadly, as they pondered, grieved, for days gone by and not achieved. Pain pierced them through with sharper sting, when, gazing on the trees of spring, they saw each waving bough that showed the treasures of its glorious load. And helpless, fainting with the weight of woe they sank disconsolate. Then, lion-shouldered, stout and strong, the noblest of the Vanner throng, Angad the prince imperial rose, and, deeply stricken by the woes that his impetuous spirit broke, thus gently to the chieftain spoke. Mark ye not, Vanners, that the day our monarch fixed has passed away. The month is lost in toil and pain. And now, my friends, what hopes remain? On you, in lore of counsel tried, our King Sugriva most relied. Your hearts, with strong affection fraught, his weal in every labor sought, and the true valor of your band was blazoned wide in every land. Forth on the toilsome search you sped, by me, for so he willed it, led to us, of every hope bereft, Death is the only refuge left. For none a happy life may see who fails to do our king's decree. Come, let us all from food abstain, and perish thus, since hope is vain. Stern is our king and swift to ire, imperious, proud, and fierce like fire. And ne'er will pardon us the crime of fruitless search and wasted time. Far better thus to end our lives, and leave our wealth, our homes and wives. Leave our dear little ones and all, then by his vengeful hand to fall. Think not Sugriva's wrath will spare me, Bali's son, imperial heir. For Raghu's royal son, not he, to this high place anointed me. Sugriva, long my bitter foe, with eager hand will strike the blow, and, mindful of the old offense, will slay me now for negligence. Nor will my pitying friends have power to save me in the deadly hour. No, here, O chieftains, will I lie by ocean's marge, and fast and die. They heard the royal prince declare the purpose of his fixed despair, and all, by common terror moved, his speech in these sad words approved. Sugriva's heart is hard and stern, and Rama's thoughts for Sita yearn. Our forfeit lives will surely pay for idle search and long delay, and our fierce king will bid us die, the favor of his friend to buy. Then Tara softly spake to cheer the Vanner's hearts oppressed by fear. Despair no more, your doubts dispel. Come in this ample cavern dwell. There may we live in blissful ease, mid springs and fruit and bloomy trees, secure from every foe's assault. For magic framed the wondrous vault. Protected there we need not fear, though Rama and our king come near. Nor dread e'en him who batters down the portals of the foeman's town. Canto Liv. Hanuman's speech. But Hanuman, while Tara, best of splendid chiefs his thought expressed, perceived that Bali's princely son a kingdom for himself had won. His keen eye marked in him combined the warrior's arm, the ruler's mind, and every noble gift should grace the happy sovereign of his race. Marked how he grew with ripening age, more glorious and bold and sage, like the young moon that night by night shines on with ever-waxing light. Brave as his royal father, wise as he who counsels in the skies. Marked how, for wearied with the quest, he heeded not his liege's hest, but Tara's every word obeyed, like Indra still by Sukra swayed. Then with his prudent speech he tried to better thoughts the prince to guide, and by division's skillful art the Vanners and the youth to part. Illustrious Angad, thou in fight hast far surpassed thy father's might. Most worthy, like thy sire of old, the empire of our race to hold. The Vanners' fickle people range from wish to wish and welcome change. Their wives and babes they will not leave, and to their new-made sovereign cleave. No art, no gifts will draw away the Vanners from Sugriva's sway. Through hope of wealth, through fear of pain, still faithful will they all remain. Thou fondly hopest in this cave the vengeance of the foe to brave. But Lakshmana's arm a shower will send of deadly shafts those walls to rend. Like Indra's bolts his shafts have power to cleave the mountain like a flower. O Angad, mark my counsel well. If in this cave thou choose to dwell, these Vanner hosts with one accord will quit thee for their lawful lord, and turn again with thirsty eyes to wife and babe and all they prize. Thou in the lonely cavern left, of followers and friends bereft, wilt be in all thy woe, alas, weak as a blade of trembling grass. And Lakshmana's arrows, keen and fierce, from his strong bow, thy heart will pierce. But if in lowly reverence meek, Sugriva's court with us thou seek, he, as thy birth demands, will share the kingdom with the royal heir. Thy loving kinsman, true and wise, looks on thee still with favoring eyes. Firm in his promise, pure is he, and ne'er will vex or injure thee. He loves thy mother, lives for her, a faithful friend and worshipper. That mother's love thou mayst not spurn. Her only child, return, return. Canto LV, Angad's reply. What truth or justice canst thou find? Cried Angad, in Sugriva's mind. Where is his high and generous soul? His purity and self-control? How is he worthy of our trust? Righteous, and true, and wise, and just. Who, shrinking not from sin and shame, durst take his living brother's dame? Who, when, in stress of mortal strife, his noble brother fought for life against the valiant warrior barred, the portal which he stood to guard? Can he be grateful, he who took the hand of Rama, and forsook that friend who saved him in his woes, to whom his life and fame he owes? Ah no! His heart is cold and mean. What bids him search for Rama's queen? Not honor's law, not friendship's debt, but angry Lakshmana's timely threat. No prudent heart will ever place its trust in one so false and base, who heeds not friendship, kith or kin, who scorns the law and cleaves to sin. But true or false, whatever he be, one consequence I clearly see. Me, in my youth anointed heir, against his wish, he will not spare, but strike with eager hand the blow that rids him of a household foe. Shall I of power and friends despoiled, in all my purpose crossed and foiled, shall I Kishkinda seek, and wait, like some poor helpless thing, my fate? The cruel wretch through lust of sway will seize upon his hapless prey, and to a prison's secret gloom the remnant of my years will doom. 'Tis better far to fast and die, than hopeless bound in chains to lie. Your steps, O Vanners, homeward bend, and leave me here my life to end. Better to die of hunger here, than meet at home the fate I fear. Go, bow you at Sugriva's feet, and in my name the monarch greet. Before the sons of Raghu bend, and give the greeting that I send. Greet kindly Ruma too, for she a son's affection claims from me, and gently calm with friendly care my mother Tara's wild despair. Or when she hears her darling's fate, the queen will die disconsolate. Thus Angad bade the chiefs adieu. Then on the ground his limbs he threw, where sacred darba grass was spread, and wept as every hope had fled. The moving words of Angad drew down aged cheeks the piteous dew. And, as the chieftain's eyes grew dim, they swore to stay and die with him on holy grass whose every blade was duly, pointing southward, laid. The Vanners sat them down and bent their faces to the orient, while, here, O comrades, let us die with Angad, was the general cry. Canto LVI. Sampati. Then came the vulture's mighty king, where sat the Vanners sorrowing. Sampati, best of birds that fly on sounding pinions through the sky. Jaya's brother, famed of old, most glorious and strong and bold. Upon the slope of Vindhya's hill, he saw the Vanners calm and still. These words he uttered while the sight filled his fierce spirit with delight. Behold how fate with changeless laws within his toils the sinner draws, and brings me, after long delay, a rich and noble feast today. These Vanners who are doomed to die, my hungry maw to satisfy. He spoke no more, and Angad heard the menace of the mighty bird. And thus, while anguish filled his breast. The noble Hanuman addressed. Vivasvat's son has sought this place for vengeance on the Vana race. See, Yama, wroth for Sita's sake, is come our guilty lives to take. Our king's decree is left undone, and naught achieved for Raghu's son. In duty have we failed, and hence comes punishment for dire offense. Have we not heard the marvels wrought by King Jayas, how he fought with Ravana's might, and, nobly brave, perished, the Maithil queen to save? There is no living creature, none, but loves to die for Raghu's son. And in long toils and dangers we have placed our lives in jeopardy. Blessed is Jayas, he who gave his life the Maithil queen to save, and proved his love for Rama well, when by the giant's hand he fell. Now raised to bliss and high renown, he fears not fierce Sugriva's frown. Alas, alas! What miseries spring from that rash promise of the king! His own sad death, and Rama sent with Lakshmana forth to banishment. The Maithil lady borne away, Jayas slain in mortal fray. The fall of Bali when the dart of Rama quivered in his heart. And, after toil and pain and care, our misery and deep despair, he ceased, the feathered monarch heard his heart with ruth and wonder stirred. Whose is that voice? The vulture cried. That tells me how Jayas died, and shakes my inmost soul with woe for a loved brother's overthrow. After long days at length I hear the glorious name of one so dear. Once more, O Vanar chieftains, tell how King Jayas fought and fell. But first your aid, I pray you, lend, and from this peak will I descend. The sun has burnt my wings, and I no longer have the power to fly. Canto LVI. On God's speech. Though grief and woe his utterance broke, they trusted not the words he spoke, but, looking still for secret guile, reflected in their hearts a while. If on our mangled limbs he feed, we gain the death ourselves decreed. Then rose the Vanar chiefs, and lent their arms to aid the bird's descent. And on God spake, there lived of yore a noble Vanar king who bore the name of Riksharajas, great and brave and strong and fortunate. His sons were like their father, Fame knows Bali and Sugriva's name. Praised in all lands, a glorious king was Bali, and from him I spring. Brave Rama, Dasaratha's heir, a glorious prince beyond compare. His sire and duty's law obeyed, and sought the depths of dark shade. Sita his well-beloved dame, and Lakshmana, with the wanderer came. A giant watched his hour, and stole the sweet delight of Rama's soul. Jayas, Dasaratha's friend, swift succor to the dame would lend. Fierce Ravana from his car he felled, and for a time the prize withheld. But bleeding, weak with years, and tired, beneath the demon's blows expired. Due rights at Rama's hands obtained, and bliss that ne'er shall minish, gained. Then Rama with Sugriva made a covenant for mutual aid, and Bali, to the field defied, by conquering Rama's arrow died. Sugriva then, by Rama's grace, was monarch of the Vanar race. By his command a mighty host seeks Rama's queen from coast to coast, sent forth by him, in every spot. We looked for her, but find her not. Vain is the toil, as though by night we sought to find the day god's light. In lands unknown at length we found a spacious cavern underground, whose vaults that stretch beneath the hill were formed by Maya's magic skill. Through the dark maze our steps were bent, and wandering there a month we spent, and lost, in fruitless error, thus the days our king allotted us. Thus we though faithful have transgressed, and failed to keep our Lord's behest. No chance of safety can we see, no lingering hope of life have we. Sugriva's wrath and Rama's hate press on our souls with grievous weight. And we, because 'tis vain to fly, resolve at length to fast and die. Canto LVI. Tidings of Sita. The piteous tears his eye bedewed, as thus his speech the bird renewed. Alas my brother, slain in fight, by Rava's unresisted might. I, old and wingless, weak and worn, o'er his sad fate can only mourn. Fled is my youth, in life's decline. My former strength no more is mine. Once on the day when Vritra died, we brothers, in ambitious pride, sought, mounting with adventurous flight, the day God garlanded with light. On, ever on we urged our way, where fields of ether round us lay, till, by the fervent heat assailed, my brother's pinions flagged and failed. I marked his sinking strength, and spread my stronger wings to screen his head, till, all my feathers burnt away. On Vindhya's hill I fell and lay, there in my lone and helpless state. I heard not of my brother's fate. Thus King Sampati spoke and sighed, and royal Angad thus replied. If, brother of Jatius, thou hast heard the tale I told but now, obedient to mine earnest prayer, the dwelling of that fiend declare. Oh, say where cursed Rava dwells, whom folly to his death impels. He ceased. Again Sampati spoke, and hope in every breast awoke. Though lost my wings, and strength decayed, yet shall my words lend Rama aid. I know the worlds where Vishu trod, I know the realm of ocean's god, how Asurs fought with heavenly foes, and Amrit from the churning rose. A mighty task before me lies, to prosper Rama's enterprise. A task too hard for one whom length of days has rifled of his strength. I saw the cruel Rava bear a gentle lady through the air. Bright was her form, and fresh and young, and sparkling gems about her hung. O Rama, Rama, cried the dame, and shrieked in terror Lakshmana's name, as, struggling in the giant's hold, she dropped her gauds of gems and gold. Like sunlight on a mountain shone the silken garments she had on, and glistened o'er his swarthy form, as lightning flashes through the storm. That giant Rava, famed of old, is brother of the Lord of Gold. The southern ocean roars and swells round Lanka, where the robber dwells, in his fair city nobly planned, and built by Visvakarma's hand. Within his bower securely barred, with monsters round her for a guard. Still in her silken vesture clad, lies Sita, and her heart is sad. 100 leagues your course must be, beyond this margin of the sea. Still to the south your way pursue, and there the giant Rava view. Then up, O Vanners, and away, for by my heavenly lore I say, there will you see the lady's face, and hither soon your steps retrace. In the first field of air are born the doves and birds that feed on corn. The second field supports the crows, and birds whose food on branches grows. Along the third in balanced flight sail the keen osprey and the kite. Swift through the fourth the falcon springs, the fifth the slower vulture wings. Up to the sixth the gay swans rise, where royal Vainatia flies. We too, O chiefs, of vulture race, our line from Vinata may trace. Condemned, because we wrought a deed of shame, on flesh and blood to feed. But all supra wondrous powers, and length of keenest sight are ours, that we 100 leagues away Through fields of air descry our prey. Now from this spot my gazing eye can Rava and the dame descry. Devise some plan to overleap this barrier of the briny deep. Find the Vidhan lady there, and joyous to your home repair. Me too, O Vanners, to the side of Varu's home the ocean, guide. Where due libations shall be paid to my great-hearted brother's shade. Canto LAX. Sampati's story. They heard his counsel to the close. Then swiftly to their feet they rose. And Jambavan with joyous breast the vulture king again addressed. Where is Sita? Who has seen? Who borne away the Maithil queen? Who would the lightning flight withstand? By Lakshmana's hand. Again Sampati spoke to cheer the Vanners as they bent to hear. Now listen, and my words shall show what of the Maithil dame I know, and in what distant prison lies the lady of the long dark eyes, scorched by the fiery god of day. High on this mighty hill I lay. A long and weary time had passed, and strength and life were failing fast. Yet, ere the breath had left my frame, my son, my dear Suparsva, came. Each morn and eve he brought me food, and filial care my life renewed. But serpents still are swift to ire, Gandharv slaves to soft desire. And we, imperial vultures, need a full supply our maws to feed. Once he turned at close of day, stood by my side, but brought no prey. He looked upon my ravenous eye, heard my complaint and made reply. Borne on swift wings ere day was light, I stood upon Mahendra's height. And, far below, the sea I viewed, and birds in countless multitude. Before mine eyes a giant flew, whose monstrous form was dark of hue, and struggling in his grasp was borne a lady radiant as the morn. Swift to the south his course he bent, and cleft the yielding element. The holy spirits of the air came round me as I marveled there, and cried as their bright legions met. Oh say, is Sita living yet? Thus cried the saints and told the name of him who held the struggling dame. Then while mine eye with eager look pursued the path the robber took, I marked the lady's streaming hair, and heard her cry of wild despair. I saw her silken vesture rent, and stripped of every ornament. Thus, O my father, fled the time. Forgive, I pray, the heedless crime. In vain the mournful tale I heard, my pitying heart to fury stirred. What could a helpless bird of air, reft of his boasted pinions, dare? Yet can I aid with all that will, and words can do, and friendly skill. Canto LX. Sampati's story. Then from the flood Sampati paid due offerings to his brother's shade. He bathed him when the rites were done, and spake again to Bali's son. Now listen, prince, while I relate how first I learned the lady's fate. Burnt by the sun's resistless might, I fell and lay on Vindhya's height. 7 nights in deadly swoon I passed, but struggling life returned at last. Around I bent my wondering view, but every spot was strange and new. I scanned the sea with eager ken, and rock and brook and lake and glen. I saw gay trees their branches wave, and creepers mantling o'er the cave. I heard the wild birds' joyous song, and waters as they foamed along, and knew the lovely hill must be Mount Vindhya by the southern sea. Revered by heavenly beings, stood near where I lay, a sacred wood, where great Nisakar dwelt of yore, and pains of awful penance bore. 8,000 seasons winged their flight over the toiling anchorite. Upon that hill my days were spent, and then to heaven the hermit went. At last, with long and hard essay, Down from that height I made my way, and wandered through the mountain pass, rough with the spikes of darba grass. I with my misery worn and faint, was eager to behold the saint. For often with joyous eye, had sought his home in days gone by. As nearer to the grove I drew, the breeze with cooling fragrance blew, and not a tree that was not fair, with richest flower and fruit was there. With anxious heart a while I stayed, beneath the tree's delightful shade. And soon the holy hermit, bright with fervent penance, came in sight. Behind him bears and lions, tame, as those who know their feeder, came. And tigers, deer, and snakes pursued his steps, a wondrous multitude. And turned obeisant when the sage had reached his shady hermitage. Then came Nisakar to my side, and looked with wondering eyes, and cried, I knew thee not, so dire a change has made thy form and feature strange. Where are thy glossy feathers? Where the rapid wings that cleft the air? Two vulture brothers once I knew, each form at will could they endue. They of the vulture race were kings, and flew with Madarisva's wings. In human shape they loved to greet their hermit friend, and clasp his feet. The younger was Jayus, thou. The elder whom I gaze on now, say, has disease or foeman's hate reduced thee from thy high estate? Canto LXI. Sampati's story. Ah me! O'erwhelmed with shame and weak with wounds, I cried, I scarce can speak. My hapless brother once and I, our strength of flight resolved to try, and by our foolish pride impelled, our way through realms of ether held. We vowed before the saints who tread the wilds about Kailasa's head, that we with following wings would chase the swift sun to his resting place. Up on our soaring pinions through the fields of cloudless air we flew. Beneath us far, and far away, like chariot wheels bright cities lay, whence in wild snatches rose the song of women mid the gay-clad throng, with sounds of sweetest music blent, and many a tinkling ornament. Then as our rapid wings we strained, the pathway of the sun we gained. Beneath us all the earth was seen, clad in her garb of tender green, and every river in her bed meandered like a silver thread. We looked on Meru far below, and Vindhya and the Lord of Snow, like elephants that bend to cool their fever in a lilied pool. But fervent heat and toil o'ercame the vigor of each yielding frame. Our weary hearts began to quail, and wildered sense to reel and fail. We knew not, fainting and distressed, the north or south or east or west. With a great strain mine eyes I turned, where the fierce sun before me burned, and seemed to my astonished eyes the equal of the earth in size. At length, o'erpowered, Jayus fell, without a word to say farewell. And when to earth I saw him high, I followed headlong from the sky. With sheltering wings I intervened, and from the sun his body screened. But lost, for heedless folly doomed, my pinions which the heat consumed. In Janastan, I hear them say, my hapless brother fell and lay. I, pinionless and faint and weak, dropped upon Vindhya's woody peak. Now with my swift wings burnt away, reft of my brother and my sway. From this tall mountain summit I will cast me headlong down and die. Canto LXI. Sampati's story. As to the saint I thus complained, my bitter tears fell unrestrained. He pondered for a while, then broke the silence, and thus calmly spoke. Forth from thy sides again shall spring, O royal bird, each withered wing, and all thine ancient power and might return to thee with strength of sight. A noble deed has been foretold. In prophecy pronounced of old. Nor dark to me are future things. Seen by the light which penance brings. A glorious king shall rise and reign. The pride of old Ikshvaku's strain. A good and valiant prince, his heir. Shall the dear name of Rama bear. With his brave brother Lakshmana he. An exile in the woods shall be. Where Ravana, whom no god may slay. Shall steal his darling wife away. In vain the captive will be wooed. With proffered love and dainty food. She will not hear, she will not taste. But, lest her beauty wane and waste. Lord Indra's self will come to her. With heavenly food, and minister. Then envoys of the Vana race. By Rama sent will seek this place. To them, O roamer of the air. The lady's fate shalt thou declare. Thou must not move, so maimed thou art. Thou canst not from this spot depart. Await the day and moment due. And thy burnt wings will sprout anew. I might this day the boon bestow. And bid again thy pinions grow. But wait until thy saving deed. The nations from their fear have freed. Then, for this glorious aid of thine. The princes of Ikshvaku's line. And gods above and saints below. Eternal gratitude shall owe. Fain would mine aged eyes behold. That pair of whom my lips have told. Yet wearied here I must not stay. But leave my frame and pass away. Canto LXI. Sampati's story. With this and many a speech beside. My failing heart he fortified. With glorious hope my breast inspired. And to his holy home retired. I scaled the mountain height, to view the region round, and looked for you. In ceaseless watchings night and day. 100 seasons passed away. And by the sage's words consoled. I wait the hour and chance foretold. But since Nisakar sought the skies. And cast away all earthly ties. Full many a care and doubt has pressed. With grievous weight upon my breast. But for the saint who turned aside. My purpose I had surely died. Those hopeful words the hermit spake. That bid me live for Rama's sake. Dispel my anguish as the light. Of lamp and torch disperse the night. He ceased, and in the Vanar's view. Forth from his side young pinions grew. And boundless rapture filled his breast. As thus the chieftains he addressed. Joy, joy. The pinions, which the Lord of day consumed, are now restored. Through the dear grace and boundless might of that illustrious anchorite. The fire of youth within me burns. And all my wonted strength returns. Onward, ye Vanars, toil strive. And you shall find the dame alive. Look on these new-found wings, and hence. Be strong in surest confidence. Swift from the crag he sprang to try his pinions in his native sky. His words the chieftain's doubts had stilled. And every heart with courage filled. Canto LXIV. The sea. Shouts of triumphant joy outrang. As to their feet the Vanars sprang. And, on the mighty task intent. Swift to the sea their steps they bent. They stood and gazed upon the deep. Whose billows with a roar and leap. On the sea banks were wildly hurled. The mirror of the mighty world. There on the strand the Vanars stayed. And with sad eyes the deep surveyed. Here, as in play, his billows rose. And there he slumbered in repose. Here leapt the boisterous waters, high as mountains, menacing the sky. And wild infernal forms between. The ridges of the waves were seen. They saw the billows rave and swell. And their sad spirits sank and fell. For ocean in their deep despair seemed boundless as the fields of air. Then noble Angad spake to cheer the Vanars and dispel their fear. Faint not, despair should never find admittance to a noble mind. Despair, a serpent's mortal bite, benumbs the hero's power and might. Then passed the weary night, and all assembled at their prince's call. And every lord of high estate was gathered round him for debate. Bright was the chieftain's glorious band round Angad on the ocean's strand, as when the mighty storm gods meet round Indra on his golden seat. Then princely Angad looked on each, and thus began his prudent speech. What chief of all our host will leap 100 leagues across the deep? Who, O illustrious Vaners, who will make Sugriva's promise true, and from our weight of fear set free the leaders of our band and me? To whom, O warriors, shall we owe a sweet release from pain and woe, and proud success, and happy lives, with our dear children and our wives, again permitted by his grace to look with joy on Rama's face, and noble Lakshmana, and our Lord the King, to our sweet homes restored? Thus to the gathered lords he spoke, but no reply the silence broke. Then with a sterner voice he cried, O chiefs, the nation's boast and pride, whom valor, strength, and power adorn, of most illustrious lineage born, where'er you will you force away, and none your rapid course can stay. Now come, your several powers declare, and who this desperate leap will dare? Canto LXV. The council. But none of all the host was found to clear the sea with desperate bound, though each, as Angad bade, declared his proper power and what he dared. Then spake good Jambavan the sage, chief of them all for reverend age. I, Vanar chieftains, long ago, limbs light to leap could likewise show, but now on frame and spirit weighs the burthen of my length of days. Still task like this I may not slight, when Rama and our king unite. So listen while I tell, O friends, what lingering strength mine age attends. If my poor leap may aught avail, of 90 leagues, I will not fail. Far other strength in youth's fresh prime I boasted, in the olden time, when, at Prahlada's solemn rite, I circled in my rapid flight Lord Vishu, everlasting God, when through the universe he trod. But now my limbs are weak and old, my youth is fled, its fire is cold, and these exhausted nerves to strain in such a task were idle pain. Then Angad due obeisance paid, and to the chief his answer made. Then I, ye noble Vaners, I myself the mighty leap will try, although perchance the power I lack to leap from Lanka's island back. Thus the impetuous chieftain cried, and Jambavan the sage replied, whatever thy power and might may be, this task, O prince, is not for thee. Kings go not forth themselves, but send the servants who their best attend. Thou art the darling and the boast, the honored lord of all the host. In thee the root, O Angad, lies of our appointed enterprise. And thee, on whom our hopes depend, our care must cherish and defend. Then Bali's noble son replied, needs must I go, whatever betide. For, if no chief this exploit dare, what waits us all save blank despair? Upon the ground again to lie, in hopeless misery, fast, and die. For not a hope of life I see, if we neglect our king's decree. Then spoke the aged chief again, nay, our attempt shall not be vain, for to the task will I incite a chieftain of sufficient might. Canto LXVI. Hanuman. The chieftain turned his glances where the legions sat in mute despair, and then to Hanuman, the best of Vanar lords, these words addressed. Why still, and silent, and apart. O hero of the dauntless heart! Thou keepest treasured in thy mind the laws that rule the Vanar kind. Strong as our King Sugriva, brave as Rama's self to slay or save. Through every land thy praise is heard, famous as that illustrious bird. Our Shanami's son, the king of every fowl that plies the wing. Oft have I seen the monarch sweep with sounding pinions o'er the deep, and in his mighty talons bear huge serpents struggling through the air. Thy arms, O hero, match in might the ample wings he spreads for flight, and thou with him mayest well compare, in power to do, in heart to dare. Why, rich in wisdom, power, and skill, O hero, art thou lingering still? An Apsara's the fairest found of nymphs for heavenly charms renowned. Sweet Punjikasthala became a noble Vanar's wedded dame. Her heavenly title heard no more. Anjana was the name she bore. When, cursed by gods, from heaven she fell, in Vanar form on earth to dwell. Newborn in mortal shape the child of Kunjar monarch of the wild. In youthful beauty wondrous fair, a crown of flowers about her hair. In silken robes of richest dye, she roamed the hills that kissed the sky. Once in her tinted garments dressed, she stood upon the mountain crest. The god of wind beside her came, and breathed upon the lovely dame. And as he fanned her robe aside, the wondrous beauty that he eyed, in rounded lines of breast and limb, and neck and shoulder ravished him. And captured by her peerless charms, he strained her in his amorous arms. Then to the eager god she cried, in trembling accents, terrified, whose impious love has wronged a spouse, so constant in her nuptial vows? He heard, and thus his answer made. Oh, be not troubled, nor afraid, but trust, and thou shalt know ere long. My love has done thee, sweet, no wrong. So strong and brave and wise shall be the glorious child I give to thee. Might shall be his that naught can tire, and limbs to spring as springs his sire. Thus spoke the god, the conquered dame, rejoiced in heart nor feared the shame. Down in a cave beneath the earth, the happy mother gave thee birth. Once o'er the summit of the wood, before thine eyes the new sun stood. Thou sprangest up in haste to seize what seemed the fruitage of the trees. Up leapt the child, a wondrous bound, 300 leagues above the ground. And, though the angered daygod shot his fierce beams on him, feared him not. Then from the hand of Indra came a red bolt winged with wrath and flame. The child fell smitten on a rock. His cheek was shattered by the shock. Named Hanuman thenceforth by all, in memory of the fearful fall. The wandering wind god saw thee lie, with bleeding cheek and drooping eye, and stirred to anger by thy woe, forbade each scented breeze to blow. The breath of all the worlds was stilled, and the sad gods with terror filled, prayed to the wind, to calm the ire, and soothe the sorrow of the sire. His fiery wrath no longer glowed, and Brahma's self the boon bestowed, that in the brunt of battle none should slay with steel the wind god's son. Lord Indra, sovereign of the skies, bent on thee all his 1,000 eyes, and swore that ne'er the bolt which he hurls from the heaven should injure thee. 'Tis thine, O mighty chief, to share the wind god's power, his son and heir, sprung from that glorious father thou, and thou alone, canst aid us now. This earth of yore, through all her climes, I circled 21 times, and gathered, as the gods decreed, great store of herbs from hill and mead, which, scattered o'er the troubled wave, the Amrit to the toilers gave. But now my days are well nigh told, My strength is gone, my limbs are old. And thou, the bravest and the best, art the sure hope of all the rest. Now, mighty chief, the task essay. Thy matchless power and strength display. Rise up, O Prince, our second king. And o'er the flood of ocean spring. So shall the glorious exploit vie with his who stepped through earth and sky. He spoke, the younger chieftain heard. His soul to vigorous effort stirred. And stood before their joyous eyes, dilated in gigantic size. Canto LXVI. Hanuman's speech. Soon as his stature they beheld, their fear and sorrow were dispelled. And joyous praises loud and long rang out from all the Vanar throng. On the great chief their eyes they bent, in rapture and astonishment, as, when his conquering foot he raised, the gods upon Raya gazed. He stood amid the joyous crowd, bent to the chiefs, and cried aloud. The wind god, fire's eternal friend, whose blasts the mountain summits rend, with boundless force that none may stay, takes where he lists his viewless way. Sprung from that glorious Father, I, in power and speed with him may vie. 1,000 times with airy leap, can circle loftiest Meru's steep. With my fierce arms can stir the sea, till from their bed the waters flee, and rush at my command to drown this land with grove and tower and town. I through the fields of air can spring, far swifter than the feathered king, and leap before him as he flies, on sounding pinions through the skies. I can pursue the Lord of Light, uprising from the eastern height, and reach him ere his course be sped. With burning beams engarlanded, I will dry up the mighty main, shatter the rocks and rend the plain. O'er earth and ocean will I bound, and every flower that grows on ground, and bloom of climbing plants shall show, strewn on the ground, the way I go. Bright as the lustrous path that lies athwart the region of the skies. The Maythil lady will I find. Thus speaks mine own prophetic mind. And cast in hideous ruin down the shattered walls of Lanka's town. Still on the chief in rapt surprise, the Vanar legions bent their eyes. And thus again sage Jambavan addressed the glorious Hanuman. Son of the wind, thy promise cheers the Vanar's hearts, and calms their fears. Who, rescued from their dire distress, with prospering vows thy way will bless. The holy saints their favor lend, and all our chiefs the deed commend, urging thee forward on thy way. Arise then, and the task essay. Thou art our only refuge, we, our lives and all, depend on thee. Then sprang the wind god's son the best of Vanars, on Mahendra's crest. And the great mountain rocked and swayed, by that unusual weight dismayed, as reels an elephant beneath the lion's spring and rending teeth. The shady wood that crowned him shook, the trembling birds the boughs forsook, and ape and pard and lion fled from brake and lair disquieted. Book V. Canto I, Hanuman's Leap. Thus Rava's foe resolved to trace the captive to her hiding place, through airy pathways overhead, which heavenly minstrels visited, with straining nerve and eager brows, like some strong husband of the cows. In ready might he stood prepared, for the bold task his soul has dared. O'er gem-like grass that flashed and glowed, the Vanar like a lion strode, roused by the thunder of his tread. The beasts to shady coverts fled. Tall trees he crushed or hurled aside, and every bird was terrified. Around him loveliest lilies grew, pale pink, and red, and white, and blue, and tints of many a metal lent the light of varied ornament. Gandharvas, changing forms at will. And Yakshas roamed the lovely hill. And countless serpent gods were seen. Where flowers and grass were fresh and green. As some resplendent serpent takes his pastime in the best of lakes. So on the mountain's woody height the Vanner wandered with delight. Then, standing on the flowery sod, he paid his vows to saint and god. Svayambhu and the sun he prayed. And the swift wind to lend him aid. And Indra, sovereign of the skies, to bless his hardy enterprise. Then once again the chief addressed the Vanners from the mountain crest. Swift as a shaft from Rama's bow. To Ravaya's city will I go. And if she be not there will fly. And seek the lady in the sky. Or, if in heaven she be not found, will hither bring the giant bound. He ceased, and mustering his might, sprang downward from the mountain height. While, shattered by each mighty limb, the trees unrooted followed him. The shadow on the ocean cast by his vast form, as on he passed, flew like a ship before the gale, when the strong breeze has filled the sail. And where his course the Vanner held, the sea beneath him raged and swelled. Then gods and all the heavenly train poured flowerets down in gentle rain. Their voices glad Gandharvas raised, and saints in heaven the Vanner praised. Fain would the sea his succor lend, and Raghu's noble son befriend. He, moved by zeal for Rama's sake, the hill Menaka thus bespake. O strong Menaka, heaven's decree in days of old appointed thee to be the Asur's bar, and keep the rebels in the lowest deep. Thou guardest those whom heaven has cursed, lest from their prison house they burst. And standest by the gates of hell, their limitary sentinel. To thee is given the power to spread, or spring above thy watery bed. Now, best of noble mountains, rise, and do the thing that I advise. E'en now above thy buried crest flies mighty Hanuman, the best of Vanners, moved for Rama's sake a wondrous deed to undertake. Lift up thy head that he may stay, and rest him on his weary way. He heard, and from his watery shroud, as bursts the sun from autumn cloud, rose Swifty, crowned with plant and tree, and stood above the foamy sea. There with his lofty peaks upraised, bright as 100 suns he blazed, and crest and crag of burnished gold flashed on the flood that round him rolled. The Vanner thought the mountain rose a hostile bar to interpose, and, like a wind-swept cloud, o'erthrew the glittering mountain as he flew. Then from the falling hill rang out a warning voice and joyful shout. Again he raised him high in air, to meet the flying Vanner there. And standing on his topmost peak, in human form began to speak. Best of the Vanner's noblest line. A mighty task, O chief, is thine. Here for a while, I pray thee, light, and rest upon the breezy height. A prince of Raghu's line was he, who gave his glory to the sea, who now to Rama's envoy shows high honor for the debt he owes. He bade me lift my buried head, uprising from my watery bed, and woo the Vanner chief to rest a moment on my glittering crest. Refresh thy weary limbs, and eat my mountain fruits, for they are sweet. I too, O chieftain, know thee well. 3 worlds thy famous virtues tell, and none, I ween, with thee may vie, who spring impetuous through the sky. To every guest, though mean and low, the wise respect and honor show. And how shall I neglect thee, how slight the great guest so near me now? Son of the wind, 'tis thine to share the might of him who shakes the air. And, for he loves his offspring, he is honored when I honor thee. Of yore, when Krita's age was new, The little hills and mountains flew. Where'er they listed, borne on wings more rapid than the feathered kings. But mighty terror came on all the gods and saints who feared their fall. And Indra in his anger rent their pinions with the bolts he sent. When in his ruthless fury he leveled his flashing bolt at me, the great-souled wind inclined to save, and laid me 'neath the ocean's wave. Thus by the favor of the Sire, I kept my cherished wings entire. And for this deed of kindness done, I honor thee his noble son. O come, thy weary limbs relieve, and honor due from me receive. I may not rest, the Vanner cried. I must not stay or turn aside. Yet pleased am I, thou noblest hill, and as the deed accept thy will. Thus as he spoke he lightly pressed with his broad hand the mountain's crest. Then bounded upward to the height of heaven, rejoicing in his might. And through the fields of boundless blue, the pathway of his father, flew. Gods, saints, and heavenly bards beheld that flight that none had paralleled. Then to the Naga's mother came, and thus addressed the sun-bright dame. See, Hanuman with venturous leap would spring across the mighty deep. A Vanner prince, the wind god's seed. Come, Surasa, his course impede. In Raksha's form thy shape disguise. Terrific, like a hill in size. Let thy red eyes with fury glow, and high as heaven thy body grow. With fearful tusks the chief defy, that we his power and strength may try. He will with guile thy hold elude, or own thy might, by thee subdued. Pleased with the grateful honors paid, the godlike dame their words obeyed. Clad in a shape of terror she sprang from the middle of the sea, and, with fierce accents that appalled all creatures, to the Vanner called. Come, Prince of Vanners, doomed to be my food this day by heaven's decree. Such boon from ages long ago, to Brahma's favoring will I owe. She ceased, and Hanuman replied, by shape and threat unterrified. Brave Rama with his maithful spouse lodged in the shade of Daukas boughs. Thence Raven king of giants stole Sita, the joy of Rama's soul. By Rama's high behest to her I go a willing messenger, and never shouldst them hinder one who toils for Dasaratha's son. First captive Sita will I see, and him who sent and waits for me. Then come and to thy will submit. Yea, by my truth I promise it. Nay, hope not thus thy life to save. Not such the boon that Brahma gave. Enter my mouth, was her reply. Then forward on thy journey high. Stretch, wider stretch thy jaws, exclaimed the Vanner chief, to ire inflamed. And, as the Rakshas near him drew, 10 leagues in height his stature grew. Then straight, her threatening jaws between, a gulf of 20 leagues was seen. To 50 leagues he waxed, and still her mouth grew wider at her will. Then smaller than a thumb became, shrunk by his power, the Vanner's frame. He leaped within, and turning round, sprang through the portal at a bound. Then hung in air a moment, while he thus addressed her with a smile. O Daksha's child, farewell at last, for I within thy mouth have passed. Thou hast the gift of Brahma's grace. I go, the Maithil queen to trace. Then, to her former shape restored, she thus addressed the Vanner lord. Then forward to the task, and may success and joy attend thy way. Go, and the rescued lady bring in triumph to her lord and king. Then hosts of spirits as they gazed, the daring of the Vanner praised. Through the broad fields of ether, fast Garu's royal self, he passed the region of the cloud and rain. Loved by the gay Gandharv train. Where mid the birds that came and went, shone Indra's glorious bow unbent. And like a host of wandering stars, flashed the high god's celestial cars. Fierce Sinhika who joyed in ill, and changed her form to work her will, descried him on his airy way, and marked the Vanner for her prey. This day at length, the demon cried, my hunger shall be satisfied. And at his passing shadow caught, delighted with the cheering thought, the Vanner felt the power that stayed, and held him as she grasped his shade. Like some tall ship upon the main, that struggles with the wind in vain. Below, above, his eye he bent, and scanned the sea and firmament. High from the briny deep upreared, the monster's hideous form appeared. Sugrava's tale, he cried, is true. This is the demon dire to view, of whom the Vanner monarch told, whose grasp a passing shade can hold. Then, as a cloud in rain-time grows, his form, dilating, swelled and rose, wide as the space from heaven to hell. Her jaws she opened with a yell, and rushed upon her fancied prey, with cloud-like roar to seize and slay. The Vanner swift as thought compressed his borrowed bulk of limb and chest, and stood with one quick bound inside. The monstrous mouth she opened wide, hid like the moon when Rahu draws the orb within his ravening jaws. Within that ample cavern pent, the demon's form he tore and rent, and, from the mangled carcass freed, came forth again with thought-like speed. Thus with his skill the fiend he slew, then to his wonted stature grew. The spirits saw the demon die, and hailed the Vanner from the sky. Well hast thou fought a wondrous fight, nor spared the fiend's terrific might. On, perform the blameless deed, and in thine every wish succeed. Ne'er can they fail in whom combine such valor, thought, and skill as thine. Pleased with their praises as they sang, again through fields of air he sprang. And now, his travail well nigh done, the distant shore was almost won. Before him on the margent stood, in long dark line a waving wood, and the fair island, bright and green, with flowers and trees, was clearly seen. And every babbling brook that gave her lord the sea a tribute wave. He lighted down on Lamba's peak, which tinted metals stain and streak, and looked where Lanka's splendid town shone on the mountain like a crown. Canto 2. Lanka. The glorious sight a while he viewed, then to the town his way pursued. Around the Vanner as he went, breathed from the wood delicious scent, and the soft grass beneath his feet, with gem-like flowers was bright and sweet. Still as the Vanner nearer drew, more clearly rose the town to view. The palm her fan-like leaves displayed, Priyalas lent their pleasant shade, and mid the lower greenery far, conspicuous rose the Kovidar. 1,000 trees mid flowers that glowed, hung down their fruit's delicious load, and in their crests that rocked and swayed, sweet birds delightful music made. And there were pleasant pools whereon the glories of the lotus shone, and gleams of sparkling fountains, stirred by many a joyous water bird. Around, in lovely gardens grew blooms sweet of scent and bright of hue, and Lanka, seat of Rava's sway, before the wondering Vanner lay, with stately domes and turrets tall, encircled by a golden wall, and moats whose waters were aglow with lily blossoms bright below, for Sita's sake defended well, with bolt and bar and sentinel, and Rakshases who roamed in bands, with ready bows in eager hands. He saw the stately mansions rise, like pale-hued clouds in autumn skies, where noble streets were broad and bright, and banners waved on every height. Her gates were glorious to behold, rich with the shine of burnished gold. A lovely city planned and decked by heaven's creative architect. Fairest of earthly cities meet to be the god's celestial seat. The Vanner by the northern gate thus in his heart began debate. Our mightiest host would strive in vain to take this city on the main, a city that may well defy the chosen warriors of the sky, a city never to be won e'en by the arm of Raghu's son. Here is no hope by guile to win the hostile hearts of those within. 'Twere vain to war, or bribe, or sow dissension mid the Vanner foe. But now my search must I pursue until the Maythil queen I view. And, when I find the captive dame, make victory mine only aim. But, if I wear my present shape, how shall I enter and escape the Rakshas' troops, their guards and spies, and sleepless watch of cruel eyes? The fiends of giant race who hold this mighty town are strong and bold, and I must labor to elude the fiercely watchful multitude. I in a shape to mock their sight must steal within the town by night, blind with my art the demon's eyes, and thus achieve my enterprise. How may I see, myself unseen, of the fierce king, the captive queen, and meet her in some lonely place, with none beside her, face to face? When the bright sun had left the skies, the Vanner dwarfed his mighty size, and, in the straightest bounds restrained, the bigness of a cat retained. Then, when the moon's soft light was spread, within the city's walls he sped. Canto 3. The guardian goddess. There from the circling ramparts' height, he gazed upon the wondrous sight. Broad gates with burnished gold displayed, and courts with turquoises inlaid, with gleaming silver, gems, and rows of crystal stairs and porticos. In semblance of a Rakshas dame, the city's guardian goddess came, for she with glances sure and keen the entrance of a foe had seen, and thus with fury in her eye addressed him with an angry cry. Who art thou? What has led thee, say, within these walls to find thy way? Thou mayst not enter here in spite of Rava and his warriors' might. And who art thou? The Vanner cried, by form and frown unterrified. Why hast thou met me by the gate, and chid me thus infuriate? He ceased, and Lanka made reply. The guardian of the town am I, who watch for ever to fulfill my lord the Rakshas monarch's will. But thou shalt fall this hour, and deep shall be thy never-ending sleep. Again he spake, in spite of thee, this golden city will I see, her gates and towers, and all the pride of street and square from side to side, and freely wander where I please, amid her groves of flowering trees. On all her beauties sate mine eye. Then, as I came, will homeward hie. Swift with an angry roar she smote with her huge hand the Vanner's throat. The smitten Vanner, rage impelled, with fist upraised the monster felled, but quick repented, stirred with shame and pity for a vanquished dame, when with her senses troubled, weak with terror, thus she strove to speak. O spare me thou whose arm is strong. O spare me, and forgive the wrong. The brave that law will ne'er transgress, that spares a woman's helplessness. Here, best of Vanners, brave and bold, what Brahma's self of your foretold. Beware, he said, the fatal hour, when thou shalt own a Vanner's power. Then is the giant's day of fear, for terror and defeat are near. Now, Vanner chief, o'ercome by thee, I own the truth of heaven's decree. For Sita's sake will ruin fall on Rava, and his town, and all. Canto 4. Within the city. The guardian goddess thus subdued. The Vanner chief his way pursued. And reached the broad imperial street. Where fresh-blown flowers were bright and sweet. The city seemed a fairer sky. Where cloud-like houses rose on high. Whence the soft sound of tabors came. Through many a latticed window frame. And ever and anon rang out the merry laugh and joyous shout. From house to house the Vanner went. And marked each varied ornament. Where leaves and blossoms deftly strung. About the crystal columns hung. Then soft and full and sweet and clear. The song of women charmed his ear. And, blending with their dulcet tones. Their anklets chime and tinkling zones. He heard the Rakshas minstrel sing. The praises of their matchless king. And softly through the evening air. Came murmurings of text and prayer. Here moved a priest with tonsured head. And there an eager envoy sped. Mid crowds with hair in matted twine. Clothed in the skins of deer and kine. Whose only arms, which none might blame. Were blades of grass and holy flame. Their savage warriors roamed in bands. With clubs and maces in their hands. Some dwarfish forms, some huge of size. With single ears and single eyes. Some shone in glittering mail arrayed. With bow and mace and flashing blade. Fiends of all shapes and every hue. Some fierce and foul, some fair to view. He saw the grisly legions wait. In strictest watch at Ravana's gate. Whose palace on the mountain crest. Rose proudly towering o'er the rest. Fenced with high ramparts from the foe. And lotus-covered moats below. But Hanuman, unhindered, found quick passage through the guarded bound. Mid elephants of noblest breed. And gilded car and neighing steed. I omit Canto V, which corresponds to chapter 11. In Garizio's edition. That scholar justly observes, the 11th chapter, description of evening, is certainly the work of the rhapsodists and an interpolation of later date. The chapter might be omitted without any injury to the action of the poem, and besides the meter, style, conceits and images differ from the general tenor of the poem. And that continual repetition of the same sounds at the end of each hemistich, which is not exactly rhyme, but assonance, reveals the artificial labor of a more recent age. The following sample will probably be enough. Fair shone the moon, as if to lend his cheering light to guide a friend. And, circled by the starry host, looked down upon the wild sea-coast. The Vanner chieftain raised his eyes. And saw him sailing through the skies. Like a bright swan who joys to take his pastime on a silver lake. Fair moon that calms the mourner's pain. Heaves up the waters of the main. And o'er the life beneath him throws a tender light of soft repose. The charm that clings to Mundar's hill gleams in the sea when winds are still. And decks the lily's opening flower. Showed in that moon her sweetest power. I am unable to show the difference of style in a translation. Canto 6. The court. The palace gates were guarded well. By many a Rakshas sentinel. And far within, concealed from view, were dames and female retinue. For charm of form and face renowned. Whose tinkling armlets made a sound. Clashed by the wearers in their glee. Like music of a distant sea. The hall beyond the palace gate. Rich with each badge of royal state. Where lines of noble courtiers stood. Showed like a lion-guarded wood. There the wild music rose and fell. Of drum and tabor and of shell. Through chambers at each holy tide. By solemn worship sanctified. Through grove and garden, undismayed. From house to house the Vanner strayed. And still his wondering glances bent. On terrace, dome, and battlement. Then with a light and rapid tread. Prahasta's home he visited. And Kumbhakara's courtyard where a cloudy pile rose high in air. And, wandering o'er the hill, explored the garden of each Raksha's lord. Each court and grove he wandered through. Then nigh to Ravaya's palace drew. She-demons watched it foul of face, each armed with sword and spear and mace, and warrior fiends of every hue, a strange and fearful retinue. Their elephants in many a row, the terror of the stricken foe. Huge Aravat, deftly trained, in battlefields, stood ready chained. Fair litters on the ground were set, adorned with gems and golden net. Gay bloomy creepers clothed the walls. Green bowers were there and picture halls, and chambers made for soft delight. Broad banners waved on every height, and from the roof like Mundar's hill, the peacock's cry came loud and shrill. Canto 7. Raven's Palace. He passed within the walls and gazed on gems and gold that round him blazed, and many a latticed window bright, with turkeys and with lazulite. Through porch and anterooms he passed, each richer, fairer than the last, and spacious halls where lances lay, and bows and shells, in fair array. A glorious house that matched in show all paradise displayed below. Upon the polished floor were spread fresh buds and blossoms white and red, and women shone, a lovely crowd, as lightning flashes through a cloud. A palace splendid as the sky, which moon and planets glorify, like earth whose towering hills unfold their zones and streaks of glittering gold, where waving on the mountain brows the tall trees bend their laden boughs, and every bough and tender spray with a bright load of bloom is gay, and every flower the breeze has bent fills all the region with its scent. Near the tall palace pale of hue shone lovely lakes where lilies blew, and lotuses with flower and bud gleamed on the bosom of the flood. There shone with gems that flashed afar the marvel of the flower named Kar, mid wondrous dwellings still confessed supreme and nobler than the rest. Thereon with wondrous art designed were turkeys, birds of varied kind, and many a sculptured serpent rolled his twisted coil in burnished gold. And steeds were there of noblest form, with flying feet as fleet as storm, and elephants with deftest skill stood sculptured by a silver rill, each bearing on his trunk a wreath of lilies from the flood beneath. There Lakshmi, beauty's heavenly queen, wrought by the artist's skill, was seen beside a flower-clad pool to stand, holding a lotus in her hand. Canto 8. The Enchanted Car. There gleamed the car with wealth untold, of precious gems and burnished gold. Nor could the wind-god's son withdraw his rapt gaze from the sight he saw, by Visvakarma's self proclaimed. The noblest work his hand had framed. Uplifted in the air it glowed, bright as the sun's diurnal road. The eye might scan the wondrous frame, and vainly seek one spot to blame. So fine was every part and fair, with gems inlaid with lavish care. No precious stones so rich adorn the cars wherein the gods are born, prize of the all-resistless might, that sprang from pain and penance right. Obedient to the master's will, it moved o'er wood and towering hill, a glorious marvel well designed by Visvakarma's artist mind, adorned with every fair device that decks the cars of paradise. Swift moving as the master chose, it flew through air or sank or rose, and in its fleetness left behind the fury of the rushing wind. Meet mansion for the good and great, the holy, wise, and fortunate. Throughout the chariot's vast extent, were chambers wide and excellent, all pure and lovely to the eyes, as moonlight shed from cloudless skies. Fierce goblins, rovers of the night, who cleft the clouds with swiftest flight, in countless hosts that chariot drew, with earrings clashing as they flew. Canto 9. The Lady's Bower, where stately mansions rose around, a palace fairer still he found, whose royal height and splendor showed, where Rava's self, the king, abode. A chosen band with bow and sword guarded the palace of their lord, where Rakshas dames of noble race, and many a princess fair of face, whom Rava's arm had torn away, from vanquished kings in slumber lay. Their jeweled arches high o'erhead an ever-changing luster shed, from ruby, pearl, and every gem, on golden pillars under them. Delicious came the tempered air that breathed a heavenly summer there, stealing through bloomy trees that bore each pleasant fruit in endless store. No check was there from jealous guard, no door was fast, no portal barred, only a sweet air breathed to meet the stranger, as a host should greet a wanderer of his kith and kin, and woo his weary steps within. He stood within a spacious hall, with fretted roof and painted wall. The giant Rava's boast and pride, loved even as a lovely bride. 'Twere long to tell each marvel there. The crystal floor, the jeweled stair, the gold, the silver, and the shine of chrysolite and almandine. There breathed the fairest blooms of spring. There flashed the proud swan's silver wing, the splendor of whose feathers broke through fragrant wreaths of aloe smoke. 'Tis Indra's heaven, the Vanner cried, gazing in joy from side to side. The home of all the gods is this, the mansion of eternal bliss. There were the softest carpets spread, delightful to the sight and tread, where many a lovely woman lay, o'ercome by sleep, fatigued with play. The wine no longer cheered the feast, the sound of revelry had ceased. The tinkling feet no longer stirred, no chiming of a zone was heard. So when each bird has sought her nest, and swans are mute and wild bees rest, sleep the fair lilies on the lake, till the sun's kiss shall bid them wake. Like the calm field of winter's sky, which stars unnumbered glorify, so shone and glowed the sumptuous room, with living stars that chased the gloom. These are the stars, the chieftain cried, in autumn nights that earthward glide, in brighter forms to reappear, and shine in matchless luster here. With wondering eyes a while he viewed each graceful form and attitude. One lady's head was backward thrown, bare was her arm and loose her zone. The garland that her brow had graced hung closely round another's waist. Here gleamed 2 little feet all bare, of anklets that had sparkled there. Here lay a queenly dame at rest, in all her glorious garments dressed. There slept another whose small hand had loosened every tie and band. In careless grace another lay, with gems and jewels cast away, like a young creeper when the tread of the wild elephant has spread confusion and destruction round, and cast it flowerless to the ground. Here lay a slumberer still as death, save only that her balmy breath raised ever and anon the lace that floated o'er her sleeping face. There, sunk in sleep, an amorous maid, her sweet head on a mirror laid, like a fair lily bending till her petals rest upon the rill. Another black-eyed damsel pressed her lute upon her heaving breast, as though her loving arms were twined round him for whom her bosom pined. Another pretty sleeper round a silver vase her arms had wound, that seemed so fresh and fair and young, a wreath of flowers that o'er it hung. In sweet disorder lay a throng, weary of dance and play and song, where heedless girls had sunk to rest. One pillowed on another's breast, her tender cheek half seen beneath bed roses of the falling wreath, the while her long soft hair concealed the beauties that her friend revealed, with limbs at random interlaced, round arm and leg and throat and waist. That wreath of women lay asleep, like blossoms in a careless heap. Canto X, Raven asleep. Apart a dais of crystal rose, with couches spread for soft repose, adorned with gold and gems of price, meet for the halls of paradise. A canopy was o'er them spread, pale as the light the moonbeams shed, and female figures, deftly planned, the faces of the sleepers fanned. There on a splendid couch, asleep, on softest skins of deer and sheep, dark as a cloud that dims the day, the monarch of the giants lay, perfumed with sandal's precious scent, and gay with golden ornament. His fiery eyes in slumber closed, in glittering robes the king reposed, like Mundar's mighty hill asleep, with flowery trees that clothe his steep. Near and more near the Vanner, the monarch of the fiends to view, and saw the giant stretched supine, fatigued with play and drunk with wine, while, shaking all the monstrous frame, his breath like hissing serpents came, with gold and glittering bracelets gay. His mighty arms extended lay, huge as the towering shafts that bear the flag of Indra high in air. Scars by Aravat's tusk impressed showed red upon his shaggy breast, and on his shoulders were displayed the dints the thunderbolt had made. The spouses of the giant king around their lord were slumbering, and, gay with sparkling earrings, shone fair as the moon to look upon. There by her husband's side was seen Mandodari the favorite queen, the beauty of whose youthful face beamed a soft glory through the place. The Vanner marked the dame more fair than all the royal ladies there, and thought, these rarest beauties speak the matchless dame I come to seek. Peerless in grace and splendor, she the Maythil queen must surely be. Canto 11. The banquet hall. But soon the baseless thought was spurned, and longing hope again returned. No, Rama's wife is none of these, no careless dame that lives at ease. Her widowed heart has ceased to care for dress and sleep and dainty fare. She near a lover ne'er would lie, though Indra wooed her from the sky. Her own, her only lord, whom none can match in heaven, is Raghu's son. Then to the banquet hall intent, on strictest search his steps he bent. He passed within the door, and found fair women sleeping on the ground, where wearied with the song, perchance, the merry game, the wanton dance, each girl with wine and sleep oppressed, had sunk her drooping head to rest. That spacious hall from side to side, with noblest fare was well supplied. Their quarters of the boar, and here roast of the buffalo and deer. There on gold plate, untouched as yet, the peacock and the hen were set. There deftly mixed with salt and curd was meat of many a beast and bird, of kid and porcupine and hare, and dainties of the sea and air. Their rod of gold, ablaze with shine, of precious stones, were cups of wine. Through court and bower and banquet hall, the Vanner passed and viewed them all, from end to end, in every spot. For Sita searched, but found her not. Canto 12. The search renewed. Again the Vanner chief began each chamber, bower, and hall to scan. In vain, he found not her he sought, and pondered thus in bitter thought. Ah me, the Maythil queen is slain. She, ever true and free from stain, The fiend's entreaty has denied. And by his cruel hand has died. Or has she sunk, by terror killed? When first she saw the palace filled with female monsters evil meined, who wait upon the robber fiend. No battle fought, no might displayed. In vain this anxious search is made. Nor shall my steps, made slow by shame, because I failed to find the dame, back to our Lord the King be bent. For he is swift to punishment. In every bower my feet have been. The dames of Rava have I seen. But Rama's spouse I seek in vain. And all my toil is fruitless pain. How shall I meet the Vanner band I left upon the ocean strand? How, when they bid me speak, proclaim these tidings of defeat and shame? How shall I look on God's eye? What words will Jambavan reply? Yet dauntless hearts will never fail to win success though foes assail. And I this sorrow will subdue, and search the palace through and through, exploring with my cautious tread each spot as yet unvisited. Again he turned him to explore each chamber, hall, and corridor, an arbor bright with scented bloom, and lodge and cell and picture room. With eager eye and noiseless feet, he passed through many a cool retreat, where women lay in slumber drowned. But Sita still was nowhere found. Canto 13. Despair and Hope. Then rapid as the lightning's flame, from Rava's halls the Vanner came. Each lingering hope was cold and dead. And thus within his heart he said, Alas, my fruitless search is done. Long have I toiled for Raghu's son, and yet with all my care have seen no traces of the ravished queen. It may be, while the giant through the lone air with his captive flew, the Maythil lady, tender-souled, slipped struggling from the robber's hold. And the wild sea is rolling now o'er Sita of the beauteous brow. Or did she perish of alarm when circled by the monster's arm? Or crushed, unable to withstand the pressure of that monstrous hand? Or when she spurned his suit with scorn, her tender limbs were rent and torn, and she, her virtue unsubdued, was slaughtered for the giant's food? Shall I to Raghu's son relate his well-beloved consort's fate? My crime the same if I reveal the mournful story or conceal? If with no happier tale to tell, I seek our mountain citadel, how shall I face our Lord the King, and meet his angry questioning? How shall I greet my friends, and brook the muttered taunt, the scornful look? How to the son of Raghu go, and kill him with my tale of woe? For sure the mournful tale I bear will strike him dead with wild despair. And Lakshmana, ever fond and true, will, undivided, perish too. Bharat will learn his brother's fate, and die of grief disconsolate. And sad Satrughna with a cry of anguish on his corpse will die. Our King Sugriva, ever found true to each bond in honor bound, will mourn the pledge he vainly gave, and die with him he could not save. Then Rama his devoted wife, for her dead lord will leave her life. And Tara, widowed and forlorn, will die in anguish, sorrow-worn. On Angad too the blow will fall, killing the hope and joy of all, the ruin of their prince and king. The Vanners' souls with woe will wring, and each, overwhelmed with dark despair, will beat his head and rend his hair. Each, graced and honored long, will miss his careless life of easy bliss. In happy troops will play no more on breezy rock and shady shore, but with his darling wife and child will seek the mountain top, and wild with hopeless desolation throw himself, his wife, and babe, below. Ah no, unless the dame I find, I ne'er will meet my Vanner kind. Here rather in some distant dell. A lonely hermit will I dwell, where roots and berries will supply my humble wants until I die. Or on the shore will raise a pyre, and perish in the kindled fire. Or I will strictly fast until with slow decay my life I kill, and ravening dogs and birds of air the limbs of Hanuman shall tear. Here will I die, but never bring destruction on my race and king. But still unsearched one grove I see, with many a bright asoka tree. There will I enter in, and through the tangled shade my search renew. Be glory to the host on high, the sun and moon who light the sky, the Vasus and the Maruts train, Adithias, and the Asvins twain. So may I win success, and bring the lady back with triumphing. Canto 14. The Asoka Grove. He cleared the barrier at a bound. He stood within the pleasant ground, and with delighted eyes surveyed the climbing plants and varied shade. He saw unnumbered trees unfold the treasures of their pendant gold. As, searching for the Maythil queen, he strayed through alleys soft and green. And when a spray he bent or broke, some little bird that slept awoke. Whene'er the breeze of morning blew, where'er a startled peacock flew, the gaily colored branches shed their flowery rain upon his head, that clung around the vanner till he seemed a blossom-covered hill. The earth, on whose fair bosom lay the flowers that fell from every spray, was glorious as a lovely maid, in all her brightest robes arrayed. He saw the breath of morning shake the lilies on the rippling lake, whose waves a pleasant lapping made on crystal steps with gems inlaid. Then roaming through the enchanted ground, a pleasant hill the vanner found, and grottos in the living stone, with grass and flowery trees o'ergrown. Through rocks and boughs a brawling rill leapt from the bosom of the hill, like a proud beauty when she flies from her love's arms with angry eyes. He clomb a tree that near him grew, and leafy shade around him threw. Hence, thought the vanner, shall I see the Maythil dame, if here she be. These lovely trees, this cool retreat, will surely tempt her wandering feet. Here the sad queen will roam apart, and dream of Rama in her heart. Canto 15. Sita. Fair as Kailasa white with snow. He saw a palace flash and glow, a crystal pavement gem inlaid, and coral steps and colonnade, and glittering towers that kissed the skies, whose dazzling splendor charmed his eyes. There pallid, with neglected dress, watched close by fiend and giantess, her sweet face thin with constant flow of tears, with fasting and with woe, pale as the young moon's crescent when the first faint light returns to men, dim as the flame when clouds of smoke the latent glory hide and choke. Like Rohi the queen of stars, oppressed by the red planet Mars, from her dear friends and husband torn, amid the cruel fiends, forlorn, who fierce-eyed watch around her kept, a tender woman sat and wept. Her sobs, her sighs, her mournful mien, her glorious eyes, proclaimed the queen. This is she, the vanner cried, fair as the moon and lotus-eyed. I saw the giant raven bear a captive through the fields of air. Such was the beauty of the dame, her form, her lips, her eyes the same. This peerless queen whom I behold is Rama's wife with limbs of gold. Best of the sons of men is he, and worthy of her lord is she. Canto 16. Hanuman's Lament. Then, all his thoughts on Sita bent. The vanner chieftain made lament, the queen to Rama's soul endeared, by Lakshmana's pious heart revered. Lies here, for none may strive with fate. A captive, sad and desolate. The brothers might full well she knows. And bravely bears the storm of woes. As swelling Ganga in the rains. The rush of every flood sustains. Her lord, for her, fierce Bali slew. Virata's monstrous might o'erthrew. For her the 14,000 slain. In Janastan bedewed the plain. And if for her Ikshvaku's son destroyed the world, 'twere nobly done. This is she, so far renowned. Who sprang from out the furrowed ground. Child of the high-souled king whose sway the men of Mithila obey. The glorious lady wooed and won by Dasaratha's noblest son. And now these sad eyes look on her. Mid hostile fiends a prisoner. From home and every bliss she fled. By wifely love and duty led. And heedless of a wanderer's woes. A life in lonely forests chose. This is she so fair of mold. Whose limbs are bright as burnished gold. Whose voice was ever soft and mild. Who sweetly spoke and sweetly smiled. Oh, what is Rama's misery? How he longs to see his darling now. Pining for one of her fond looks. As one athirst for water brooks. Absorbed in woe the lady sees. No rakshas guard, no blooming trees. Her eyes are with her thoughts, and they are fixed on Rama far away. Canto 17. Sita's guard. His pitying eyes with tears bedewed. The weeping queen again he viewed. And saw around the prisoner stand. Her demon guard, a fearful band. Some earless, some with ears that hung low as their feet and loosely swung. Some fierce with single ears and eyes. Some dwarfish, some of monstrous size. Some with their dark necks long and thin. With hair upon the knotty skin. Some with wild locks. Some bald and bare. Some covered o'er with bristly hair. Some tall and straight, some bowed and bent. With every foul disfigurement. All black and fierce with eyes of fire. Ruthless and stern and swift to ire. Some with the jackal's jaw and nose. Some faced like boars and buffaloes. Some with the heads of goats and kine. Of elephants, and dogs, and swine. With lions' lips and horses' brows. They walked with feet of mules and cows. Swords, maces, clubs, and spears they bore. In hideous hands that reeked with gore. And, never sated, turned afresh. To bowls of wine and piles of flesh. Such were the awful guards who stood round Sita in that lovely wood. While in her lonely sorrow she wept sadly 'neath a spreading tree. He watched the spouse of Rama there. Regardless of her tangled hair. Her jewels stripped from neck and limb. Decked only with her love of him. Canto 18. Raven. While from his shelter in the boughs. The Vanner looked on Rama's spouse. He heard the gathered giants raise the solemn hymn of prayer and praise. Priests skilled in rite and ritual, who the Vedas and their branches knew. Then, as loud strains of music broke his sleep, the giant monarch woke. Swift to his heart the thought returned of the fair queen for whom he burned. Nor could the amorous fiend control the passion that absorbed his soul. In all his brightest garb arrayed, he hastened to that lovely shade, where glowed each choicest flower and fruit. And the sweet birds were never mute. And tall deer bent their heads to drink on the fair streamlet's grassy brink. Near that Asoka grove he drew 100 dames his retinue. Like Indra with the 1,000 eyes, girt with the beauties of the skies. Some walked beside their lord to hold the churis, fans, and lamps of gold. And others purest water bore In golden urns, and paced before. Some carried, piled on golden plates, delicious food of dainty cates. Some wine in massive bowls whereon the fairest gems resplendent shone. Some by the monarch's side displayed, wrought like a swan, a silken shade. Another beauty walked behind, the scepter to her care assigned. Around the monarch gleamed the crowd, as lightnings flash about a cloud. And each made music as she went, with zone and tinkling ornament. Attended thus in royal state, the monarch reached the garden gate, while gold and silver torches, fed with scented oil, a soft light shed. He, while the flame of fierce desire burnt in his eyes like kindled fire, seemed love incarnate in his pride. His bow and arrows laid aside, his robe, from spot and blemish free, like amrit foamy from the sea, hung down in many a loosened fold, inwrought with flowers and bright with gold. The Vanner from his station viewed, amazed, the wondrous multitude, where, in the center of that ring of noblest women, stood the king, as stands the full moon fair to view, girt by his starry retinue. Canto 19. Sita's fear. Then o'er the lady's soul and frame a sudden fear and trembling came, when, glowing in his youthful pride, she saw the monarch by her side. Silent she sat, her eyes depressed, her soft arms folded o'er her breast, and, all she could, her beauties screened from the bold gazes of the fiend. There where the wild she-demons kept their watch around, she sighed and wept. Then, like a severed bough, she lay prone on the bare earth in dismay, the while her thoughts on love's fleet wings flew to her lord, the best of kings. She fell upon the ground, and there lay struggling with her wild despair, sad as a lady born again to misery and woe and pain, now doomed to grief and low estate. Once noble, fair and delicate, like faded light of holy lore, like hope when all her dreams are o'er, like ruined power and rank debased, like majesty of kings disgraced, like worship foiled by erring slips, the moon that labors in eclipse, a pool with all her lilies dead, an army when its king has fled. So sad and helpless, wan and worn, she lay among the fiends forlorn. Canto XX. Ravens wooing. With amorous look and soft address, the fiend began his suit to press. Why wouldst thou, lady lotus-eyed, from my fond glance those beauties hide? Mine eager suit no more repel, but love me, for I love thee well. Dismiss, sweet dame, dismiss thy fear. No giant and no man is near. Ours is the right by force to seize what dames soe'er our fancy please. But I with rude hands will not touch a lady whom I love so much. Fear not, dear queen, no fear is nigh. Come, on thy lover's love rely. Some little sign of favor show, nor lie enamored of thy woe. Those limbs upon that cold earth laid, those tresses twined in single braid, the fast and woe that wear thy frame, beseem not thee, O beauteous dame. For thee the fairest wreaths were meant, the sandal and the aloes scent, rich ornaments and pearls of price, and vesture meet for paradise. With dainty cates shouldst thou be fed, and rest upon a sumptuous bed, and festive joys to thee belong, the music, and the dance and song. Rise, pearl of women, rise and deck with gems and chains thine arms and neck. Shall not the dame I love be seen in vesture worthy of a queen? Methinks when thy sweet form was made, his hand the wise Creator stayed, for never more did he design a beauty meet to rival thine. Come, let us love while yet we may, For youth will fly and charms decay. Come cast thy grief and fear aside. And be my love, my chosen bride. The gems and jewels that my hand has reft from every plundered land. To thee I give them all this day. And at thy feet my kingdom lay. The broad rich earth will I o'errun. And leave no town unconquered, none. Then of the whole an offering make. To Janak, dear, for thy sweet sake. In all the world no power I see. Of God or man can strive with me. Of old the gods and Asurs set. In terrible array I met. Their scattered hosts to earth I beat. And trod their flags beneath my feet. Come, taste of bliss and drink thy fill. And rule the slave who serves thy will. Think not of wretched Rama, he is less than nothing now to thee. Stripped of his glory, poor, dethroned. A wanderer by his friends disowned. On the cold earth he lays his head. Or is with toil and misery dead. And if perchance he lingers yet, his eyes on thee shall ne'er be set. Could he, that mighty monarch, who was named Hiranyakapu, could he who wore the garb of gold win glory back from Indra's hold? O Lady of the lovely smile, whose eyes the sternest heart beguile, in all thy radiant beauty dressed, my heart and soul thou ravishest. What though thy robe is soiled and worn, and no bright gems thy limbs adorn? Thou unadorned art dearer far than all my loveliest consorts are. My royal home is bright and fair. 1,000 beauties meet me there. But come, my glorious love, and be the queen of all those dames and me. Canto XXI. Sita's scorn. She thought upon her lord and sighed. And thus in gentle tones replied. Beseems thee not, O king, to woo a matron, to her husband true. Thus vainly one might hope by sin and evil deed success to win. Shall I, so highly born, disgrace my husband's house, my royal race? Shall I, a true and loyal dame, defile my soul with deed of shame? Then on the king her back she turned, and answered thus the prayer she spurned. Turn, Rava, turn thee from thy sin. Seek virtue's paths and walk therein. To others' dames be honor shown. Protect them as thou wouldst thine own. Taught by thyself, from wrong abstain. Which, wrought on thee, thy heart would pain. Beware, this lawless love of thine will ruin thee and all thy line. And for thy sin alone, will Lanka perish overthrown. Dream not that wealth and power can sway my heart from duty's path to stray. Linked like the day god and his shine, I am my Lord's and he is mine. Repent thee of thine impious deed. To Rama's side his consort lead. Be wise. The hero's friendship gain. Nor perish in his fury slain. Go, ask the god of death to spare. Or red bolt flashing through the air. But look in vain for spell or charm to stay my Rama's vengeful arm. Thou, when the hero bends his bow, shalt hear the clang that heralds woe. Loud as the clash when clouds are rent, and Indra's bolt to earth is sent. Then shall his furious shafts be sped, each like a snake with fiery head. And in their flight shall hiss and flame, marked with the mighty archer's name. Then in the fiery deluge all thy giants round their king shall fall. Canto XXI. Raven's threat. Then anger swelled in Rava's breast, who fiercely thus the dame addressed. 'Tis ever thus, in vain we sue to woman, and her favor woo. A lover's humble words impel her wayward spirit to rebel. The love of thee that fills my soul still keeps my anger in control. As charioteers with bit and rein the swerving of the steed restrain. The love that rules me bids me spare Thy forfeit life, O thou most fair. For this, O Sita, have I borne the keen reproach, the bitter scorn, and the fond love thou boastest yet. For that poor wandering anchoret. Else had the words which thou hast said brought death upon thy guilty head. 2 months, fair dame, I grant thee still, to bend thee to thy lover's will. If when that respite time is fled, thou still refuse to share my bed, my cooks shall mince thy limbs with steel, and serve thee for my morning meal. The minstrel daughters of the skies looked on her woe with pitying eyes, and sun-bright children of the gods consoled the queen with smiles and nods. She saw, and with her heart at ease, addressed the fiend in words like these. Hast thou no friend to love thee? None. In all this I'll to bid thee shun the ruin which thy crime will bring on thee and thine, O impious king, who in all worlds save thee could woo me, Rama's consort pure and true, as though he tempted with his love Queen Sachi on her throne above. How canst thou hope, vile wretch, to fly the vengeance that e'en now is nigh, when thou hast dared, untouched by shame, to press thy suit on Rama's dame? Where woods are thick and grass is high, a lion and a hare may lie. My Rama is the lion, thou art the poor hare beneath the bough. Thou railest at the Lord of men, but wilt not stand within his ken. What is that I unstricken yet, whose impious glance on me was set? Still moves that tongue that would not spare the wife of Dasaratha's heir. Then, hissing like a furious snake, the fiend again to Sita spake. Deaf to all prayers and threats art thou, devoted to thy senseless vow. No longer respite will I give, and thou this day shalt cease to live. For I, as sunlight kills the morn, will slay thee for thy scathe and scorn. The Raksha's guard was summoned, all the monstrous crew obeyed the call, and hastened to the king to take the orders which he fiercely spake. See that ye guard her well, and tame, like some wild thing, the stubborn dame, until her haughty soul be bent by mingled threat and blandishment. The monsters heard, away he strode, and passed within his queen's abode. Canto XXI. The demon's threats. Then round the helpless Sita drew, with fiery eyes the hideous crew, and thus assailed her, all and each, with insult, taunt, and threatening speech. What can it be thou prizest not? This happy chance, this glorious lot, to be the chosen wife of one so strong and great, Pulasatya's son. Pulasatya, thus have sages told, is mid the lords of life enrolled. Lord Brahma's mind-born son was he, fourth of that glorious company. Visravas from Pulasatya sprang, through all the worlds his glory rang. And of Visravas, large-eyed dame, our king the mighty Rava came. His happy consort thou mayst be. Scorn not the words we say to thee. One awful demon, fiery-eyed, stood by the Maithil queen and cried, come and be his, if thou art wise. Who smote the sovereign of the skies, and made the 30 gods and 3 come in furious battle, flee. Thy lover turns away with scorn from wives whom grace and youth adorn. Thou art his chosen consort, thou shall be his pride and darling now. Another, Bikata by name, in words like these addressed the dame. The king whose blows, in fury dealt, the Nagas and Gandharvs felt, in battle's fiercest brunt subdued, has stood by thee and humbly wooed. And wilt thou in thy folly miss the glory of a love like this? Scared by his eye the sun grows chill, the wanderer wind is hushed and still, the rains at his command descend, And trees with new-blown blossoms bend. His word the hosts of demons fear. And wilt thou, dame, refuse to hear? Be counselled, with his will comply. Or, lady, thou shalt surely die. Canto Ziv. Sita's reply. Still with reproaches rough and rude. Those fiends the gentle queen pursued. What? Can so fair a life displease? To dwell with him in joyous ease? Dwell in his bowers a happy queen. In silk and gold and jewel sheen. Still must thy woman fancy cling to Rama and reject our king. Die in thy folly, or forget that wretched wandering anchoret. Come, Sita, in luxurious bowers. Spend with our Lord thy happy hours. The mighty Lord who makes his own the treasures of the world's o'erthrown. Then, as a tear bedewed her eye, the hapless lady made reply. I loathe, with heart and soul detest, the shameful life your words suggest. Eat, if you will, this mortal frame. My soul rejects the sin and shame. A homeless wanderer though he be, in him my Lord, my life I see. And, till my earthly days be done, will cling to great Ikshvaku's son. Then with fierce eyes on Sita set, they cried again with taunt and threat, each licking with her fiery tongue the lip that to her bosom hung, and menacing the lady's life with axe, or spear, or murderous knife. Hear, Sita, and our words obey, or perish by our hands today. Thy love for Raghu's son forsake, and Rava for thy husband take, or we will rend thy limbs apart, and banquet on thy quivering heart. Now from her body strike the head, and tell the king the dame is dead. Then by our Lord's commandment she a banquet for our band shall be. Come, let the wine be quickly brought, that frees each heart from saddening thought. Then to the western gate repair, and we will dance and revel there. Canto XXV. Sita's Lament. On the bare earth the lady sank, and trembling from their presence shrank, like a strayed fawn, when night is dark, and hungry wolves around her bark. Then to a shady tree she crept, and thought upon her Lord and wept. By fear and bitter woe oppressed, she bathed the beauties of her breast with her hot tears' incessant flow, and found no respite from her woe. As shakes a plantain in the breeze, she shook, and fell on trembling knees, while at each demon's furious look, her cheek its native hue forsook. She lay and wept and made her moan, in sorrow's saddest undertone. And, wild with grief, with fear appalled, on Rama and his brother called. O dear Kausalya, hear me cry. Sweet Queen Sumitra, list my sigh. True is the saw the wise declare. Death comes not to relieve despair. 'Tis vain for dame or man to pray. Death will not hear before his day. Since I, from Rama's sight debarred, and tortured by my cruel guard, still live in hopeless woe to grieve, and loathe the life I may not leave. Here, like a poor deserted thing, my limbs upon the ground I fling, and, like a bark beneath the blast, shall sink oppressed with woes at last. Ah, blessed are they, supremely blessed, whose eyes upon my Lord may rest, who mark his lion port, and hear his gentle speech that charms the ear. Alas, what antenatal crime, what trespass of forgotten time, weighs on my soul, and bids me bow beneath this load of misery now. Canto XXVI. Sita's Lament. I Rama's wife, on that sad day, by Rava's arm was borne away, seized, while I sat and feared no ill, by him who wears each form at will. A helpless captive, left forlorn to demons' threats and taunts and scorn. Here for my Lord I weep and sigh. and worn with woe would gladly die. For what is life to me afar? From Rama of the mighty car. The robber in his fruitless sin would hope his captive's love to win. My meaner foot shall never touch the demon whom I loathe so much. The senseless fool, he knows me not, nor the proud soul his love would blot. Yea, limb from limb will I be rent, but never to his prayer consent. Be burnt and perish in the fire, but never meet his base desire. My Lord was grateful, true and wise, and looked on woe with pitying eyes. But now, recoiling from the strife, he pities not his captive wife. Alone in Janastan he slew the thousands of the Rakshas' crew. His arm was strong, his heart was brave. Why comes he not to free and save? Why blame my Lord in vain surmise? He knows not where his lady lies. Oh, if he knew, o'er land and sea, his feet were swift to set me free. This Lanka, girdled by the deep, would fall consumed, a shapeless heap. And from each ruined home would rise a Raksha's widow's groans and cries. Canto XXVI. Tragedia's dream. Their threats unfeared, their counsel spurned. The demons' breasts with fury burned. Some sought the giant king to bear the tale of Sita's fixed despair. With threats and taunts renewed the rest. Around the weeping lady pressed. But Trija, of softer mold, a Raksha's matron wise and old, with pity for the captive moved. In words like these the fiends reproved. Me, she cried, eat me, but spare the spouse of Dasaratha's heir. Last night I dreamt a dream, and still the fear and all my bosom chill. For in that dream I saw foreshown our race by Rama's hand o'erthrown. I saw a chariot high in air, of ivory exceeding fair. 100 steeds that chariot drew. As swiftly through the clouds it flew. And, clothed in white, with wreaths that shone, the sons of Raghu rode thereon. I looked and saw this lady here, clad in the purest white, appear high on the snow-white hill whose feet the angry waves of ocean beat. And she and Rama met at last, like light and sun when night is past. Again I saw them side by side. On Rava's car they seemed to ride, and with the princely Lakshmana flee to northern realms beyond the sea. Then Rava, shaved and shorn, besmeared with oil from head to foot, appeared. He quaffed, he raved, his robes were red. Fierce was his eye, and bare his head. I saw him from his chariot thrust. I saw him rolling in the dust. A woman came and dragged away the stricken giant where he lay. And on a car which asses drew, the monarch of our race she threw. He rose erect, he danced and laughed. With thirsty lips the oil he quaffed. Then with wild eyes and streaming mouth, sped on the chariot to the south. Then, dropping oil from every limb, his sons the princes followed him. And Kumbhakara, shaved and shorn, was southward on a camel borne. Then royal Lanka reeled and fell, with gate and tower and citadel. This ancient city, far renowned, all life within her walls was drowned. And the wild waves of ocean rolled o'er Lanka and her streets of gold. Warned by these signs I bid you fly, or by the hand of Rama die, whose vengeance will not spare the life of one who vexed his faithful wife. Your bitter taunts and threats forego. Comfort the lady in her woe, and humbly pray her to forgive, for so you may be spared and live. I omit the 28th and 29th cantos as an unmistakable interpolation. Instead of advancing the story it goes back to Canto 17, containing a lamentation of Sita after Ravana has left her, and describes the auspicious signs sent to cheer her, the throbbing of her left eye, arm, and side. The canto is found in the Bengal recension. Garizio translates it and observes, "I think that chapter 28. The auspicious signs, is an addition, a later interpolation by the rhapsodists. It has no bond of connection either with what precedes or follows it, and may be struck out not only without injury to, but positively to the advantage of the poem. The meter in which this chapter is written differs from that which is generally adopted in the course of the poem." Canto XXX. Hanuman's deliberation. The Vanner watched concealed, each word of Sita and the fiends he heard. And in a maze of anxious thought, his quick conceiving bosom wrought. At length my watchful eyes have seen, pursued so long, the Maythil queen, sought by our Vanner hosts in vain. From east to west, from main to main, a cautious spy have I explored the palace of the Rakshas lord, and thoroughly learned, concealed from sight, the giant monarch's power and might. And now my task must be to cheer the royal dame who sorrows here. For if I go, and soothe her not, a captive in this distant spot, she, when she finds no comfort nigh, will sink beneath her woes and die. How shall my tale, if unconsoled, I leave her, be to Rama told? How shall I answer Raghu's son? No message from my darling, none. The husband's wrath, to fury fanned, will scorch me lifeless where I stand. Or if I urge my lord the king, to Lanka I'll his hosts to bring, in vain will be his zeal, in vain the toil, the danger, and the pain. Yea, this occasion must I seize, that from her guard the lady frees, to win her ear with soft address, and whisper hope in dire distress. Shall I, a puny Vanner, choose the Sanskrit men delight to use? If, as a man of Brahman kind, I speak the tongue by rules refined, the lady, yielding to her fears, will think 'tis Rava's voice she hears. I must assume my only plan, the language of a common man. Yet, if the lady sees me nigh, in terror she will start and cry, and all the demon band, alarmed, will come with various weapons armed. With their wild shouts the grove will fill, and strive to take me, or to kill. And, at my death or capture, dies the hope of Rama's enterprise. For none can leap, save only me, 100 leagues across the sea. It is a sin in me, I own, to talk with Janak's child alone. Yet greater is the sin if I be silent, and the lady die. First I will utter Rama's name, and laud the hero's gifts and fame. Perchance the name she holds so dear will soothe the faithful lady's fear. Canto XXXI. Hanuman's speech. Then in sweet accents low and mild, the Vanner spoke to Janak's child. A noble king, by sin unstained, the mighty Dasaratha reigned, lord of the warriors' car and steed, the pride of old Ikshvaku's seed, a faithful friend, a blameless king, protector of each living thing, a glorious monarch, strong to save, blessed with the bliss he freely gave. His son, the best of all who know the science of the bended bow, was moon-bright Rama, brave and strong, who loved the right and loathed the wrong, who ne'er from kingly duty swerved, loved by the lands his might preserved, his feet the path of law pursued, his arm rebellious foes subdued, his sire's command the prince obeyed, and, banished, sought the forest shade, where with his wife and brother he wandered a saintly devotee. There as he roamed the wilds he slew the bravest of the Rakshas crew. The giant king the prince beguiled, and stole his consort, Janak's child. Then Rama roamed the country round. And a firm friend, Sugriva, found. Lord of the Vana race, expelled from his own realm which Bali held. He conquered Bali and restored the kingdom to the rightful lord. Then, by Sugriva's high decree, the Vanar legions searched for thee. Sampati's counsel bade me leap 100 leagues across the deep. And now my happy eyes have seen at last the long-sought Maithil queen. Such was the form, the eye, the grace of her whom Rama bade me trace. He ceased, her flowing locks she drew to shield her from a stranger's view. Then, trembling in her wild surprise, raised to the tree her anxious eyes. Canto XXXI. Sita's doubt. Her eyes the Maithil lady raised, and on the monkey speaker gazed. She looked, and trembling at the sight, wept bitter tears in wild affright. She shrank a while with fear distraught. Then, nerved again, the lady thought, is this a dream mine eyes have seen? This creature, by our laws unclean. Oh, may the gods keep Rama, still, and Lakshmana, and my sire, from ill. It is no dream, I have not slept, but, trouble-worn, have watched and wept afar from that dear lord of mine, for whom in ceaseless woe I pine. No art may soothe my wild distress, or lull me to forgetfulness. I see but him, my lips can frame no syllable but Rama's name. Each sight I see, each sound I hear, brings Rama to mine eye or ear. The wish was in my heart, and hence the sweet illusion mocked my sense. 'Twas but a phantom of the mind, and yet the voice was soft and kind. Be glory to the eternal Sire. Be glory to the Lord of Fire, the mighty teacher in the skies, and Indra with his 1,000 eyes. And may they grant the truth to be e'en as the words that startled me. Canto XXXI. The Colloquy. Down from the tree Hanuman came, and humbly stood before the dame. Then joining reverent palm to palm, addressed her thus with words of balm. Why should the tears of sorrow rise, sweet lady, to those lovely eyes? As when the wind-swept river floods two half-expanded lotus buds. Who art thou, O most fair of face? Of Asur, or celestial race? Did Naga mother give thee birth? For sure thou art no child of earth. Do Rudras claim that heavenly form? Or the swift gods who ride the storm? Or art thou Rohi the blessed, that star more lovely than the rest? Reft from the moon thou lovest well, and doomed a while on earth to dwell? Or canst thou, fairest wonder, be the starry queen Arundhati, fled in thy wrath or jealous pride from her dear lord Vaishya's side? Who is the husband, father, son, or brother, O thou loveliest one, gone from this world in heaven to dwell? For whom those eyes with weeping swell? Yet, by the tears those sweet eyes shed, yet, by the earth that bears thy tread, by calling on a monarch's name, no goddess but a royal dame. Art thou the queen, fair lady, say, whom Rava stole and bore away? Yea, by that agony of woe, that form unrivalled here below, that votive garb, thou art, I ween, King Janak's child and Rama's queen. Hope at the name of Rama woke, and thus the gentle lady spoke. I am that Sita wooed and won by Dasaratha's royal son, the noblest of Ikshvaku's line, and every earthly joy was mine. But Rama left his royal home in Dauka's tangled wilds to roam, where with Sumitra's son and me he lived a saintly devotee. The giant Rava came with guile, and bore me thence to Lanka's isle. Some respite yet the fiend allows, 2 months of life, to Rama's spouse. 2 moons of hopeless woe remain. And then the captive will be slain. Canto XXXIV. Hanuman's speech. Thus spoke the dame in mournful mood. And Hanuman his speech renewed. O lady, by thy Lord's decree, I come a messenger to thee. Thy Lord is safe with steadfast friends. And greeting to his queen he sends. And Lakshmana, ever faithful bows his reverent head to Rama's spouse. Through all her frame the rapture ran. As thus again the dame began. Now verily the truth I know. Of the wise saw of long ago. Once only in 100 years. True joy to living man appears. He marked her rapture beaming hue. And nearer to the lady drew. But at each onward step he took. Suspicious fear her spirit shook. Alas, alas, she cried in fear. False is the tale I joyed to hear. 'Tis Ravana, 'tis the fiend, who tries to mock me with a new disguise. If thou, to wring my woman's heart, hast changed thy shape by magic art, and wouldst a helpless dame beguile, the wicked deed is doubly vile. But no, that fiend thou canst not be. Such joy I had from seeing thee. But if my fancy does not err, and thou art Rama's messenger, the glories of my Lord repeat. For to these ears such words are sweet. The Vanner knew the lady's thought, and gave the answer fondly sought. Bright as the sun that lights the sky, dear as the moon to every eye, he scatters blessings o'er the land, like bounties from Vairava's hand. Like Vishu strong and unsubdued, unmatched in might and fortitude. Wise, truthful as the Lord of speech. With gentle words he welcomes each. Of noblest mold and form is he. Like love's incarnate deity. He quells the fury of the foe. And strikes when justice prompts the blow. Safe in the shadow of his arm. The world is kept from scathe and harm. Now soon shall Ravaru his theft. And fall, of realm and life bereft. For Rama's wrathful hand shall wing his shafts against the giant king. The day, O Maithil queen, is near, when he and Lakshmana will be here. And by their side Sugriva lead his countless hosts of Vanner breed. Sugriva's servant, I, by name. Hanuman, by his order came. With desperate leap I crossed the sea. To Lanka's isle in search of thee. No traitor, gentle dame, am I. Upon my word and faith rely. Canto XXXV. Hanuman's speech. With joyous heart she heard him tell. Of the great Lord she loved so well. And in sweet accents, soft and low, spoke, half forgetful of her woe. How didst thou stand by Rama's side? How came my lord and thou allied? How met the people of the wood? With men on terms of brotherhood? Declare each grace and regal sign that decks the lords of Raghu's line. Each circumstance and look relate. Tell Rama's form and speech and gait. Thy fear and doubt, he cried, dispelled. Here, lady, what mine eyes beheld. Hear the imperial signs that grace the glory of Ikshvaku's race. With moon-bright face and lotus eyes, most beautiful and good and wise. With sun-like glory round his head, long-suffering as the earth we tread. He from all foes his realm defends. Yea, o'er the world his care extends. He follows right in all his ways, and ne'er from royal duty strays. He knows the lore that strengthens kings. His heart to truth and honor clings. Each grace and gift of form and mind adorns that prince of humankind. And virtues like his own endue his brother ever firm and true. O'er all the land they roamed distraught, and thee with vain endeavor sought, until at length their wandering feet trod wearily our wild retreat. Our banished King Sugriva spied the princes from the mountainside. By his command I sought the pair, and led them to our monarch there. Thus Rama and Sugriva met, and joined the bonds that knit them yet. When each besought the other's aid, and friendship and alliance made. An arrow launched from Rama's bow laid Bali dead, Sugriva's foe. Then by commandment of our Lord, the Vanar hosts each land explored. We reached the coast, I crossed the sea, and found my way at length to thee. Canto XXXVI. Rama's ring. Receive, he cried, this precious ring. Sure token from thy lord the king. The golden ring he want to wear. See, Rama's name engraven there. Then, as she took the ring he showed, the tears that spring of rapture flowed. She seemed to touch the hand that sent the dearly valued ornament. And with her heart again at ease, replied in gentle words like these. O thou, whose soul no fears deter, wise, brave, and faithful messenger, and hast thou dared, o'er wave and foam, to seek me in the giant's home? In thee, true messenger, I find the noblest of thy woodland kind, who couldst, unmoved by terror, brook on Rava, king of fiends, to look. Now may we commune here as friends, for he whom royal Rama sends must needs be one in danger tried, a valiant, wise, and faithful guide. Say, is it well with Rama still? Lives Lakshmana yet untouched by ill? Then why should Rama's hand be slow to free his consort from her woe? Why spare to burn, in search of me, the land encircled by the sea? Can Bharat send no army out, with banners, cars and battle shout? Cannot thy king Sugriva lend his legions to assist his friend? His hands upon his head he laid, and thus again his answer made. Not yet has Rama learnt where lies his lady of the lotus eyes, or he like Indra from the sky to Sachi's aid, to thee would fly. Soon will he hear the tale, and then, roused to revenge, the lord of men will to the giant's island lead fierce myriads of the woodland breed, bridging his conquering way, and make the town a ruin for thy sake. Believe my words, sweet dame. I swear by roots and fruit, my woodland fair, by Meru's peak and Vindhya's chain, and Mundar of the milky main. Soon shalt thou see thy lord, though now he waits upon Parava's brow. Come glorious as the breaking morn, like Indra on Aravat born. For thee he looks with longing eyes. The wood his scanty food supplies. For thee his brow is pale and worn. For thee are meat and wine forsworn. Thine image in his heart he keeps. For thee by night he wakes and weeps. Or if perchance his eyes he close, and win brief respite from his woes, e'en then the name of Sita slips in anguish from his murmuring lips. If lovely flowers or fruit he sees, which women love, upon the trees, to thee his fancy flies. And Sita, O my love, he cries. Canto XXXVI. Sita's speech. Thou bringest me, she cried again, a mingled draught of bliss and pain. Bliss, that he wears me in his heart. Pain, that he wakes and weeps apart. Oh, see how fate is king of all. Now lifts us high, now bids us fall, and leads a captive bound with cord. The meanest slave, the proudest lord. Thus even now fate's stern decree has struck with grief my lord and me. Say, how shall Rama reach the shore of sorrow's waves that rise and roar? A shipwrecked sailor, well nigh drowned in the wild sea that foams around. When will he smite the demon down? Lay low in dust the giant's town, and, glorious from his foe's defeat, his wife, his long-lost Sita, meet. Go, bid him speed to smite his foes, before the year shall reach its close. 10 months are fled but 2 remain. Then Ravaya's captive must be slain. Oft has Vibhisha, just and wise, besought him to restore his prize. But deaf is Ravaya's senseless ear. His brother's rede he will not hear. Vibhisha's daughter loves me well. From her I learnt the tale I tell. Of Indra prudent, just, and old. The giant's fall has oft foretold. But fate impels him to despise his word on whom he most relies. In Rama's love I rest secure, for my fond heart is true and pure. And him, my noblest lord, I deem in valor, power, and might supreme. As from her eyes the waters ran, the Vanar chief again began. Yea, Rama, when he hears my tale, will with our hosts these walls assail. Or I myself, O Queen, this day, will bear thee from the fiend away, will lift thee up, and take thee hence, to him thy refuge and defense. Will take thee in my arms, and flee to Rama far beyond the sea. Will place thee on Prarava hill, where Raghu's son is waiting still. How canst thou bear me hence, she cried. The way is long, the sea is wide. To bear my very weight would be a task too hard for one like thee. Swift rose before her startled eyes the Vanar in his native size, like Mundar's hill or Meru's height, encircled with a blaze of light. Oh come, he cried, thy fears dispel, nor doubt that I will bear thee well. Come, in my strength and care confide, and sit in joy by Rama's side. Again she spake, I know thee now. Brave, resolute, and strong art thou. In glory like the Lord of fire, with storm-swift feet which naught may tire. But yet with thee I may not fly, for, borne so swiftly through the sky, mine eyes would soon grow faint and dim. My dizzy brain would reel and swim. My yielding arms relax their hold, and I in terror uncontrolled should fall into the raging sea, where hungry sharks would feed on me. Nor can I touch, of free accord, the limbs of any save my lord. If, by the giant forced away, in his enfolding arms I lay, not mine, O Vanar, was the blame. What could I do, a helpless dame? Go, to my lord my message bear, and bid him end my long despair. Canto XXXVI. Sita's gem. Again the Vanar chief replied, with her wise answer satisfied. Well hast thou said, thou canst not brave the rushing wind, the roaring wave. Thy woman's heart would sink with fear before the ocean shore were near. And for thy dread lest limb of thine should for a while be touched by mine, the modest fear is worthy one, whose cherished lord is Raghu's son. Yet when I sought to bear thee hence, I spoke the words of innocence, impelled to set the captive free, by friendship for thy lord and thee. But if with me thou wilt not try the passage of the windy sky, give me a gem that I may show some token which thy lord may know. Again the Maythil lady spoke, while tears and sobs her utterance broke. The surest of all signs is this, to tell the tale of vanished bliss. Thus in my name to Rama speak. Remember Chitraka's peak, and the green margin of the rill that flows beside that pleasant hill, where thou and I together strayed, delighting in the tangled shade. There on the grass I sat with thee, and laid my head upon thy knee. There came a greedy crow and pecked the meat I waited to protect, and, heedless of the clods I threw, about my head in circles flew, until by darling hunger pressed, he boldly pecked me on the breast. I ran to thee in rage and grief, and prayed for vengeance on the thief. Then Rama from his slumber rose, and smiled with pity at my woes. Upon my bleeding breast he saw the scratches made by beak and claw. He laid an arrow on his bow, and launched it at the shameless crow. That shaft, with magic power endued, the bird, where'er he flew, pursued, till back to Raghu's son he fled, and bent at Rama's feet his head. Couldst thou for me with anger stirred, launch that dire shaft upon a bird, and yet canst pardon him who stole the darling of thy heart and soul? Rise up, O bravest of the brave, and come in all thy might to save. Come with the thunders of thy bow, and smite to earth the Raksha's foe. She ceased, and from her glorious hair she took a gem that sparkled there, a token which her husband's eyes with eager love would recognize. His head the Vanar envoy bent in low obeisance reverent, and on his finger bound the gem she loosened from her diadem. I omit 2 cantos of dialogue. Sita tells Hanuman again to convey her message to Rama and bid him hasten to rescue her. Hanuman replies as before that there is no one on earth equal to Rama, who will soon come and destroy Ravana. There is not a new idea in the 2 cantos, all is reiteration. Canto XLI. The ruin of the grove, dismissed with every honor due, the Vanar from the spot withdrew. Then joyous thought the wind god's son, the mighty task is well nigh done. The 3 expedients I must leave, the 4th alone can I achieve. These dwellers in the giant's isle, no arts of mine can reconcile. I cannot bribe, I cannot sow dissension mid the Raksha's foe. Arts, gifts, address, these fiends despise, but force shall yet their king chastise. Perchance he may relent when all the bravest of his chieftains fall. This lovely grove will I destroy, the cruel Rava's pride and joy. The garden where he takes his ease, mid climbing plants and flowery trees, that lift their proud tops to the skies, dear to the tyrant as his eyes. Then will he rouse in wrath, and lead his legions with the car and steed, and elephants in long array, and seek me thirsty for the fray. The Raksha's legions will I meet, and all his bravest host defeat. Then, glorious from the bloody plain, turn to my lord the king again. Then every lovely tree that bore fair blossoms, from the soil he tore, till each green bough that lent its shade to singing birds on earth was laid. The wilderness he left a waste, the fountains shattered and defaced, earthrow and levelled with the ground, each shady seat and pleasure mound, each arbor clad with climbing bloom, each grotto, cell, and picture room, each lawn by beast and bird enjoyed, each walk and terrace was destroyed, and all the place that was so fair was left a ruin wild and bare, as if the fury of the blast or raging fire had o'er it passed. Canto XLI. The giants roused, the cries of startled birds, the sound of tall trees crashing to the ground, struck with amaze each giant's ear, and filled the isle with sudden fear. Then, wakened by the crash and cries, the fierce Shephians unclosed their eyes, and saw the Vanar where he stood amid the devastated wood, the more to scare them with the view. To size immense the Vanar grew, and straight the Raksha's warders cried, Janak's daughter terrified. Whose envoy, whence, and who is he? Why has he come to talk with thee? Speak, lady of the lovely eyes, and let not fear thy joy disguise. Then thus replied the Maithil dame, of noble soul and perfect frame, can I discern, with scanty skill, these fiends who change their forms at will? 'Tis yours to say, your kin you meet. A serpent knows a serpent's feet. I weet not who he is, the sight has filled my spirit with affright. Some pressed round Sita in a ring. Some bore the story to their king. A mighty creature of our race, in monkey form, has reached the place. He came within the grove, they cried. He stood and talked by Sita's side. He comes from Indra's court to her. Or is Kuvara's messenger? Or Rama sent the spy to seek his consort, and her wrongs to wreak? His crushing arm, his trampling feet, have marred and spoiled that dear retreat. And all the pleasant place which thou so lovest is a ruin now. The tree where Sita sat alone is spared where all are overthrown. Perchance he saved the dame from harm. Perchance the toil had numbed his arm. Then flashed the giant's eye with fire, like that which lights the funeral pyre. He bade his bravest kinkars speed, and to his feet the spoiler lead. Forth from the palace, at his hest, twice 40,000 warriors pressed, burning for battle, strong and fierce, with clubs to crush and swords to pierce. They saw Hanuman near a porch, and, thick as moths around a torch, rushed on the foe with wild attacks of mace and club and battle-axe. As round him pressed the Rakshas crowd, the wondrous monkey roared aloud, that birds fell headlong from the sky. Then spake he with a mighty cry, long life to Dasaratha's heir, and Lakshmana, ever-glorious pair. Long life to him who rules our race, preserved by noblest Rama's grace. I am the slave of Kosal's king, whose wondrous deeds the minstrels sing. Hanuman I, the wind god seed. Beneath this arm the foemen bleed. I fear not, unapproached in might. 1,000 Ravayas ranged for fight, although in furious hands they rear the hill and tree for sword and spear. I will, before the giants' eyes, their city and their king chastise. And, having communed with the dame, depart in triumph as I came. At that terrific roar and yell, the heart of every giant fell. But still their king's command they feared, and pressed around with arms upreared. Beside the porch a club was laid. The vanner caught it up, and swayed the weapon round his head, and slew the foremost of the Rakshas' crew. Thus Indra vanquished, thousand-eyed, the Daityas who the gods defied. Then on the porch Hanuman sprang, and loud his shout of triumph rang. The giants looked upon the dead, and turning to their monarch fled. And Rava with his spirit wrought, to frenzy by the tale they brought, urged to the fight Prahasta's son, of all his chiefs the mightiest one. Canto XLI. The ruin of the temple. The wind god's son a temple scaled, which, by his fury unassailed, high as the hill of Meru, stood amid the ruins of the wood. And in his fury thundered out again his haughty battle shout. I am the slave of Kosal's king, whose wondrous deeds the minstrels sing. Forth hurried, by that shout alarmed, the warders of the temple armed, with every weapon haste supplied, and closed him in on every side, with bands that strove to pierce and strike, with shaft and axe and club and pike. Then from its base the vanner tore a pillar with the weight it bore. Against the wall the mass he dashed, and forth the flames in answer flashed, that wildly ran o'er roofs and wall, in hungry rage consuming all. He whirled the pillar round his head, and struck 100 giants dead. Then high up held on air he rose, and called in thunder to his foes. 1,000 vanner chiefs like me roam at their will o'er land and sea. Terrific might we all possess. Our stormy speed is limitless. And all, unconquered in the fray, our King Sugrava's word obey. Backed by his bravest myriads, he, our warrior lord, will cross the sea. Then Lanka's lofty towers, and all your hosts and Rava's self shall fall. None shall be left unslaughtered. None. Who braves the wrath of Raghu's son. Canto XLIV. Jambumalai's death. Then Jambumalai, pride and boast, for valor of the Raksha's host, Prahasta's son supremely brave, obeyed the hest that Rava gave. Fierce warrior with terrific teeth, with saguin robes and brilliant wreath, a bow like Indra's own, and store of glittering shafts the chieftain bore. And ever as the string he tried, the weapon with a roar replied, loud as the crashing thunder sent by him who rules the firmament. Soon as the foeman came in view, borne on a car which asses drew, the Vanner chieftain mighty voiced, shouted in triumph and rejoiced. Prahasta's son his bowstring drew, and swift the winged arrows flew. One in the face the Vanner smote, another quivered in his throat. 10 from the deadly weapon sent his brawny arms and shoulders rent. Then as he felt each galling shot, the Vanner's rage waxed fiercely hot. He looked, and saw a mass of stone that lay before his feet o'erthrown. The mighty block he raised and threw, and crashing through the air it flew. But Jambumalai shunned the blow, and rained fresh arrows from his bow. The Vanner's limbs were red with gore. A sal tree from the earth he tore, and, ere he hurled it undismayed, above his head the missile swayed. But shafts from Jambumalai's bow cut through it ere his hand could throw. And thigh and arm and chest and side with streams of rushing blood were dyed. Still unsubdued though wounded oft, the shattered trunk he raised aloft, and down with well-directed aim on Jambumalai's chest it came. There crushed upon the trampled grass, he lay an undistinguished mass. The foeman's eye no more could see his head or chest or arm or knee, and bow and car and steeds, and store of glittering shafts were seen no more. When Jambumalai's death he heard, King Rava's heart with rage was stirred, and forth his generals' sons he sent, for power and might preeminent. Canto XLV. The 7 defeated. Forth went the 7 in brave attire, in glory brilliant as the fire. Impetuous chiefs with massive bows, the quellers of a host of foes, trained from their youth in martial lore, and masters of the arms they bore, each emulous and fiercely bold, and banners wrought with glittering gold waved o'er their chariots, drawn at speed by coursers of the noblest breed. On through the ruins of the grove, at Hanuman they fiercely drove, and from the ponderous bows they strained. A shower of deadly arrows rained. Then scarce was seen the Vanner's form, enveloped in the arrowy storm. So stands half-veiled the mountain's king, when rainy clouds about him cling. By nimble turn, by rapid bound, he shunned the shafts that rained around, eluding, as in air he rose, the rushing chariots of his foes. The mighty Vanner undismayed, amid his archer foemen played, as plays the frolic wind on high, mid bow-armed clouds that fill the sky. He raised a mighty roar and yell, that fear on all the army fell. And then, his warrior soul aglow with fury, rushed upon the foe. Some with his open hand he beat to death and trampled with his feet. Some with fierce nails he rent and slew, and others with his fists o'erthrew. Some with his legs, as on he rushed. Some with his bulky chest he crushed, while some struck senseless by his roar, dropped on the ground and breathed no more. The remnant, seized with sudden dread, turned from the grove and wildly fled. The trampled earth was thickly strown, with steed and car and flag o'erthrown. And the red blood in rivers flowed, from slaughtered fiends o'er path and road. Canto XLVI. The captains, mad with the rage of injured pride, King Rava summoned to his side the valiant 5 who led his host, supreme in war and honored most. Go forth, he cried, with car and steed, and to my feet this monkey lead. But watch each chance of time and place, to seize this thing of sylvan race. For from his wondrous exploits he no monkey of the woods can be, but some new kind of creature meant to work us woe, by Indra sent. Gandharvas, Nagas, and the best of Yakshas have our might confessed. Have we not challenged and subdued the whole celestial multitude? Yet will you not, if you are wise, a chief of monkey race despise. For I myself have Bali known, and King Sugrava's power I own. But none of all their woodland throng was half so terrible and strong. Obedient to the words he spake, they hastened forth the foe to take. Swift were the cars whereon they rode, and bright their weapons flashed and glowed. They saw, they charged in wild career, with sword and mace and axe and spear. From Durdhar's bow 5 arrows sped, and quivered in the Vanner's head. He rose and roared, the fearful sound made all the region echo round. Then from above his weight he threw on Durdhar's car that near him drew. The weight that came with lightning speed crushed pole and axle, car and steed. It shattered Durdhar's head and neck, and left him lifeless mid the wreck. Upaksha saw the warrior die, and Virupaksh heard his cry. And, mad for vengeance for the slain, they charged their Vanner foe again. He rose in air, they onward pressed, and fiercely smote him on the breast. In vain they struck his iron frame. With eagle swoop to earth he came, tore from the ground a tree that grew beside him, and the demon slew. Then Basikama raised his spear, and Pragas with a laugh drew near. And, maddened at the sight, the two against the undaunted Vanner flew. As from his wounds the torrents flowed, like a red sun the Vanner showed. He turned, a mountain peak to seize, with all its beasts and snakes and trees. He hurled it on the pair, and they crushed, overwhelmed, beneath it lay. Canto XLVI. The death of Aksha. But Rava, as his fury burned, his eyes on youthful Aksha turned, who rose impetuous at his glance, and shouted for his bow and lance. He rode upon a glorious car that shot the light of gems afar. His pennon waved mid glittering gold, and bright the wheels with jewels rolled. By long and fierce devotion won, that car was splendid as the sun, with rows of various weapons stored, and thought-swift horses whirled their lord, racing along the earth, or rose high through the clouds whene'er he chose. Then fierce and fearful war between the Vanner and the fiend was seen. The gods and Asurs stood amazed, and on the wondrous combat gazed. A cry from earth rose long and shrill. The wind was hushed, the sun grew chill. The thunder bellowed from the sky, and troubled ocean roared reply. Thrice Aksha strained his dreadful bow, thrice smote his arrow on the foe, and with full streams of crimson bled 3 gashes in the Vanner's head. Then rose Hanuman in the air, to shun the shafts no life could bear. But Aksha in his car pursued, and from on high the fight renewed, with storm of arrows, thick as hail, when angry clouds some hill assail. Impatient of that arrowy shower, the Vanner chief put forth his power. Again above his chariot rose, and smote him with repeated blows, Terrific came each deadly stroke. Breast, neck and arm and back he broke. And Aksha fell to earth, and lay, with all his life blood drained away. Canto XLVI. Hanuman captured. To Indrajit the bold and brave, the giant king his mandate gave. O trained in warlike science, best in arms of all our mightiest, whose valor in the conflict shone, to Asurs and to gods is known. The Kinkars whom I sent are slain, and Jambumalai and his train. The lords who led our giant bands have fallen by the monkey's hands. With shattered cars the ground is spread, and Aksha lies amid the dead. Thou art my best and bravest, go, unmatched in power, and slay the foe. He heard the hest, he bent his head. Athirst for battle forth he sped. For tigers fierce, of tawny hue, with fearful teeth, his chariot drew. Hanuman heard his strong bow clang, and swiftly from the earth he sprang. While weak and ineffective fell the archer's shafts though pointed well. The Rakshas saw that naught might kill the wondrous foe who mocked his skill, and launched a magic shaft to throw a binding spell about his foe. Forth flew the shaft, the mystic charm stayed his swift feet and numbed his arm. Through all his frame he felt the spell, and motionless to earth he fell. Nor would the reverend Vanner loose the bonds that bound him as a noose. He knew that Brahma's self had charmed the weapon that his might disarmed. They saw him helpless on the ground, and all the giants pressed around, and bonds of hemp and bark were cast about his limbs to hold him fast. They drew the ropes round feet and wrists. They beat him with their hands and fists, and dragged him as they strained the cord, with shouts of triumph to their lord. Canto 49. Raven. On the fierce King Hanuman turned his angry eyes that glowed and burned. He saw him decked with wealth untold, of diamond and pearl and gold, and priceless was each wondrous gem that sparkled in his diadem. About his neck rich chains were twined, the best that fancy e'er designed, and a fair robe with pearls bestrung down from his mighty shoulders hung. 10 heads he reared, as Mundar's hill lifts woody peaks which tigers fill. Bright were his eyes, and bright, beneath the flashes of his awful teeth, his brawny arms of wondrous size were decked with rings and scented dyes. His hands like snakes with 5 long heads descending from their mountain beds. He sat upon a crystal throne, inlaid with wealth of precious stone, whereon, of noblest work, was set a gold-embroidered coverlet. Behind the monarch stood the best of beauteous women gaily dressed, and each her giant master fanned, or waved a churi in her hand. For noble courtiers wise and good in council, near the monarch stood, as the 4 oceans ever stand about the sea-encompassed land. Still, though his heart with rage was fired, the Vanner marveled and admired. Oh, what a rare and wondrous sight! What beauty, majesty, and might! All regal pomp combines to grace this ruler of the Rakshas race. He, if he scorned not right and law, might guide the world with tempered awe. Yea, Indra, and the gods on high, might on his saving power rely. Canto L. Prahasta's questions. Then fierce the giant's fury blazed, as on Hanuman's form he gazed, and shaken by each wild surmise, he spake aloud with flashing eyes. Can this be Nandi, standing here, the mighty one whom all revere, who once on high Kailasa's hill pronounced the curse that haunts me still? Or is the woodland creature one of Asur race, or Bali's son? The wretch with searching question try Learn who he is, and whence. And why. He marred the glory of the grove. And with my captains fiercely strove. Prahasta heard his lord's behest. And thus the Vanar chief addressed. O monkey stranger, be consoled. Fear not, and let thy heart be bold. If thou by Indra's mandate sent, thy steps to Lanka Esal hast bent. With fearless words the cause explain. And freedom thou shalt soon regain. Or if thou comest as a spy, dispatched by Vishu in the sky, or sent by Yama, or the Lord of riches, hast our town explored, proved by the prowess thou hast shown. No monkey save in form alone. Speak boldly all the truth, and be released from bonds, unharmed and free. But falsehood spoken to our king, swift punishment of death will bring. He ceased, the Vanar made reply. Not Indra's messenger am I. Nor came I hither to fulfill Kuvara's hest or Vishu's will. I stand before the giants here, a Vanarian as I appear. I longed to see the king, 'twas hard to win my way through gate and guard. And so to gain my wish I laid in ruin that delightful shade. No fiend, no god of heavenly kind, with bond or chain these limbs may bind. The eternal sire himself of old vouchsafe the boon that makes me bold. From Brahma's magic shaft released, I knew the captor's power had ceased. The fancied bonds I freely brooked, and thus upon the king have looked. My way to Lanka have I won, a messenger from Raghu's son. Kanto Li, Hanuman's reply. My king Sugriva greets thee fair, and bids me thus his rede declare. Son of the god of wind, by name Hanuman, to this isle I came, to set the Maithil lady free. I crossed the barrier of the sea. I roamed in search of her and found her weeping in that lovely ground. Thou in the lore of duty trained, who hast by stern devotion gained this wondrous wealth and power and fame, shouldst fear to wrong another's dame. Hear thou my counsel, and be wise. No fiend, no dweller in the skies, can bear the shafts by Lakshmana shot, or Rama when his wrath is hot. O giant king, repent the crime, and soothe him while there yet is time. Now be the Maithil queen restored, uninjured to her sorrowing lord. Soon wilt thou rue thy dire mistake. She is no woman but a snake, whose very deadly bite will be the ruin of thy house and thee. Thy pride has led thy thoughts astray, that fancy not a hand may slay. The monarch of the giants, screened from mortal blow of god and fiend, Sugriva still thy death may be. No Yiksha, fiend, or god is he. And Rama from a woman springs, the mortal seed of mortal kings. Oh, think how Bali fell subdued. Think on thy slaughtered multitude. Respect those brave and strong allies. Consult thy safety, and be wise. I, even I, no helper need, to overthrow, with car and steed, thy city Lanka hath divine. The power but not the will is mine. For Raghu's son, before his friend, the Vanar monarch, swore to end with his own conquering arm the life of him who stole his darling wife. Turn, and be wise, O Rava, turn, or thou wilt see thy Lanka burn. And with thy wives, friends, kith and kin, be ruined for thy senseless sin. Kanto Ai. Vibhishan's speech. Then Rava spake with flashing eye. Hence with the Vanar, let him die. Vibhisha heard the stern behest, and pondered in his troubled breast. Then, trained in arts that soothe and please, addressed the king in words like these. Revoke, my lord, thy fierce decree, and hear the words I speak to thee. Kings wise and noble ne'er condemn To death the envoys sent to them. Such deed the world's contempt would draw on him who breaks the ancient law. Observe the mean where justice lies, and spare his life but still chastise. Then forth the tyrant's fury broke, and thus in angry words he spoke. O hero, when the wicked bleed, no sin or shame attends the deed. The Vanar's blood must needs be spilt, the penalty of heinous guilt. Again Vibhisha made reply. Nay, hear me, for he must not die. Hear the great law the wise declare. Thy foeman's envoy thou shalt spare. 'Tis true he comes an open foe. 'Tis true his hands have wrought us woe. But law allows thee, if thou wilt, a punishment to suit the guilt. The mark of shame, the scourge, the brand, the shaven head, the wounded hand. Yea, were the Vanar envoy slain, where, king of giants, were the gain. On them alone, on them who sent the message, be the punishment. For spake he well or spake he ill, he spake obedient to their will. And, if he perish, who can bear thy challenge to the royal pair? Who, cross the ocean and incite thy death-doomed enemies to fight? Canto Li. The punishment. King Rava, by his pleading moved, the counsel of the chief approved. Thy words are wise and true, to kill an envoy would beseem us ill. Yet must we for his crime invent some fitting mode of punishment. The tale, I fancy, is the part most cherished by a monkey's heart. Make ready, set his tail aflame, and let him leave us as he came. And thus disfigured and disgraced, back to his king and people haste. The giants heard their monarch's speech, and, filled with burning fury, each brought strips of cotton cloth, and round the monkey's tail the bandage wound. As round his tail the bands they drew, his mighty form dilating grew, vast as the flame that bursts on high, where trees are old and grass is dry. Each band and strip they soaked in oil, and set on fire the twisted coil. Delighted as they viewed the blaze, the cruel demons stood at gaze, and mid loud drums and shells rang out the triumph of their joyful shout. They pressed about him thick and fast, as through the crowded streets he passed, observing with attentive care each rich and wondrous structure there, still heedless of the eager cry that rent the air, the spy! The spy! Some to the captive lady ran, and thus in joyous words began. That copper-visaged monkey, he who in the garden talked with thee, through Lanka's town is led a show, and round his tail the red flames glow. The mournful news the lady heard, that with fresh grief her bosom stirred. Swift to the kindled fire she went, and prayed before it reverent. If I my husband have obeyed, and kept the ascetic vows I made, free, ever free, from stain and blot, O spare the Vanar, harm him not. Then leapt on high the flickering flame, and shone in answer to the dame. The pitying fire its rage forbore, the Vanar felt the heat no more. Then, to minutest size reduced, the bonds that bound his limbs he loosed, and, freed from every band and chain, rose to his native size again. He seized a club of ponderous weight, that lay before him by the gate, rushed at the fiends that hemmed him round, and laid them lifeless on the ground. Through Lanka's town again he strode, and viewed each street and square and road, still wreathed about with harmless blaze, a sun engarlanded with rays. Canto Liv. The burning of Lanka. What further deed remains to do, to vex the Rakshas king anew? The beauty of his grove is marred, killed are the bravest of his guard, the captains of his host are slain, but forts and palaces remain. Swift is the work and light the toil. Each fortress of the foe to spoil. Reflecting thus, his tail ablaze. As through the cloud red lightning plays. He scaled the palaces and spread the conflagration where he sped. From house to house he hurried on. And the wild flames behind him shone. Each mansion of the foe he scaled. And furious fire its roof assailed. Till all the common ruin shared. Vibhisha's house alone was spared. From blazing pile to pile he sprang. And loud his shout of triumph rang. As roars the doomsday cloud when all the worlds in dissolution fall. The friendly wind conspired to fan the hungry flames that leapt and ran. And spreading in their fury caught the gilded walls with pearls inwrought. Till each proud palace reeled and fell. As falls a heavenly citadel. Loud was the roar the demons raised. Mid walls that split and beams that blazed. As each with vain endeavor strove to stay the flames in house or grove. The women, with disheveled hair, flocked to the roofs in wild despair. Shrieked out for succor, wept aloud. And fell, like lightning from a cloud. He saw the flames ascend and curl. Round turquoise, diamond, and pearl. While silver floods and molten gold from ruined wall and lattice rolled. As fire grows fiercer as he feeds on wood and grass and crackling reeds. So Hanuman the ruin eyed, with fury still unsatisfied. Canto LV Fear for Sita. But other thoughts resumed their sway. When Lanka's town in ruin lay. And, as his bosom felt their weight, he stood a while to meditate. What have I done, he thought with shame. Destroyed the town with hostile flame. Oh happy they whose firm control checks the wild passion of the soul. Who on the fires of anger throw the cooling drops that check their glow. But woe is me, whom wrath could lead to do this senseless shameless deed. The town to fire and death I gave, nor thought of her I came to save. Doomed by my own rash folly, doomed to perish in the flames consumed. If I, when anger drove me wild, have caused the death of Janak's child, the kindled flame shall end my woe. Or the deep fires that burn below. Or my forsaken corse shall be food for the monsters of the sea. How can I meet Sugriva? How? Before the royal brothers bow. I whose rash deed has madly foiled the noble work in which we toiled. Or has her own bright virtue shed its guardian influence round her head. She lives untouched, the peerless dame. Flame has no fury for the flame. The very fire would ne'er consent to harm a queen so excellent. The high-souled Rama's faithful wife, protected by her holy life. She lives, she lives. Why should I fear? For one whom Raghu's sons hold dear has not the pitying fire that spared the Vanner for the lady cared. Such were his thoughts, he pondered long. And fear grew faint and hope grew strong. Then round him heavenly voices rang. And, sweetly tuned, his praises sang. Oh glorious is the exploit done by Hanuman the wind god's son. The flames o'er Lanka's city rise. The giant's home in ruin lies. O'er roof and wall the fires have spread, nor harm the hair of Sita's head. Canto LVI. Mount Arishta. He looked upon the burning waste. Then sought the queen in joyous haste. With words of hope consoled her heart. And made him ready to depart. He scaled Arisha's glorious steep, whose summits beetled o'er the deep. The woods in varied beauty dressed hung like a garland round his crest. And clouds of ever-changing hue a robe about his shoulders threw. On him the rays of morning fell, to wake the hill they loved so well. And bid unclose those splendid eyes that glittered in his mineral dyes. He woke to hear the music made by thunders of the white cascade, while every laughing rill that sprang from crag to crag its carol sang. For arms, he lifted to the stars his towering stems of deodars, and morning heard his pealing call in tumbling brook and waterfall. He trembled when his woods were pale, and bowed beneath the autumn gale. And when his vocal reeds were stirred, his melancholy moan was heard. Far down against the mountain's feet, the Vanner heard the wild waves beat. Then turned his glances to the north, sprang from the peak and bounded forth. The mountain felt the fearful shock, and trembled through his mass of rock. The tallest trees were crushed and rent, and headlong to the valley sent. And as the rocking shook each cave, loud was the roar the lions gave. Forth from the shaken cavern came fierce serpents with their tongues aflame, and every Yiksha, wild with dread, and Kinnar and Gandharv, fled. Canto LVI. Hanuman's return. Still, like a winged mountain, he sprang forward through the airy sea, and rushing through the ether drew the clouds to follow as he flew. Through the great host around him spread, grey, golden, dark, and white, and red. Now in a sable cloud immersed, now from its gloomy pall he burst, like the bright lord of stars concealed, a moment, and again revealed. Sunaba passed, he neared the coast, where waited still the Vanner host. They heard a rushing in the skies, and lifted up their wondering eyes. His wild triumphant shout they knew, that louder still and louder grew. And Jambavan with eager voice called on the Vanners to rejoice. Look, he returns, the wind god's son, and full success his toils have won. Triumphant is the shout that comes, like music of 1,000 drums. Up sprang the Vanners from the ground, and listened to the wondrous sound of hurtling arm and thigh as through the region of the air he flew. Loud as the wind, when tempests rave, roars in the prison of the cave. From crag to crag, from height to height, they bounded in their mad delight. And when he touched the mountain's crest, with reverent welcome round him pressed, they brought him of their woodland fruits, they brought him of the choicest roots, and laughed and shouted in their glee, the noblest of their chiefs to see. Nor Hanuman delayed to greet sage Jambavan with reverence meet. To on God and the chiefs he bent, for age and rank preeminent, and briefly spoke, these eyes have seen, these lips addressed, the Maithil queen. They sat beneath the waving trees, and on God spoke in words like these. O noblest of the Vanner kind, for valor, power and might combined, to thee triumphant o'er the foe, our hopes, our lives and all we owe. O faithful heart in perils tried, which toil nor fear could turn aside. Thy deed the lady will restore, and Rama's heart will ache no more. Canto LVI. The feast of honey. They rose in air, the region grew dark with their shadow as they flew. Swift to a lovely grove they came, that rivaled heavenly Nandan's fame, where countless bees their honey stored, the pleasance of the Vanner's lord, to every creature fenced and barred, which Dodamuk was set to guard. A noble Vanner, brave and bold, Sugrava's uncle lofty-souled, to Ongod came with one accord, the Vanners, and besought their lord, that they those honeyed stores might eat, that made the grove so passing sweet. He gave consent, they sought the trees, thronged with innumerable bees. They rifled all the treasured store, and ate the fruit the branches bore. And still as they prolonged the feast, their merriment and joy increased. Drunk with the sweets, they danced and bowed. They wildly sang, they laughed aloud. Some climbed and sprang from tree to tree. Some sat and chattered in their glee. Some scaled the trees which creepers crowned, and rained the branches to the ground. There with loud laugh a vanner sprang, close to his friend who madly sang. In doleful mood another crept, to mix his tears with one who wept. Then Dodamuk with fury viewed the intoxicated multitude. He looked upon the rifled shade, and all the ruin they had made. Then called with angry voice, and strove to save the remnant of the grove. But warning cries and words were spurned, an angry taunt and threat returned. Then fierce and wild contention rose. With furious words he mingled blows. They by no shame or fear withheld, by drunken mood and ire impelled, used claws, and teeth, and hands, and beat the keeper under trampling feet. 3 cantos consisting of little but repetitions are omitted. Dodamuk escapes from the infuriated monkeys and hastens to Sugriva to report their misconduct. Sugriva infers that Hanuman and his band have been successful in their search, and that the exuberance of spirits and the mischief complained of, are but the natural expression of their joy. Dodamuk obtains little sympathy from Sugriva, and is told to return and send the monkeys on with all possible speed. Canto LXV. The Tidings. On to Parava's hill they sped, where blooming trees their branches spread. To Raghu's sons their heads they bent, and did obeisance reverent. Then to their king, by Angad led, each Vanner chieftain bowed his head. And Hanuman the brave and bold his tidings to the monarch told. But first in Rama's hand he placed the gem that Sita's brow had graced. I crossed the sea, I searched a while for Sita in the giant's isle. I found her vexed with taunt and threat, by demon guards about her set. Her tresses twined in single braid, on the bare earth her limbs were laid. Sad were her eyes, her cheeks were pale, as shuddering flowers in winter's gale. I stood beside the weeping dame, and gently whispered Rama's name. With cheering words her grief consoled, and then the whole adventure told. She weeps afar beyond the sea, and her true heart is still with thee. She gave a sign that thou wouldst know. She bids thee think upon the crow, and bright mark pressed upon her brow, when none was nigh but she and thou. She bids thee take this precious stone, the sea-born gem thou long hast known. And I, she said, will dull the sting of woe by gazing on the ring. 1 little month shall I sustain this life oppressed with woe and pain. And when the month is ended, I, the giant's prey, must surely die. Canto LXVI. Rama's speech. There ceased the Vanner, Rama pressed the treasured jewel to his breast, and from his eyes the waters broke. As to the Vanner king he spoke, as o'er her babe the mother weeps. This flood of tears the jewel steeps. This gem that shone on Sita's head was Janak's gift when we were wed, and the pure brow that wore it lent new splendor to the ornament. This gem, bright offspring of the wave, the King of Heaven to Janak gave, whose noble sacrificial rite had filled the god with new delight. Now, as I gaze upon the prize, methinks I see my father's eyes. Methinks I see before me stand the ruler of Videha's land. Methinks mine arms are folded now round her who wore it on her brow. Speak, Hanuman, oh say, dear friend, what message did my darling send? Oh speak, and let thy words impart their gentle dew to cool my heart. Ah, 'tis the crown of woe to see this gem and ask, where is she? If for 1 month her heart be strong, her days of life will yet be long. But I, with naught to lend relief, this very day must die of grief. Come, Hanuman, and quickly guide the mourner to his darling's side. Oh, lead me, thou hast learnt the way. I cannot and I will not stay. How can my gentle love endure? So timid, delicate, and pure. The dreadful demons fierce and vile, who watch her in the guarded isle. No more the light of beauty shines from Sita as she weeps and pines. But pain and sorrow, cloud on cloud, her moonlight glory dim and shroud. Oh, speak, dear Hanuman, and tell each word that from her sweet lips fell. Her words alone can give the healing balm to make me live. Book 6. Canto I. Rama's Speech. The son of Raghu heard, consoled, the wondrous tale Hanuman told. And, as his joyous hope grew high, in friendly words he made reply. Behold a mighty task achieved.